On Facebook, X, and YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, having acknowledged media stations giving us live coverage today, let me respectfully acknowledge members of the legal directorate of the party here present. I see our lawyers here. Lawyer Elsie is here. Lawyer Chris Akume is here. Please, a round of applause for our lawyers. Comrades in the room. Let me also acknowledge members of the Functional Executive Committee of the great NDC who are all here with us. There are so many, and I cannot recognize all of you by name, but we duly, we appreciate your presence here with us. But let me especially acknowledge the presence of the Member of Parliament for the Daklu constituency, who doubles as the Chief Whip for the NDC caucus in Parliament. The Honorable Kwame Agboja is here. We also have, we're blessed today to have two female former attorney generals and ministers of justice. These women of integrity, women of valor, women of great accomplishment, women who have served this nation not only in the office of Attorney General and Minister of Justice, but in many endeavors, and have paid their dues to this country. We have in our midst the distinguished lawyer Marita Brew. A round of applause for her. We also have my own mother. We call her Auntie Betty, former Attorney General and Minister of Justice, former Minister for Education. She has a lot of former titles. Madam Betty Maud Idrusu is also here. A round of applause for her. Our National Vice Chairman, Dr. Samuel Sapon, is also here with us. A round of applause for him. And now it is time. It is time. Okay, UK Ireland branch, you are here. Thank you. Oh, you're here. UK Ireland chapter executives. You're all welcome. Now, time is fast spent, and so, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I will crave your indulgence for silence for us to start. Now, I introduce to you the man who will be addressing us this afternoon. He's none other than our national chairman. Our national chairman, the Honorable Johnson Asiedu Inketia. A round of applause for him.
Miara, endo miaro, miara, o brei I welcome you on behalf of the National Democratic Congress to this crucial moment of truth press conference. We've called you here over a very grave matter that has the potential to completely undermine the administration of justice in our dear country, Ghana. As you may be aware, since late 2021, the Akufo-Addo government has been persecuting the minority leader in Parliament, Honorable Dr. Kesel Atuforsin, over the purchase of some ambulances by the Ministry of Health under the erstwhile NDC Mahama government. As a law-abiding political party, we have restrained ourselves from commenting on this matter publicly. This is because we respect the principle that matters pending in court should not be commented on in a manner that prejudices the outcome. We therefore have no intention of doing so today. However, in the light of repeated falsehood, deliberate misrepresentation, and distortions churned out by the Attorney General Godfrey Yeboah Dame and the MPP propagandists, we are compelled to correct certain misconceptions in the public domain about the said ambulances transaction and situate this discussion in its proper context. This is without prejudice to any matters pending before the courts in this case. Every reasonable person would agree that it will be irresponsible of us to sit aloof and allow deliberate falsehood to be peddled about us without putting out the truth. For the avoidance of doubt, the specific claim that the Attorney General has based his persecution of the minority leader on is that, in the Attorney General's view, there has been financial loss to the state because he, as Deputy Minister of Finance, wrote letters to the Bank of Ghana requesting the bank to set up letters of credit in favor of Big C Trading Company of Dubai, suppliers of the ambulances in question, without authorization from his then boss and Finance Minister, Honorable Setekwe. This is publicly available information captured in the records of the High Court, Accra. So this one has been said, though I'm only repeating it. It is also a matter of public record that Honorable Setekwe has appeared before the trial court and stated unequivocally under oath that he gave express authorization to his Deputy Minister of Finance, Honorable Atuforsin, to write the said letters to the Bank of Ghana for letters of credit to be established in respect of the ambulances transaction. You say he did it without authorization. The man who should give the authorization has come and say, yes, I authorize him to go and do it. Palava no finish. This authorization is evidenced by the seal of the Ministry of Finance. In case Setekwe was lying, there is a seal of the Ministry of Finance apparent on the face of the letter written by Honorable Atufos. It is instructive to note that the establishment of the letters of credit was done on the advice of the Attorney General then. That failure to do so was going to make it difficult for the government of Ghana to defend any suit brought by Big C Trading for breach of contract. Godfrey Dami and hordes of MPP propagandists also continue to falsely claim that the NDC government brought in ordinary vans, maybe in our language, trotros, purporting to be ambulances without medical equipment under the said transaction. We want to state emphatically that the first set of 30 ambulances supplied under the transaction arrived in the country with the necessary fittings in them sometime in the year 2015. So at this stage, on the screen are pictures of the exterior and interior of the ambulances as they arrived in the country. The empty structure. These are the interior pictures of the empty structures. It is clear from these pictures that the ambulances that were procured were not empty vans as claimed by dishonest Godfrey Dami and the MPP. I'm always ashamed because this is my brother from the same Wenchi district. In addition, a container load of medical equipment to be installed in these ambulances were shipped by Big C and arrived in the country around the end of 2016. Sadly, this medical equipment have been sitting at the Tema port for the last 8 years because this government, specifically the Minister of Health, which is the consignee, has refused to clear them, just so they can falsely claim that there were no equipment. Because you want to prosecute somebody and jail him. Once again, we have projected on the screen a copy of the bill of lading dated 8th October 2016. There it is, covering this shipment. As can be seen, this container has 30 sets of medical equipment and defibrillators for installation, as well as spare parts for the 30 ambulances. Dr. Manibama, is that defibrillators? Or is that the correct pronunciation? Okay. You've seen the bill of lading. When you ship, they prepare these documents and then send it to the consignee. So public money used to procure all these things have been sent to the Minister of Health. He has refused to clear them, just so that they can prove that there was no equipment. All that was required for this government to do was to clear the medical equipment from the ports and give engineers of Big C access to the ambulances which have been parked at the Air Force Base in Accra to install them, train personnel of the Ghana Ambulance Service to use them, and then formally take possession of the said ambulances. It therefore makes no sense that after refusing to do this simple task and allowing the ambulances to deteriorate for 8 years, my brother Godfrey Dame will turn around to persecute Honorable Atuforsen for allegedly causing financial loss to the state when the loss has been clearly occasioned by the deliberate negligence of the government he represents. We firmly believe that the decision to take the minority leader and some others to court over this matter was born out of malicious, sinister, and wicked desire to silence him through unjust imprisonment, nothing more, nothing less. As we publicly stated from the very onset of this case, the timing and circumstances of this so-called prosecution shows that it was instituted mainly to intimidate and silence the then-ranking member of Finance, now minority leader, okay, soon to become majority leader, following his vehement opposition to the government's 2022 budget, the e-levy, and the general economic mismanagement by the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia government. This is the very embodiment of political witch hunt and persecution. But you see, he was a minority spokesperson on finance. And he was doing well. So as they were persecuting him, we kept promoting him because we thought he was doing very well for this country. Having set out the factual background of this whole matter, I will now proceed to address certain grave matters that have emerged from the ongoing trial, which border on professional misconduct and crime on the part of the Attorney General, Godfrey Dame. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, last Thursday, 23rd March 2024, the third accused person in this case, Richard Jakwa, took the stand to be cross-examined by counsel for Dr. Atuforsen. During this cross-examination, Attorney General Godfrey Odame shot up from his seat to accuse Mr. Richard Jakwa of defending Atuforsen rather than himself. In response to the Attorney General's accusation, Mr. Jakwa, who was testifying under oath and felt attacked without provocation, dropped a bombshell that Godfrey Odame, the Attorney General, has been having clandestine meetings and telephone conversations with him at odd hours to persuade him to falsely testify against the minority leader, Dr. Atuforsen, so that the prosecution can secure a conviction. So, Minister of Justice, you are not interested in justice. You are interested in just jailing somebody. You are supposed to be the person who will be delivering justice to your countrymen. You have now become the torchbearer of injustice because of political interest. This testimony by Mr. Jakwa was given to the court under oath and captured by the court's record. At last Thursday's hearing, the Attorney General, who was personally present, in the court, could not object to this damning evidence of Mr. Japa. He did not deny calling and meeting Japa at odd hours. Neither did he deny Japa's claim that he had been impressing on him to skew his testimony in a matter that will allow the state to secure a conviction against the minority leader. You have been accused of something and you are sitting there. You decide that the way to respond is through a press statement where you could have defended yourself there. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, in the period following these startling revelations, the NDC has obtained compelling evidence which support Mr. Jakwa's claim that the Attorney General indeed has engaged him on countless occasions and urged him to falsify, underline, his testimony to aid the case of Attorney General against Dr. Kessel Atuforsen. This evidence points to a devious, diabolic, and dangerous plan by the Attorney General to secure conviction against Minority Leader Dr. Atuforsen at all costs, contrary to what the third accused knows and believes to be the truth. We have in our possession a series of recordings in which the Attorney General, Godfrey Dame, is clearly heard goading, urging, impressing upon, and actually coaching Mr. Jakwa to bear false testimony against the minority leader, Dr. Atuforsen. All of this desperate subordination by Mr. Dame is just because he is hell-bent on securing the incarceration of the minority leader unjustly. Ladies and gentlemen, the first of these recordings is a 16-minute, 5-second telephone conversation between Godfrey Dame and Richard Jakwa, the third accused person, held on the morning meaning 12 minutes after 7 a.m. of 9th April 2024, a day that the third accused, Richard Jakwa, was preparing to go to court to continue his testimony. In this recording, which I will play shortly, which we will play to your hearing and share with you shortly, Godfrey Dame, the Attorney General, is clearly heard doing the following. I want to prepare your mind so that when you are listening to the voice, you can understand what is there. In this recording, if you pay attention, you see that Godfrey Dame is heard impressing upon Richard Jakwa, the third accused, to skew his answers and testimony to support the petition's case, the prosecution's case, I beg your pardon. This was despite Mr. Jakwa's insistence that the line the Attorney General wanted him to toe was dishonest, untenable, and that his conscience could not allow him to do so. The now dishonorable Attorney General then dangled the assurance that Richard Jakwa's acceptance to testify the Attorney General's way was not going to get him into any difficulty. Tell a lie and we will set you free. That was the agenda. If you tell a lie and we nail our enemy, not the state's enemy, but our enemy, we will set you free. And he says, no, my conscience doesn't allow me to do that. Conspiracy against an accused person. In the recording under reference, Richard Jakpa reveals that Godfrey Dame had met him on several occasions at the residence of a Supreme Court judge, sitting Supreme Court judge, to impress upon him to testify in a manner that the prosecution wants in order to fix and wrongly jail the minority leader, Dr. Tuforsen. Godfrey Dame did not refuse this statement by Richard Jakpa, except to caution him that they were speaking on phone and that he was not sure if anyone was recording their conversation. It's all contained in that tape. Also, Godfrey Dame is heard in the recording urging and coaching Richard Jakpa, albeit with strong protest from Mr. Jakpa, to provide answers that Jakpa knows to be false to the court. There is the issue of the professional misconduct too. The audio recording provides incontrovertible evidence of professional misconduct on the part of Godfrey Dame as a lawyer and a prosecutor. By talking to a represented person in an ongoing trial on the blind side of the represented person's lawyer and urging the represented person to testify in a manner that aids the prosecution's case, Godfrey Dame violently violated the legal professional code of ethics rule 2020, LI 2423, in many ways. I'm not a lawyer, but this was passed in Parliament. I'm a parliamentarian. This gross professional misconduct on the part of no less a person than the Attorney General, who was the leader of the bar, bears a high responsibility to adhere to the rules of ethics of the legal profession, is reprehensible and totally unpardonable. The next one has to do with the fabrication of evidence to pervert the course of justice. Minister of Justice fabricating evidence to pervert the course of justice. It is instructive to note that in the audio recording, Godfrey Dame is heard persuading Mr. Jakpa not to end his testimony by a particular time to allow him to travel, Godfrey Dame, to travel. The dishonorable Attorney General is also heard persuading Mr. Jakpa to procure and submit a fake medical excuse duty to the court, which he was scheduled to testify before that morning. Attorney General and Minister of Justice. This was to enable Godfrey Dame travel abroad without missing Jakpa's testimony. Attorney General, You are asking somebody who is before court for what you claim to be one crime to go and commit another one, to come and deceive the court. By asking a witness to fabricate evidence to deceive a court, Godfrey Odami, the Attorney General, sought to undermine the judicial and justice administration process in this country. This conduct of Godfrey Odami constitutes the offense of perjury, which is a crime punishable under the laws of Ghana, specifically Section 213 and 214 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act 1960, Act 29. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, I would at this stage invite you. You have been salivating for some time now, but I want to invite you to the content of this recording, after which I'll make some important observations. Let me allow you.
You pay only after the goods have been delivered, because that's also the contract, not so.
Yes, but then the financial instrument for the project is an irrevocable letter of credit. So
Good.
So that credit letter had already been sent.
Hold on, no problem. But in my view, that letter of area, the contract requires that you pay by letter of credit, not so.
Yes, in addition, we should establish it upon the sign of the contract. So already you have paid.
Upon the signing of the contract for every 50 ambulance.
Yes. Upon the signing of the contract for every 50 ambulance, since there was no advance mobilization, advance payment, that LC was a security that you have to establish ahead.
No problem. The signing of the contract for every 50 ambulance. Is it the contract for every 50 ambulance?
Pardon?
Is it the contract for? I'm saying upon the signing of the contract for every 50 ambulance.
Yes.
Is it the contract for every 50 ambulance?
The contract is for 200 ambulances in tranches of 50.
Good, hold on. So that contract for 50 ambulance is different from this one?
No. It is, the contract is one contract for 200 ambulances, which has been broken down within the contract for every few, you establish LC for every 50 tranche. So you have 4 LCs for the 200 ambulances.
No, that part here. I disagree with you. But if you look at the terms of the contract, it's quite clear. And it should not be difficult for you to accept, because really it doesn't put you in any problem at all. That does not put you into any difficulty. And you know the Minister of Health, the Minister of Finance. So for me, if you accept that, then it doesn't put you in any difficulty.
See, the problem I have in accepting that for you is accepting that for you is that in there are letters that confirm that both from.
You see, the witness is telling you what the situation is, what the true facts are. And you say he should testify in a certain particular way, and that it won't create any difficulty for him. He will go free and somebody else will be jailed for dishonesty. And the witness keeps insisting that it is against his conscience, he cannot do what you want done. Continue. Continue.
Government and from a principal. That is for every 50 ambulances. That confirms that. And I'll be tendering those letters in. So I cannot go against what the letters say and the contracts say, because I was the agent at that time. Japan Business was the agent.
Hold on. LC's on site. Payment shall be in euros. First, we said there shall be no advance payment.
Yes.
What does advance payment mean?
What it means is that you are not the supplier was not going to be paid any cash, any money for him to use in procuring all the accessories and everything to manufacture. So the manufacturer will use his own money to buy the ambulance vans, all the accessories from across the globe, with the security from government being the LC. And the LC has conditions precedent.
Hold on. Bridget, yes, advance payment don't mean paying in advance of the delivery of the goods.
They said no advance payment.
Yes, advance payment means that you are paying before the goods are delivered to you.
No, they said no advance payment. Not that there's advance payment. Yes. No advance. Mean that you will not pay.
Yes, until the goods are delivered to you. Also.
Yes.
Yes, so until the goods are delivered, you don't pay at all.
You don't pay.
Also. So, and then also, it goes ahead to say that payments shall be in a free manner. LCs on site of goods. In fact, what is it, even LC on site of goods? What does it mean?
What LC on site of goods means is that when you ship the documents, when you ship the goods, when you ship the goods from your port of origin, the bill of lading of the goods is what you use as
LC on site of goods means when the goods have been shipped.
They have been shipped.
Not and then the goods have been delivered in Ghana.
No, when the goods have been shipped. Because you have gone to do pre-shipment. So what I'm trying to explain is that so you use the bill of lading. You use a bill of lading. You use a bill of lading.
You establish the LCs after.
Pause. You see the problem of Godfrey Dame. He doesn't understand anything about these international payments at all. And he wants the witness to accept his ignorance and then go to court to make a statement that will expose the witness as also as ignorant as Godfrey Dame. Because you see, what you call a letter of credit is just some guarantee. You sign an agreement with somebody that I'll supply these ambulances. But the person must also be secure that when he supplies the ambulances, there will be payment. So you sign a document that, look, the moment you are able to buy your equipment yourself and you ship them and you bring the bill of lading to me for me to satisfy myself that the equipment had been shipped and that this is the evidence that I will be receiving them on this date, then I can also authorize the bank to pay you what has been agreed upon. Because you can't go to the sea and reclaim the things back. You see? So that's all. So a letter of credit does not give you money until I eventually tell them to pay because I have received the items. So you are saying that somebody signed a letter of credit, and so the nation has lost money. And your government took over. If you realize that the things have not been received, why would you authorize payment? So this is simple, but the problem is ignorance. Okay, go ahead. Continue.
Supplement inspection.
No dispute about that. No, the LC is established as soon as you sign the contract. You establish the LC, and that becomes the security comfort for the supplier to invest his money.
It says LCs on site of goods are decided upon the signing of the contract.
Yes.
For every 50 ambulances.
Yes.
Yes. Which contract is this? It's not a contract for every 50 ambulances. So under this main contract, this was like the main contract.
The main contract and LC for every 50 of the 200. So the contract is not saying that government should establish one LC, which is 15.8 million euros for the whole 200 at a go. No. Government has a bulk contract of 15.8 million euros. Now, this contract will become, the ambulance will be coming in tranches of 50 ambulances. So you establish your LC for the 50. When that 50 have been delivered and everything sorted out and handed over, another LC is established for another subsequent 50 until you finish all the 200. That is what the contract says. So the LC that was established...
Even then, hold on. I don't agree with your explanation. But even then, this explanation, that's not what happened in this case.
Okay, what happened?
Yeah, that's not what happened. Yes, because the LC was established even before pre-shipment inspection.
Yes.
Also,
yes.
There was no pre-shipment inspection. So,
yeah.
So it means there was no basis for the LC to be established in the first place.
No.
That's really not your problem anyway.
Right, that place,
yeah.
in that particular place, you are getting it wrong. You may have patience for me to explain to you.
No.
You are getting it wrong there because when you establish LC, the LC had conditions precedent for it to be honored. And the condition precedent states that you can only cash the LC when you present shipping documents, which is bill of lading, to the Ghana International Bank of the buyer before the LC can be honored. So even though the LC was established upon the signing of the contract, was supposed to be established upon the signing of the contract, it cannot be cashed or honored. It becomes a form of security for the supplier to invest his own money. And when he ships the ambulances, he can then send a bill of lading to your bankers, to then honor the LC, because that is a condition precedent.
But in any case, in this case, even the LC was actually cashed. Everything. That payment was actually made before the goods were shipped.
No.
The goods got to Ghana.
No.
Oh yeah.
He couldn't have the supplier. There is no way under the sun he could have cashed the LC before the shipping document, which were condition precedent, was presented to Ghana International Bank. Even when he presented the document to Ghana International Bank refused to honor the LC, raising issues of discrepancy, which came back to Bank of Ghana, which later went to the Ministry of Health, and then Animana authorized Bank of Ghana through Ministry of Finance to pay because they had sorted out the discrepancies with Big C. That time, around this time, or the ambulances had already arrived in Ghana. You are not privy to this one, I'm telling you.
In my view, if we agree to this theory, it's so simple, the theory of the case.
Not agree to the way you want to go, the way you want to go about it.
So,
if you agree to this deal, where the witness agrees with Godfred Odame the way he wants to go about the case, then the witness, will have no case. There will be no difficulty for him. So listen to that part very well.
I decided not to say it because I want to help the AG make his case. And I asked myself, what is my interest in it?
I'm not asking you to really help me. I'm just going by it. But anyway, so that's fine. So this one was even just by the way.
I hope you get my difficulty. It's because I'm innocent and I'm going through ordeal. So I'm looking at another person also going to go through ordeal and through me because I know the truth and I decide not to say it. About question sentence. If I go by that way, frankly speaking, I'll be dishonest because I know that is not how it's supposed to be about it and how you want me to go about my answering question sentence. That time, around this time, or the ambulances had already arrived in Ghana. You are not privy to this one, I'm telling you.
In my view, if we agree to this theory, it's so simple, the theory of the case.
Not agree to the way you want to go, the way you want to go about it.
So let's agree. Let's describe it that way. Let's describe it that way. Do you want to go about it?
Okay,
if you agree to it this way, for me, it makes it simple.
Yes, it will make
it doesn't also involve. It doesn't involve any difficulty for you.
Yes, I agree. I understand your point.
When you say there's no advancement, yes. When you say there's no advancement, ordinarily meaning in Ghana that you don't pay until you get your goods. Now, the contract here, even the clear terms, unless maybe you guys did not draft the contract, it says everything on site of goods shall be established upon the signing of the contract for every future.
No, the contract was drafted by government. It was drafted by government.
Oh, yes.
And it was an AG department peruse the contract and approve the contract for government?
It is not a problem where they approve it. Every contract is actually approved before later on when they implement it and problems.
You see, what the difficulty I have with your position is that, you see, frankly speaking, fine, as you are saying, if I agree to your position, how you want to go about it and how you want me to go about my answering questions and things, if I go by that way, frankly speaking, I'll be dishonest because I know that is not how it's supposed to be.
You heard him. This is the facts, but you want me to go about it your way. And I feel that if I go about it your way, I'll be dishonest. Continue.
Questions and things. If I go by that way, frankly speaking, I'll be dishonest because I know that is not how it's supposed to be. And I'll be dishonest, and I'll be dishonest in such a way that I'll be assisting for someone I know is completely innocent about this. For example, Atu Forsen, to be jailed because I knew something was wrong, was not the way, and I decided to keep quiet and to answer the question in a way that will make your case better for you to jail him. I'll be battling with my conscience. That is the problem I'm having. Anytime you bring up this issue with Yoni Kulendi, when Yoni Kulendi's place, anytime you bring this issue, that is my problem I'm having. Because me, for example, that is the problem I'm having. Anytime you bring up this issue, me to go about my answering questions and things. If I go by that way, frankly speaking, I'll be dishonest because I know that is not how it's supposed to be. And I'll be dishonest, and I'll be dishonest in such a way that I'll be assisting for someone I know is completely innocent about this. For example, Atu Forsen, to be jailed because I knew something was wrong, was not the way, and I decided to keep quiet and to answer the question in a way that will make your case better for you to jail him. I'll be battling with my conscience. That is the problem I'm having. Anytime you bring up this issue with Yoni Kulendi, when Yoni Kulendi's place, anytime you bring this issue, that is my problem I'm having. Because me, for example, I am in this case because I'm innocent and I'm going through ordeal. So I'm looking at another person also going to go through ordeal and through me because I know the truth and I decide not to say it because I want to help the AG make his case. And I ask myself, what is my interest in it?
I'm not asking you to really help me. I'm just going by the top. Anyway, so that's fine. So this one was even just by the way.
I hope you get my difficulty.
It's on the phone. I don't even know that.
Oh no. No, don't worry about that one. My issue. I'm just. Oh no. You and I will be meeting.
Please. Order. Please, let's listen to the tape, please. I beg you.
My issue. I'm just. Oh no. You and I will be meeting. You'll be meeting me at my cousin's place, and you've been bringing this issue up several times. And I keep telling you that I can't do that because it doesn't sit well with me.
This is the man who says he has never met the witness. Continue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's for every. So when you see the hand for every 50 ambulance, means that it's not only the 50.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
For every, it means that it is not only 50.
All right.
Mean that there are a lot of 50s that will be following. So that is what I was trying to explain to you. So frankly speaking, the LC that was established was as a security for the supplier to invest his own money since there's no advance.
Yes, it is the same that was used to pay. Because LC was the means of payment and the agreement.
Yes. When the conditions precedents are met.
Which is what? That is good that they have some documents.
That he has the bill of ladings, the ambulance have been shipped, and the bill of ladings are presented. That is when you can catch the LC. So until you ship the ambulances, you can't catch the ambulance. You can't catch the LC.
It was that in this case also.
Yes, in this case, yes. When he shipped the ambulances, he then presented their documents to Ghana International Bank. And then Ghana International Bank refused to honor the LC and raised issues of discrepancies, which was later cleared by Animana at the Ministry of Health for payment to proceed. And that is how he was paid.
Yes.
So, if frankly speaking, if there's somebody who authorized this payment to go on, even though in Ghana International Bank raised issues of discrepancies, it's Animana. He was authorizing those payments.
But you quote when you heard the Bank of Ghana officials and the Minister of officials and even Setepe say that no payment can go on except with Minister of Finance authorization. There's no way Minister of Health will authorize. In fact, Minister of Health actually even their letter they said no, they should go ahead and produce ambulances.
After that letter that Sheraite wrote that they should suspend production and those things was contrary to the terms of the contract. And that letter went to your office, the AG's office, and the AG debunked that letter and wrote his legal opinion and told her that they should proceed. So AG, that letter had been destroyed by your department, by your ministry. So that letter is of no value. It is the AG's legal opinion that overrode that letter. And Ministry of Finance had to implement the AG's opinion.
Yeah, and by the AG's legal opinion, the terms of contract were honored.
Yes.
Or the terms of contract were breached.
And because they were already breached, and the AG wanted them to honor it. So that Sheraite's letter that you want to rely on is of no value.
They honor it. Honor the terms of contract.
The ministry. Yeah, they still didn't honor some part of the contract. They honored the LC part, but when it came to the pre-shipment inspection, they refused to honor that particular part.
Okay.
So they waived their right to go and inspect, and then they turn around and blame people for you not going to inspect to rectify any manufacturing defect that the pre-shipment inspection was meant to cure. So Sheraite, through her negligence and refusal to implement the pre-shipment inspection, created this problem. That's what I was trying to head.
So the reason why for that is that's my timetable for the rest of the.
That means that you are not going to be around.
So, and then even next week, the whole of next week, I'll not be around. If there's a way of, if you will not even finish next week, I would appreciate.
No, I'll not finish next week. I don't think I'll be able to finish because the documents are many. So you will surely go and come and meet me.
No,
but that will also depend upon the judge's behavior.
You can bring one medical excuse next week.
Okay. Okay, fine. If you bring a medical excuse next week.
I think you. How can I bring a medical excuse?
No, you are saying that I should bring a medical excuse next week.
You can if you want.
But brother, you want this one to issue bench warrant for me again?
Right. Anyway.
You see, Attorney General asking the witness who is fit, who is not sick, to produce medical excuse duty to go and mislead the court. You see where we are now. Minister of Justice asking somebody who is not sick to go and forge a medical excuse duty to go and mislead the court. Please continue. Tape. Gramophone. Continue. You haven't. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, I don't know whether I should continue talking again. The recording you just heard is one that is worrying, and all Ghanaians must be concerned about it. This is a scandal of unimaginable proportions that seriously exposes the criminal mindedness and lack of integrity of the Attorney General, my brother, Godfred. Oh, if I have a criminal brother, it doesn't mean I'm a criminal. It also highlights the dishonesty of the prosecution in the ambulance trial and the desperate lengths they are prepared to go to secure wrongful conviction against Honorable Ato Forson at all costs. Clearly, Mr. Dame, who as Attorney General ought to know better, was doing everything he could, including criminal acts, to defeat the long-cherished legal principle that it is better to set 1,000 guilty people free than to convict one innocent person. Again, this recording confirms our long-held position on Godfrey Dame's notoriety for judicial manipulations against opponents of the Akufo-Addo regime. After many years of getting away with his shady, crooked, and underhand dealings, Godfrey Dame's cup has become full. And his day of reckoning has finally arrived. Today, Godfrey Dame stands exposed as an unethical, scheming, and devious Attorney General who will go to whatever lengths, including engaging in criminality, to unjustly silence, persecute, and imprison critics of his government. Dame is clearly a devious character, bereft of integrity, honor, and unfit to occupy. Why should we be concerned about this tape recording at all? As I have already intimated, this tape recording captures professional misconduct, unethical behavior, and criminal conduct on the part of no less a person than the Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana, Godfrey Dame. This conduct of Attorney General Godfrey Dame offends Rule 13, 40, and 54 of the Legal Professional Conduct and Etiquette Rules, quote unquote, LI 2324. I'm not a lawyer, but all these things were passed through Parliament. So if I'm quoting them, I'm not talking court matter. I'm talking about the laws we pass, the laws we pass in Parliament. Rule 13 of LI 2324, which is on communication with represented party. Communications with represented party. If there's a court case and somebody is represented by a lawyer, if another party is talking to that person, he must talk to him in the presence of his lawyer or through his lawyer. The law we pass, is that not what they mean? Yeah. Or with his consent. And it states, quote, a lawyer shall not approach, communicate, or deal with a represented person on a matter or attempt to negotiate or compromise a matter directly with a represented person except through or with the consent of the lawyer of that represented person. Black and white, that is the law. At the time that Mr. Godfrey Dame was calling and meeting Richard Jakpa at odd hours to urge, goad, impress upon, and coach him to testify the Attorney General's way, Mr. Jakpa was represented by a lawyer. They claim that the Attorney General has been engaging the third accused directly because he has been changing lawyers frequently is totally false. For instance, at the time Godfrey Dame engaged the third accused, Richard Jakwa, in the phone call conversation that we just played to you on 9th April 2024, the third accused was represented by the distinguished lawyer Thaddeus Sorry. It is clear from the tape recording that Godfrey Dame was communicating with the third accused, Richard Jakwa, on the blind side of his lawyer as well as the court, and he was attempting to compromise Jakwa in order to wrongfully convict Dr. Atoforsen. This is a cardinal sin against the legal profession. Quote, Professional Conduct and Etiquette Rules. That is contained in LI 2324. Again, Rule 41 of LI, the same LI 2324, which highlights special responsibilities of a prosecutor states. Quote, where a lawyer acts as a prosecutor, in this case, where Godfrey Dame acts as a prosecutor, the lawyer shall act resolutely and honorably within the limits of the law, and shall treat the court or tribunal with candor, fairness, courtesy, and respect. Unquote. It is clear from this tape that Godfrey Dame's conduct violates Rule 41 of LI 2023. He consciously, deliberately, and knowingly did not act resolutely nor honorably. Neither did Dame treat the court with candor, fairness, and respect that all lawyers, and in this particular case, prosecutors, are required by law to do. The standard of integrity of evidence is also provided for by Rule 54 of LI 2324. And it states, I beg to quote, Rule 54(1), a lawyer shall not advise or suggest to a witness to give false evidence. So a lawyer shall not advise a healthy person to procure excuse duty from fraudulently to come and mislead the court. 2, a lawyer shall not suggest, A or B, condone a client or another person suggesting to a prospective witness the content of any particular evidence which the witness should give at any stage in a proceeding. You heard him suggesting to the witness how he should talk, how he should answer questions so they can jail Atoforsen and he will be free. This is the duty placed by law on all lawyers, including the Attorney General. Godfrey Dame, by his conduct, which are captured on this tape, clearly violates this duty and places this duty placed on him as a lawyer. Again, Godfrey Dame's conduct violates Section 315 of the Criminal Offences Act 1960 at 29, which is on fabrication of evidence, and states as follows. Whoever fabricates evidence with the intent to defeat, obstruct, or pervert the course of justice in any proceeding shall be liable to the same penalties as if he had committed perjury in that proceedings. It is clear from the tape recording that Mr. Dame was urging, goading, and encouraging the third accused to fabricate evidence in the form of a fake medical excuse duty to deceive the trial court. Ladies and gentlemen, We now get to false entrapment excuse that Godfrey Odame seems to be relying on. We note that following Mr. Richard Jakpa's explosive testimony last Thursday and the widespread controversy it has generated, Godfrey Odame has resorted to peddling more lies in an attempt to escape accountability. The thing about lies is that when you tell one, every lie you tell, you need 10 more lies to defend. So it grows exponentially. First, the Attorney General publicly stated at paragraph 2 of his press release of 23rd May 2024 that, quote, "The Republic has never required or desired the cooperation of any of the accused persons in the matter in which it has already succeeded in establishing a prima facie case against all the accused persons. Neither the Attorney General nor any officer from the Office of the Attorney General has approached any of the accused persons with a view to obtaining evidence from them." Have you heard it? In spite of all this that he has said, he has cleaned the mouth and is telling the public that he has never engaged anybody on this matter at all. It is glaringly clear from the tape recording you just listened to that this claim is a barefaced lie peddled by the dishonorable Attorney General and his office to deceive the public. In sharp contrast to his earlier claim that he has never met any of the accused persons, the Attorney General now claims that he has actually contacted and met the third accused, Richard Jakpa, but that he met him only once at the residence of a Supreme Court judge, and that this meeting was not at his behest, but rather at the behest of a sitting Supreme Court judge who entrapped him. He now wants to extend the lie to a Supreme Court judge. Ladies and gentlemen, all these claims by the Attorney General through his spokesperson are lies, and we have evidence to prove so. In addition to the voice recordings, we have other evidence by way of screenshots of chats on WhatsApp between Godfrey Odame and Mr. Jakpa, which further proved that the Attorney General contacted and represented a represented person without recourse to the represented person's lawyer. The charts further show that it was Godfrey Odame who chose to meet Richard Jakpa at the house of the Supreme Court judge, and not the Supreme Court judge who invited them. The first one.
The date, 16 February.
16 February 2022.
You know the mic. The mic. 2022.
16 February 2022. From Richard Jakpa. I'm humbly requesting for a time and venue at your convenience to meet you for a private discussion, please. Then, I'm most grateful for that kind gesture from you. Then, hope to hear favorably from you. This is all from Richard Jakpa. Then you come down here. That is from Godfrey Odame. I will arrange through your brother. Thanks. That brother is the Supreme Court judge. So Godfrey Odame says he will arrange through the Supreme Court judge for them to meet. So the Supreme Court judge has not requested for any meeting in his house. It's Godfrey Odame who arranged the meeting. Then he said, okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Go back. So as to read.
Mm-hmm. The charts show it was Godfrey Dame who chose to meet Richard Japa at the house of the Supreme Court judge. As you can see from this screen, this is a WhatsApp chat dated 16 February 2022, in which Godfrey Dame undertakes to arrange a meeting with Mr. Japa through his brother, actually his cousin, the Supreme Court judge, through a WhatsApp message sent at 7:32 p.m. This evidence totally belies Dame's contrived and ridiculous claim that he was entrapped. So he was not entrapped. He planned to use the Supreme Court judge to call the witness for whatever they wanted to set up. The next set of WhatsApp chats, WhatsApp exhibits 2, 3, and 4, dated 17th July 2022, shows Godfrey Dame receiving certain soft copies of documents from Mr. Richard Japa to facilitate his prosecution of the minority leader at 11:29 p.m., close to midnight. So if you hear Richard Japa saying odd and unholy hours and times, this is what he was referring to. This was immediately after the Attorney General had met Mr. Japa at the residence of the Supreme Court judge at the instance of the Attorney General. So these are documents which the Japa forwarded to Godfrey Dame after that meeting. I want to jail somebody. I don't have the documents. Can you help me? If you help me, I will free you. Then we can use the documents. And you got all these documents. And still the document could not incriminate anybody. And now you want him to lie on top of the documents. So these are documents. And in the next WhatsApp chat, WhatsApp Exhibit 5, dated 23rd November 2023, Godfrey Dame is seen to have placed a call at 10:40 a.m. to Richard Japa and followed it with a message at 10:49, acknowledging a message sent to him by Mr. Japa that the case had been adjourned to Thursday the following week. Bro, the case is adjourned to next week, Thursday. The man is still on admission fighting for his dear life. Then Godfrey Dame, okay, thanks. The final WhatsApp chat, WhatsApp Exhibit 6, dated Tuesday, 9th April 2024, shows evidence of a 26-minute phone call placed to Richard Japa by Godfrey Dame at 7:12 a.m. The morning of the day Japa was scheduled to testify in the court. The recorded one, we played for you. It was the morning Japa was going to court to testify. And he was saying that today, if you go, tell them this. Letters of credit means cash payment. Letters of this means this. So go and tell them. But we don't have our own finance system in Ghana, which is different from the finance system everybody knows all over the world. How can you say that letters of credit is just cash payment? Somebody has taken the money without delivery, of course. And he was pushing him. And the man says, I have my conscience. I can't do it because I am being prosecuted by some lies somebody has told about me. So why do you want me to lie for another person to also prosecute when I'm feeling the pinch of how lies can be used to create a problem for you? So I'm not going to do it. You see, It is this telephone conversation that we have played to you, and it was in this conversation that Godfrey Dame, among others, asked Jakpa to fabricate a fake medical excuse duty to deceive the trial court. That's the claim by the dishonorable Attorney General Godfrey Dame, that he only met the third accused person once, and that same was through entrapment by a Supreme Court judge, is not only false, but hogwash. You now agree? Ladies and gentlemen, following Mr. Jakpa's explosive testimony in court, and now I'm going to talk about the contrived plea bargain, which Godfrey Dame is using as the reason for their meeting and all that. The Attorney General has falsely claimed, through his spokesperson and various assigns, that his engagement with the third accused was for purposes of plea bargaining negotiations at the instance of the third accused. We want to state for the records that there has not been any plea bargain meetings between the Attorney General and the third accused throughout this trial. All the letters being circulated by the Attorney General in the media dated 27th April 2023, 16th May 2023, 30th May 2023, and 12th June 2023 were proposals for amicable settlement and plea bargaining from Deep Sea LLC and Mr. Jakpa. All these proposals were rejected by the Attorney General, whereupon the trial court decided to continue with the hearing and adjudication of this case. Since then, the court has not been informed of the commencement of any plea bargain negotiations as required by Section 162C, Sub 3 of Plea Bargaining Act 2022, Act 1079. For emphasis, aside the letter submitted by Mr. Jakpa to the Attorney General for settlement or plea bargaining, which proposals were all rejected by the Attorney General, there has not been any meeting between either Mr. Jakpa or his lawyers on the one hand and Attorney General or his assigns on the other hand. It is worthy of note that all those letters were signed by lawyers of Mr. Jakpa. This means that, assuming the Attorney General had accepted to engage the third accused in plea bargaining negotiations, same should have been done with the lawyers of the third accused as required by Section 162A(3) of Plea Bargaining Act 2022, Act 1079. More importantly, the evidence of clandestine communication and meetings between Attorney General and third accused, which we have shown you, dates back as far as 16th February 2022, 17th July 2022, when no settlement or plea bargaining proposals have even been made by Big C and Mr. Jakpa. All these communication, telephone calls, WhatsApp chats, and all that, they all happened in 2022. And you are flaunting letters you claim were issued in 2023 as the reason why you were calling. So, it is neither here nor there. We have also played to you a recording of a phone call conversation held between the Attorney General and Mr. Jakpa as recently as 9th April 2024, a day Mr. Jakpa was scheduled to testify in court. It is evidently clear from the foregoing facts that the plea bargaining excuse being mounted by the Attorney General and his assigns are palpable lies calculated to divert attention from the critical issues at stake. The question every well-meaning Ghanaian should be asking is, why the Attorney General will refuse a proposal to settle this case, which will ensure the payment of 2 million euros to the state at a time our country is faced with economic bankruptcy. There was no wrongdoing on the part of anybody. Then somebody says he's sensitive about his company's reputation and so on, so he's prepared to pay 2 million euros to Ghana. And say, no, if I take it, Atoforsi will not go to jail. So let that 2 million go waste, and I find way of contriving evidence to get Atoforsi nailed. These are the statesmen we have. Ladies and gentlemen, considering the scandalous nature of this recording and other forms of evidence we have shown you, we wish to make the following pressing demands as part of efforts to restore credibility to the Attorney General's office and Ghana's judicial system as a whole. 1, the immediate and unconditional resignation or dismissal of Godfrey Dame for bringing the high office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice into disrepute and public opprobrium. Clearly, Mr. Dame is not fit to hold himself out as Attorney General and Minister of Justice. He is unfit to be the leader of the Ghana Bar. 2, the immediate prosecution of Godfrey Dame for multiple violations of the laws of Ghana. We wish to make it clear that should President Akufo-Addo refuse or fail to prosecute him, a future NDC government will prosecute Godfrey Dame for this heinous crime of fabrication of evidence. 3, commencement of disciplinary proceedings by the General Legal Counsel against Godfrey Dame and his disbarment for conduct unbecoming of a lawyer, and more importantly, the leader of the Ghana Bar. 4, a publicly televised parliamentary inquiry into this and other reports of judicial manipulations by Godfrey Dame with a view to censor Godfrey Dame to prevent the recurrence of such judicial manipulations. In conclusion, friends from the media, it is clear from the incontrovertible evidence we have adduced today that the government has no evidence of wrongdoing against the minority leader, but is only involved in fabrications to persecute him as retribution for his strong opposition to the economic mismanagement and general misrule of the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia government. These damning revelations call into question the integrity of the case of the prosecution in the ongoing ambulance trial and the necessity for same. Godfrey Dame has brought shame and disrepute to the honorable office of the Attorney General with his criminal, devious, and vicious conduct. He is a danger to fairness and justice in our judicial system and represents the lowest point in the history of persons who have occupied the hallowed office of Attorney General and Minister of Justice. While we have pointed out many times that Godfrey Dame epitomizes all that is inherently wrong, investing both the office of the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice in the same person, we believe that he has recklessly abused both offices and his continuous stay in office is no longer tenable. The primary responsibility of the Attorney General is to be the voice of rule of law, ensure the impartial enforcement of law, and advise the President and government to take actions that conform to law. More importantly, an Attorney General must be a shining example and a leading light for the bar, not a criminal-minded, crooked, devious, and vicious person who is preoccupied with witch hunting and victimization, as has become the cup of tea of Honorable or Dishonorable Godfrey Dame. You can make your choice. Mr. Dame has demonstrated time without number that he cannot prioritize the national interest over his party's parochial and self-serving interests. He must therefore resign or be sacked by the president without delay. Thank you very much, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, you can all resume your seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. You can all resume your seats. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we promised you that we were going to adduce shocking and incontrovertible evidence to prove the unprofessional and criminal conduct of the Dishonorable Godfrey Dame in the ongoing Ato Forsen trial. And I believe you will agree with me that we have done just that. Not only have we given you an audio recording, we've also shown you WhatsApp chats. And I need to put on record that we have many audio recordings. This is just one. We don't want to confuse you. We don't want to give you, we don't want to overload you with evidence and information. And as the conversation ensues, you are going to hear from us again. So this is a very serious matter, and it is our hope that you, our friends in the media, the fourth estate of the realm, will treat it with the necessary seriousness and urgency. Now, at this stage, we will not be able to do any presentation in the Akan language because we don't have time, but later we will avail ourselves to speak to all the Akan stations. I would want to find out from the media men present here, just the media men present here. Do you have questions for General Mosquito, or this is self-explanatory? Good. Yeah. So, General, I think you've done justice to the issue. You've done justice to the issue. So we are going to share the script with you, and we are going to share with you the full tape, the full 16 minutes, 5 seconds tape. 16 minutes, 5 seconds tape. We're also going to share with you all the screenshots. And so just look at the evidence, evaluate the evidence, make an informed choice as a discerning Ghanaian, as a journalist, and speak up on this matter. Let's ensure that justice is done. Some have suggested that we are trying to get the state to free Honorable Ato Forsen. No. Nobody has called for, nobody has called for a discontinuation of any case. If the state still believes that they have a good case, looking at all this mess, to prosecute, they can. But we are saying that Godfrey Dame is not the only person who can be an attorney general and prosecute that case if at all there is a case to prosecute. He must go, and all voices of conscience, including MPP members, must join us in this call, because it's about the sanctity of that important office of Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. When we had these distinguished personalities in that office, we never had anything like this. This is the first time that office has been brought into public disrepute and opprobrium in this manner. And we are demanding for action. Thank you very much. We will see you before you go. The hashtag is that Dame.
opportunity. And my preference, I would say, would be for the court to preserve the status quo, determine the question, and then if the determination is made, whichever way, then the nation can move on. Determine which question? Determine the question in the substantive suit, or determine the question in this application? No, madam, determine the questions in the substantive suit. In the substantive suit. So pending that, then there ought to be a preservation of the status quo for the court to give opportunity of determining. So as well, I mean, this then also ties in with my examination of certain cases in which the Supreme Court has refused an injunction. And I'll first start with Wilford Kwaku against the Attorney General, reported in 2012, Volume 1, Supreme Court of Ghana report, at page 259. It is the Supreme Court, considered by a single justice of the court, Justice Datiba, declined to grant an injunction. Because, respectfully, it was an action that related to a move to halt the creation of electoral districts under the Local Government Act. So, that was a peculiar case. There was the creation of electoral districts by the Electoral Commission, and indeed, the application was filed only or determined only in June 2012, 6 months before the election. It have had an effect on the election, after the election. The court in its resolve actually stated, held at page 25260, that in the interest of the public, the collective interest of the public, said that where the relief sought relates as here to a public law matter, particular care must be taken not to halt the action presumptively for the public good. The action was for the public good, and therefore the court declined it. But the second case occurred in the same 2012, and that is Ransom France. As for France, number 1, against the Electoral Commission and Attorney General, was filed in July, I think it was filed in August 2012 by my good self. And the court determined it in September 2012. The court would note, clearly, it involved the Electoral Commission. It sought to restrain the Electoral Commission from laying before Parliament regulations that had enacted for the conduct of the 2012 elections, 3 months before the elections. And for that matter, the court dismissed my application for interlocutory injunction. I was not peeved at all. I moved on with my life. So clearly, it is only where the court considers the collective good of the nation. And I would say that in matters that border on withdrawals from the constituted fund or the use of the public purse, as I have, with all respect, demonstrated before you, the collective good actually will be in respect of holding a status quo for the court to indeed determine whether the bill that is being sought to be, for want of better expression, rushed, is in the public good or indeed affects the public purse. If the bill affects the public purse, then with all respect, the court owes a duty to halt the progress of that bill. I would also quickly address the point that this is actually not a case where the law in question is at its formative stages or going through the processes in Parliament. Indeed, all the processes in Parliament have been completed. Parliament effectively has concluded the processes. And indeed, now, if what is supposed to be transmitted to the President will actually be titled an act. It is just to the signature of the president and then to become law. And I would say that having regard to the completion of the processes in Parliament, what Parliament has done will constitute an act under Article 2, Clause 1, Paragraph B of the Constitution. That is an act, a small act, not the act with a capital A, Act of Parliament. It is an act with a small a, which is an action or a decision.
And so your presentation or your submission is that the jurisdiction of this court has been properly invoked?
Yes, as
for this application or for the substantive action?
Pardon me?
For this application or for the substantive action?
Oh, I'm only saying so because of the requirement in injunctions to show the
prima facie
case as well as a substantial important question of law.
I think, can you clarify that point? I think I missed it. You are saying that Parliament has completed its processes, its procedures, and that what they are seeking to do is an act that's beyond its proceedings.
No,
my lord.
But I'm saying that now we can actually find an act having been committed. And the act has been committed. In fact, two acts. First is the opinion of the person presiding, which in itself will constitute an act. The determination by the person presiding will constitute an act by the person, not an act of Parliament. So once there is that act committed, it can be basis for the invocation of the court's original jurisdiction. Secondly, the completion of the processes in Parliament pursuant to the exercise of that discretion by the person presiding by Parliament will also constitute an act that can be brought within the premises of Article 2, Clause 1, Paragraph B. And indeed, I just want to have to emphasize that it's not an act of Parliament I'm referring to. It's an act as in a decision or a step by a person.
To help all of us, I think that I want to read 2(1)(a). A person who alleges that any act or omission of any person is inconsistent with. This is what you mean? Attorney General?
Yes, Mr. President.
Any act or omission?
Yes, Mr. President.
And your submission is that there is an act.
As in an action by a person, yes.
And there are two acts actually.
Yes.
This is your submission.
Mr. President.
The first act is the determination by the person presiding. And the second act is the completion of the proceedings.
Processes in Parliament, Mr. President. So I pray to rest my submissions, except as the court may have some questions. If the court has no questions, may I rest?
Stand clearly, your position is that we hold matters in abeyance to abide the outcome of the hearing of the substantive suit because of the gravity of the issues that have been raised in this application.
Yes, Mr.
That is what you are saying.
Mr. President, that is so.
Okay.
So, because it's quite new, and the court ought to be given an opportunity of efficiently determining it. Yeah, very careful.
Because this is the first time like this sort of action has occurred.
Yes, Mr. President, that's so. Since 1957. Indeed, even in for Kwaku and all, the questions really were not so novel. I remember even filing an action in 2011, Akutu against the Attorney General, Bafos Akutu against the Attorney General, in which I raised the propriety of the case of distress by the Minister of Local Government there. So those cases were really they didn't really raise any new questions as this one.
And whether or not under Article 108 and the parallel provisions previously, there is a deliberate intention by the framers of the Constitution to centralize the management of public funds.
Especially. That's right.
That would be the framing of the question that you invite the Supreme Court to do.
Yes, especially that's so. I will not even go into the human rights arguments. Those, publicly speaking, we can even contest at the High Court the human rights, which is not really for this court.
Thank you. Oh.
But AG, before you sit down, it is your case that there was no determination by the person presiding that it was going to be a charge on the consolidated fund. Don't you think that is an omission itself?
Well, probably, yes, I really recognize that if there was no such determination, then it would be an omission.
And Article 2:1B.
But I would be hesitant in saying so because I would say that there's no evidence of such exercise.
Thank you.
As a lawyer, I would say that there's no evidence of such an exercise. My lawyer friend asserts that there was such determination. I would say there's no evidence of such determination.
So sorry. You've heard the broad scope of all the submissions. Yes.
We are vehemently opposed to the application, including the supplemental arguments made in support of it. My lords, the first ground upon which we are opposed to it is that this application is the same application that was previously brought before this court.
I think the submission made by counsel for applicants was that there been changed circumstances.
I will deal with it.
All right.
I'll deal with it. And my lords, we have deposed to it elaborately in two main paragraphs, actually more than that. Paragraphs 11 to 16 of our affidavit in opposition. Paragraphs 11 to 15 in opposition. 20, first one to leave of record, yes. That's it.
It's 11 to
15, 11, and 12 of that same affidavit. In those two paragraphs, we take time to break down the arguments made in the earlier application and compare them to the present application. And we reach the conclusion that it is the same. Now, I'll deal with the additional aspect. It says that the only difference between this application and the previous one is that there has been a continuation of the legislative process, which is that it has reached a different stage. But in the previous application, our answer is simple. In the previous application also, it sought to injunct a particular stage of the legislative process. And our affidavit in opposition attaches the previous application, which merely sought to restrain Parliament from proceeding with the bill. And we say that it doesn't matter that this time you are saying that Parliament should be stopped from transmitting the bill because Parliament is still proceeding with the bill. That is the simple answer to that, this supposed new fact.
So the first time it sought to injunct Parliament from proceeding with deliberating, and this one is seeking to injunct Parliament from transmitting.
Actually,
that's the difference.
Yes, but it doesn't add deliberating. It just says proceeding.
I'm evaluating.
Very well.
So I'm asking you.
Yeah, it only says proceeding, and proceedings would include deliberations as well as continuing with this duty to transmit it to the President. And so it is not a different application. In respect of that application, in substance and everything is the same. In respect of that application, this court on the 19th of July 2003 made specific findings and held as follows. In fact, an enhanced panel of this court said, we have considered the merits of the application before us.
it is our considered opinion that a prima facie case has not been made. So first of all, on the same arguments, in substance, the court made the finding that no prima facie case has been made out. The court made a further finding that no irreparable damage has been established by the plaintiff to warrant the grant of the injunction. And I'll go back to some of these facts.
Mr. Sir, before you proceed, I just want a little clarification. Are you saying that we are bound by this interlocutory decision?
You should generally be bound by it, especially that it was an enhanced panel of the court.
Is that the position of the law, that in interlocutory matters we are bound by a decision?
Well, my understanding of the position of the law is that the court is bound by its decisions on principles of law. And if the court decides that in interlocutory matters it's not bound, I will at least persuade you with it, because I don't see that distinction clearly in my reading of the Constitution.
From what you are saying, you appear to be urging us to consider ourselves bound by this decision. That is why I have a little problem.
Yeah, maybe let me urge.
Because if there's a principle of law that you want us to be bound by,
yes,
then please articulate that particular principle of law from this decision.
Very well.
That you think we should be bound by that principle.
I'm most grateful, my lord. Yes. The principle of law is that the three-way tests established by this court in the so many lopsided decisions of the court in matters like this say, first of all, that you should establish a serious issues of law to be tried by the court. Secondly, you should show that
the just factor.
And the just and convenient. Very well. And this court reiterated in the same case, on the same facts, the same principles, applying it to the facts which are the same as now. And so if the court even decides that it's not bound by its previous decisions, delivered by an enhanced panel in interlocutory matters, I will urge it on the court that there is nothing new in this case that will justify that departure. I'm most grateful for giving me the opportunity to clarify this matter.
But Mr. Sorry, at that time, Parliament had not completed its work.
At this time, Parliament has not completed its work. Parliament's work includes, after the last full debate under Article 106, to transmit it. That's part of its work, statutorily and constitutionally.
So is Parliament able to return this bill for debate, further
Absolutely.
debate?
I was going to make that point. And some of the questions that came from the court earlier hinted at that when Parliament sends it to the President has options. He has a discretion whether to assent to it or not. The President can return it to Parliament to take into account some of these arguments that they are making in support of their case, to reconsider the bill. The President has that power under Article 106, Clause 7 and 8. Then the President can even refer it to the Council of States for advice on it and tell Parliament that I have referred it to the Council of State. And so this application in the court says, no, we shouldn't even allow the President to decide whether he can engage Parliament on the very issues that his principal legal advisor could tell him that right now, tell Parliament to do this. They say he shouldn't even get there, so that he will take the advantage of his constitutional obligation.
Mr. Sorry,
yes.
Let's be on the same page. If I understand, and I think I do, the applicant and the Attorney General.
Yes.
In fact, the Attorney General presented an enhanced position.
Yes.
The Attorney General identified, or the applicant said, that there has been a violation of the Constitution.
Yes.
It started when the deliberations started without the fiscal impact analysis.
Yes.
And that violation more or less was completed when Parliament got to the end of its work without still having the benefits of the fiscal impact analysis. And then he also pointed out that even in the submission that there had been the consideration required by Section 100 of Act 921, what you attached is an extract of the LI, but not a fiscal impact analysis.
Yes, my lady. Already.
If I may come,
sorry.
If I may come,
sorry.
Then the Attorney General went on to say that there were 2 acts within the genre of Article 2(1)B Act. And these 2 acts is that 1, the person presiding did not make a determination, and that determination should be made from objective indices. And the second act is that Parliament completed its deliberations, ended with a bill that's ready to transmit without the fiscal impact analysis. So the person presiding did an act or an omission or both, and Parliament itself as an institution did so. I think that that's the submissions that have been laid on the ground.
Yes, my lady. And I say it has always been the same submission. The reason why they came to this court, first of all, was that that determination was not made. That was the point that has always been made, first of all. Secondly, the argument that no determination was made was previously even made by the plaintiff in the plaintiff had in the earlier application said that by failing to expressly state and record the reasons for proceeding with the bill or otherwise, a decision had been made by that. And that, I'm sure that's a question that my lady to your left was asking, that could in other ways, could we will not accept an omission or a conduct that suggests that that decision was taken, except if we see it in writing. And I'm saying that throughout the history of parliamentary proceedings, in respect of the constitutional provisions that reflect this constitutional provision which has caused this suit, the question is whether it is always the practice for the person presiding to make that determination in writing in respect of every bill that comes to Parliament. The practice is that that doesn't exist. In any event, I want to look at the rules.
Have you even stated that in your affidavit that practice doesn't exist for them even to have an opportunity to rebut it?
We have.
You are just bringing it out right now and from the bar, and I think that's.
I will answer that. My lord, in the plaintiff's arguments, the plaintiff strayed into the statements of case that were earlier filed, including affidavits that this court had impliedly struck out, and then even ordered me to file the present one on which we are dealing. And I'm speaking from the same statement of case. That very well. My lord said they didn't have it, but that's, I'm responding to that point. And my lord, let me just go ahead and make this point in respect of the provision itself. It's where he made it actually. My law said you didn't have it, but I was responding to that. The provision says this: Parliament shall not, unless the bill is introduced or the motion is introduced by or on behalf of the President, proceed upon a bill, including amendment to a bill that, in the opinion of the person presiding, makes provision for. Throughout the submissions, I've not heard and the point made about the meaning of makes provision for. The question is that the submission I'm making to the court is this: all that the person presiding is required to do is to find out whether the bill on the face of it makes provision for. That is the meaning of the rule of the constitutional provision.
So, I'm sorry. This is how we should construe Article 108(1).
No, the submissions that we're making all said that it imposes on. It imposes. It imposes. So is their reading, and if you listen to the submissions of even the Attorney General, it is to the effect that it's likely to impose because of the following consequences. But the question is that the constitutional provision? Is that the wording of it? That is not its wording. So it is okay if they say it is likely to, or it has the effect of. That I can relate to that argument. But are we still construing the provision or saying that when the court comes to deal with the substantive matter, the court should consider reading it in a particular way to give it that effect. That is a totally different submission. And I am also submitting to the court that let a clear distinction be drawn between an act of parliament that it is alleged has not been complied with, as distinguished from a constitutional provision that has been violated. So it is not right in invoking the court's original jurisdiction, which is to determine whether a constitutional provision has been acted in contravention of, or there has been some conduct that is inconsistent with it, to say that, oh, let's go and understand that constitutional provision by bringing provisions of a statute, which, as we speak, is being litigated by the same parties in the High Court in respect of the fiscal impact analysis under Section 100 of the Act. That matter is before the High Court as we speak.
I'm sorry, you've lost me on the points you are supposed to have made just now.
Yeah, very well, very well, very well, very well.
You would have to reiterate it.
Yeah, very well. So the first thing I said in relation to Article 108 is the fact that all the submissions I've heard so far don't address that key phrase. Makes provision for. So does the Act make provision for? Indeed, in response to a question to the Attorney General about private members' bills being introduced, the Attorney General said he recalled one in the past. And I believe the one he recalls is the one that had to do with the Road Traffic Amendment Act. That also included provisions with the likelihood of people going to jail. It was a private members act. It was assented to, and we didn't have these issues. And so, I'm urging the court to follow its previous decision where it laid it down that presumptively, the court will not injunct this process, which has not reached a point there's nothing dire in it, because the president may exercise his various options to get what their very issues that they are articulating before the court addressed. At the very best, they should submit it to the presidency. They should not let this court arrest by way of an injunction.
But Mr. Sorry, I recall presiding over that matter. So yes, I can actually tell you what went into that decision, which is that the matter was still in Parliament.
Yes.
And whatever it is we were being asked to consider in relation to Article 108, it could be cured. It could be cured. Right now, you have completed your processes and you have a bill. Is it your submission that it can still be recalled for the purpose of curing this alleged omission?
Certainly, and that's exactly what I've been saying. So first of all, it is still in Parliament because by virtue of the pending process, the president has not accepted.
That's why they're saying that. That's why they're saying that we should use our power to keep it with you until you correct what you have done.
And secondly, I'm saying that the concerns they are raising.
Do you understand?
The concerns they are raising are matters they should send to the presidency. If it gets to the presidency, the constitutional provision that requires Parliament to mandatorily at this stage not be keeping it with Parliament, but to send it to him, allows him to take into consideration their proposals and send it back to Parliament for reconsideration, and Parliament can incorporate it.
I think
that is a constitutional.
I think the point my Lady Chief Justice is making, that they are alleging a grave violation of the Constitution, in the sense that something that ought to have been done before this bill was, as it were, completed, was not done. You understand? And they are asking this court, because of that, to take a decision and restrain Parliament from proceeding to perpetuate an act which constitutes a violation of the Constitution. You are saying that they should rather take it to the presidency for whatever remedies that they can obtain there. And my lady is asking you, what if it's a matter that constitutes a grave violation of the Constitution? What prevents us, as the apex court of the land, from taking the decision on it? That is the question we want you to address.
There were three answers. First of all, there has never been anything like, our constitutional history doesn't admit of anything of like an infinitesimal violation of the Constitution. Every violation of the Constitution is grave. 2, this is an alleged grave violation. They put the tag grave violation. I'm saying that they
put the tag novel.
Well, it refined to novel, and in many instances, if not in all instances, the matters that come here are novel, because if they were interpreted, we will not become accept Article 18185 or so. Was it 181 clause 5? It has come here a number of times, but the court has said that if this court has determined a matter before, don't come back here. It will be enforced by the lower court. So as for novel, grave, all of that, it is not a ground at all. It shouldn't even be canvassed in this court, as if to suggest that, oh, some of them, we could just treat them with levity. I will get to the cases that he cited about, oh, some involving the creation of new districts, what is happening at SAL. So there will always be these matters, and there will not be little. In any event, we say that nothing irreparable will happen if this court does not. What this court rather is invited to do is to do something that I don't think is constitutional, because it is a process that must be followed. And all of the things that they are urging on this court are capable of being decided and determined and catered for in that process as we speak. Why are they thinking, in fact, the key question that came from the bench, which still hasn't been answered, is why don't we trust, and the Constitution has given the power to do it, why don't we trust that the president will do it? Unless there's no such allegation too. So, in every way, there's nothing new in this particular matter.
But the issue, Mr. Sorry, the issue is, do you, your client, Parliament as an institution, if Parliament as an institution agrees with them, yes, that there is a missing vital link in the considerations they should have done, why should it allow this court and allow the executive and allow the country to be expending energy on this question? If you agree with them, correct your omission. If you don't agree with them and you insist that you have done all that needs to be done, then say so. Oh, but you can't present a vacillating position even if there is a gap, it can be fixed between the two institutions. Has there been a violation or hasn't there been a violation? If you agree there's a violation, can you go and fix your violation? If there hasn't been a violation, can you say so? So that there's a determination of that. Very well,
I think that is the point where I lost you. The submission I made to this court is that there is no violation. And I read the rule saying that, does the bill make provision for? All I hear is that it is likely to have the following impact. Does it make provision for taxation? Or does it have a provision which says, in respect of this particular matter, it should be charged on the consolidated fund? It doesn't have any such provision. All they submit to this court is that there is a likelihood that that will happen. And I'm saying there is no such violation. Indeed, I have attached to my affidavit in opposition Parliament's reaction to the Attorney General's position. The current one, the prevailing one, filed on May 20th, 2024, Exhibit 3. And I've referred in my affidavit particularly to paragraph 7.13 at page 8. So all of his impact analysis issues he's talking about. Yes.
You are speaking about your affidavit in opposition of 20th May?
Yes, my lady.
It's made up of 7 pages.
No, my lady, there are exhibits.
Which exhibit?
There's exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3.
Yes, my lord has found it.
Yes, okay. Please go on.
Yes, so my lords realize that in paragraph 7.13, Parliament's committee notes that the committee wishes to indicate that the concerns of the Attorney General have been taken care of in the committee's proposed amendments. That is very clear. That all of the issues that the Attorney General said, oh, he advised them on, Parliament did. The court is referred also and the court is referred also to paragraph 8.2.
Short paragraph.
No,
the three-line paragraph.
Well,
is what took care of the Attorney General's concerns.
And in that paragraph, it's a well-loaded paragraph. It says, it is being, oh, wait, my lord. It says, it attaches, my lord, look at Appendix A of it. They have listed all the various amendments. And actually in paragraph 8.2 also, it says, in the light of the above constitutional imperatives, the committee decided to seek the opinion of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice on the bill. The Attorney General's concerns were duly considered. I think we should trust Parliament too. That this is a report coming from Parliament, that these concerns that are now relied on by the Attorney General.
I think I'm understanding you in this light. You are submitting that there has been a determination by the person presiding in these clauses.
First of all, yes. Secondly, their contention based on the clear tenor of the rule cannot be correct. Thirdly, all of these matters can still be taken care of in the legislative process.
This is where I come back to my position.
No.
I have one position. Have you contravened? If you have contravened, you want to go and repair? And if you haven't contravened, say so that don't push us into writing. Don't. We start here. It's 12:30. If you haven't contravened, have a firm position on that.
Yes,
then we know what to do.
That is so. Mm-hmm. And there's a report from Parliament which confirms that. And they've not spoken about it.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Let me just ask. The Honorable Attorney General was talking about a process which is ascertainable.
Yes.
You understand? Now, what can you put before this court to satisfy us, to enable us ascertain whether the constitutional duty that was imposed on the person presiding had been duly complied with? What evidence do you have in your processes?
Exhibit 3 is clear.
Which one? Which one?
3, the one that I've just read to you, said that it is in reference directly to what the Attorney General put before Parliament. It says that.
But Mr. Sorry.
Yes.
If you look at 7.1.3.
Yes, my lady.
The committee wishes to indicate that the concerns of the Attorney General have been taken care of in the committee's proposed amendment.
Yes, my lady.
If I have concerns and I convey them to you, should you say that you have taken care of them so I should be satisfied?
Or
I should be satisfied by what you have done, that my concerns have been addressed, in which case I will stop complaining.
Or you should show me what you have done, rather than tell me that you have done it.
My lady, between Parliament, which has the power to decide or to proceed in the manner in which it is proceeding, and which had no obligation to, even in terms of the legislative process, to seek the Attorney General's opinion. It sought the Attorney General's opinion and assured the Attorney General that, yes, I have satisfied your position. And that's the last point between the Attorney General and Parliament.
But respect.
But if you say you have satisfied the concerns of Attorney General, how?
And
in terms of their proposed amendments.
Mr. Sorry,
Yes.
respectfully, this is the bone of contention here. Here, the applicant said you should have attached a fiscal impact analysis to the bill. Then the Attorney General said there should have been a determination even on record. And third, within the bill, there are clear provisions that require a charge on the consolidated fund. And there has been nothing attached to show how the mathematics, the money, the cedis and the dollars are going to be determined, and that this is the requirement. Is it your suggestion that the arithmetic is not a requirement?
It is, first of all, not a requirement. It will only be a requirement if, first of all, the bill, the Attorney General had got up and read part of the bill, which showed a charge on the consolidated fund. And I've made this argument so many times, that the reading of the rule does not require what the Attorney General and the plaintiff are saying. It says if the bill makes provision for. So it would have even been a point to consider if the Attorney General had read one part of the rule to say which of them imposes a charge on the consolidated fund in order for us to even to go into a further interrogation of this matter.
We will wait for your submissions on that in the substantive action.
Very well. And my Lord, this court made that determination in the same application that came before this court, that it will rather abide the substantive hearing of the matter in order for us to go into to these issues. So that is the first point. And I'm saying, in any event, the legislative process doesn't end with the full and final debate. It still continues. Yes, because the bill could still come back to Parliament based on all of these arguments, brilliant arguments that have been made in this court. It could still come back to Parliament. And so it will be a presumptive injunction at the moment, because the process hasn't been exhausted to where all of this cannot be done, even if they were not done. That is the point that I was making. I've always been making. That first, the provision doesn't say so. Two, assuming without conceding, Parliament still retains residuary jurisdiction to deal with that. If he thinks that his opinion with Parliament says it has dealt with, has not been dealt with, he should advise the final person to refer it based on this, because they didn't take into consideration that. But at the moment, we'll be presumptively injuncting something that has no likelihood even of perhaps of becoming law whatsoever. And the questions that earlier came from the bench were quite clear.
So, Mr. Sorry, if I get you right, the legislative process comes to an end only when the president signs the bill into a law.
Yes, my Lord.
If he doesn't sign the bill into law, it's still in the process.
Absolutely. It's in the Constitution, Article 106, Clause 8. It is clearly stated that the president can decide whether to assent. He has three options: either to assent, or take it back to Parliament and say, Parliament, look at the following provisions. They impact the consolidated fund. So can you amend them? And Parliament has an obligation to look at it. Or it could even decide that before taking it back to Parliament or sending it back to Parliament, consult the Council of States. So all of these options, the plaintiff and the first defendant, they are not satisfied. They say, oh, let's assume that that process will still not be done. Let's assume that even when I advise, as the principal legal advisor of government, when I send my arguments to him that even though I had advised Parliament, Parliament said they had done what I said they should do, but didn't do it. So tell them to go back and look at it. The position now is that let's presumptively injunct the situation. And the string of authorities that have been before this court, starting from the Welfare Kwaku to Ransford France to Haruna Idrisu,
oh, Mr. Sorry.
Yes,
Mr. Sorry. If you want to cite a case, kindly do so that we can consider it.
Oh, very well.
You know, for instance, Welford Kwaku was cited.
Yes. Ransford France was cited.
So if you want to add to the cases, do so.
There is Haruna Idrisu and two others, which even makes. Yes. It is writ number J1/9.
Is this the e-levy matter?
E-levy matter. I can cite it as such unless you give me leave.
That matter has not been settled. It's only...
No, that was an injunction application that came before the court.
Wait. All right. So you are referring to the ruling on the injunction application?
Yes. In which the court even applied the presumption of regularity. There is in the Buri number 1 versus Attorney General. Also. It's 2013 to 2014, 2 in the Buri number 1. (2013 to 2014) 2 Supreme Court of Ghana law reports at page 1134.
Repeat the citation. I was consulting with my predecessor.
It's 2013 to 2014, 2.
the decision of the the first time since 1957, Parliament ought to be given opportunity of expressing their view. That is why I do so. But may I then quickly?
No.
My lady, you realize that even though they've had 2 bites and I'm just having a small bite, you still want to. Oh no, this is on a lighter note. Then the last case of Kwabena. And the learned Attorney General cited the case of Abu Ramadan, in which the court said, well, it will intervene in every instance in which an arm of government or an independent body is crossing the line. But a key point that was made in that case is the fact that when we are dealing with discretion, the court's position is not to substitute its discretion for that of the person who is required to exercise that discretion. And in this particular case, we have the prayer for eventual determination by the court is even twofold. One, the manner in which the discretion should be exercised. Whether if the person presiding decides that in the position of the person presiding, this will be his position. And the court has said in the Amanda other case that when we get to that bridge, we will cross. In fact, that bridge is still far away. Because by the time it gets to the presidency, for him to exercise all of that, it will be dry, and they'll fix it. And so, my lords, when we now get to the specific ingredients that my learned friend, the plaintiff, was making as to the fact that they had made out a prima facie case and all of that, I've already submitted to the court that in every constitutional matter, constitutional issues will be raised. But in the one-sided decisions of this court, the court has always thought that it should not interfere with the powers of another arm of government, especially when, unlike in the Ghana independent broadcasting case, there is no imminent I've seen a newspaper publication, and yes, I'm referring to the fact that an official document of Parliament in this particular court, I'm urging on the court, and the court needs more. As for a newspaper, we don't want to consider it. But in any event, the question arises, and the Attorney General rightly pointed out, that if it is true that these persons were attacked and their human rights were violated, this is not the forum. Just like the argument that we should transpose the fiscal impact analysis requirement in an act of Parliament and bring it into the Constitution so as to bring it within the jurisdiction of this court for determination. That matter is already before the High Court, between us. So we can't be bringing that matter to the attention of this court and ask this court to make a determination on that. Then, on the balance of convenience, the authorities make it clear. Once it is within the province of Parliament to determine these issues, and the matter is still going through the process, this court will be presumptively injuncting a situation that does not arise and will never arise. At all, there's no danger at all. In fact, in this, I've amended that position. There is no danger at all, especially that. You amended the word danger.
All right, Mr. Sorry, do I understand you to be saying that, correct me if I'm wrong, Parliament hasn't concluded the processes. So at this stage, injuncting Parliament is not the way to do.
Absolutely. So far as the legislative process
you are so so their deliberating includes transmitting and all them. You are so telling us that Parliament hasn't concluded its work so far as this bill is concerned.
Absolutely not. And
therefore, at this stage, injuncting Parliament, an arm of government, is not the way to go. Is that your argument?
Absolutely. In fact, that argument has a double, is two-pronged. Yes, but that argument is even two-pronged. First of all, it has not concluded because of the likelihood that it could still come back to Parliament. Once there's always that likelihood, yes. Two, even if that were the case, the legislative position is that that bill can stay as a bill for as long as it will stay as a bill. Because unless assented to, it won't be a bill. It won't be an act. It won't be an act. And so, once the court itself has noticed, why is the Attorney General who could advise the President to refuse assent, saying that this court should injunct a process that is capable of taking care of itself? That the President has too many options. My lady, I'm sorry. The President has too many options insofar as this particular matter is concerned. And so this court should not be intervening in a matter so clear as this. And as for the arguments about the seriousness and the gravity, I have already answered that every matter that comes before this court is of grievous consequences once the Constitution is mentioned.
Are you almost done?
Oh, I can actually wind up. But I've referred, because it didn't come out earlier, but there was this point about the Road Traffic Act 2. That was a private member's bill that had similar consequences. And it was assented to. The President could have decided not to assent to it, even though it has had the same consequences. No fiscal impact analysis matter, which should not even arise in this court, was raised. And there's no question as to whether there was a detailed note by the person presiding, whether it will have that impact or not. So on all of the tests, on all of the facts, this application should not see the light of day. It should abide the fate of all such applications that have come before this court. We pray accordingly.
Just a quick point to assist the court. My point in the settlement of case by my late friend, counsel for the first defendant. My lady would note at page 5, a settlement of case filed on 14th March 2024. The first defendant admitting to
in the substantive suit. This is the application.
Yes, my agree. But the admitted facts there are very important. Because he admits the absence of a fiscal impact analysis nor a document detailing the financial implications. Then he also admits, most materially, that the first defendant referred the bill to the committee without an opinion as to whether or not the bill imposes a financial burden on the state. So I think the question asked by my Lord Justice Gawu, sitting on your right respectfully, has been answered. Now, indeed, the first defendant actually admitted in his case that he didn't actually present an opinion. And that is why I was actually unable to point to an ascertainable record by which the first defendant expressed an opinion as to whether there had been compliance with Article 108.
Honorable Attorney General, I thought that you were actually going to speak to a legal point, but you haven't spoken to it, and I'm not going to invite you to speak to it.
One.
No.
But the rest are legal.
Yes, thank you.
Right.
But if you notice, Mr. Sori raised, one of the grounds for seizing jurisdiction over a constitutional matter is if there is a dispute regarding the meaning of, and his position is that Article 108, the focus should be on whether the bill makes provision.
Yes.
And your position, which echoes that of the applicant, is what Article 108 is saying is that whether the focus should be on imposition of a charge.
Yes. Especially my focus is a bill which has the effect.
The effect
of imposing a charge.
Of imposing it.
Especially, I actually say that indeed, if the court were to look at the manner in which similar provisions have been formulated in previous constitutions of the Republic, the court would note that it's actually the effect of such a bill that is important. So the words or the phrase makes provision for, the phrase makes provision for does not make a difference at all. Because in the 1957 Constitution, the provision was more direct. As in, it stated as follows. Article 41, Clause 2. The formulation was in these steps. Except with the recommendation or consent of the Governor General signified thereto, the Assembly shall not proceed upon any bill.
He's re-arguing, He's re-arguing completely.
I beg your pardon?
He's re-arguing.
No, my lady, I'm seeking to answer your point as to whether the words or the phrase makes any provision, makes any difference at all. But I'm saying that it doesn't make any difference at all.
Give me a minute, sir. Mr. Sori, you will notice that you, as respondent, first respondent, introduced this. You introduced this point of the necessity of putting the focus on the words makes provision for. So I think it's appropriate that the Attorney General.
My lady, I don't know that he got up, he read the provision entirely. And so if I get up and I'm responding to his arguments, I say, look, the provision is not just what you are reading, it includes this. I don't see what, it is now in the court's province to decide which of the competing arguments to deal with. Otherwise, at every point in time that the provision, then the other persons also get up to urge his view. And I can get up and edge another part of it that shows why it is not correct. So it's not a table tennis battle between me and him. He read it. He had every opportunity to draw the court's attention to each part of it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Most grateful.
Lady, I'm quite surprised that when the court asks a question related to a specific matter, I cannot address the court on it. But my answer to the court, with all respect, is that the words makes any provision for does not make a difference at all. Indeed, it is the effect of the bill that the provision in the Constitution is concerned with. So the concern with Article 181 is the effect of the bill. And respectfully, I submit that it is buttressed by the manner in which the similar provision had been previously worded in other constitutions in the nation as right.
Thank you very much.
There was also a point made by my late friend about the fact that the determination had been made again a point of law. But the point of law is that the determination is not by the Committee of Parliament. And therefore, the exhibit my late friend relied on, which is exhibit 3, the report to the Committee of Parliament, is irrelevant. It's a determination by the Speaker or the person presiding. And indeed, the determination is made even before the referral to the committee. The determination required by Article 108 is actually at the beginning, it's at the front of the process. It's not in the middle or at the end. It's a determination at the front of the process. That is why the prohibition in Article 108 is very important. It says Parliament shall not proceed unless... So
your point is captured.
That's true. Again, another last point is that, indeed, the cases that my friend indicated that concern themselves with the introduction of an ally in Parliament. And it's urging on the court the fact that those cases related to the introduction of an ally in Parliament, and for that matter, they are different from this one. Really, the difference is, with all respect, does not arise at all. There's no difference at all. They all have to do with laws passed by Parliament, or laws that were supposed to be dealt with by Parliament. Indeed, an ally or a tertiary legislation forms part of the body of laws in Article 11, Clause 7 of the Constitution. Article 11, Clause 1, respectively, of the Constitution.
AG, what he said was that because he used the word danger, because after 21 days it was going to ripen into a full law. So there was a danger, let me quote it, danger, irreparable damage when 21 days passed and then it will ripen into a law. That was why they injuncted the process.
Mr. Lord, there's no such danger at all, because Article 11, Clause 7 actually also imposes on Parliament a remedy. Parliament has the power to annul such a bill. So there's no such danger at all. Very respectful. Very respectful.
Or submissions. The court will rise for a few minutes.
You may resume your seats, or you can stretch.
Kwabena ewo Nkranza yedamo ase. Mame fana se ema me YouTube platform Citizen TV Ghana obetimi ya join ye from eho na obehu ye kama. All right, so I have some few messages here. And best share prices of goods. Enti obetimi ni e dim komo. Tell us, ade bi awoto just last week.
The big hospital. So, Papa.
Yes, so, Ma. Government is building teaching hospitals, district hospitals, polyclinics, and health centers all across Ghana.
New schools, new roads.
What?
Here they be, Papa. Yes, over 1,500 basic school projects, 60,000 laptops, and over 6 million textbooks for the students.
Wow.
Masa moye dede.
Papa, because of small construction, you are happy. So,
not just construction, madam. This government has provided over 120,000 jobs through the Youth Employment Agency, and over 400,000 are employed directly on government projects.
We are waiting for change.
Oh, don't worry, my sister. There's more ahead. This is just the beginning. Just let me continue driving.
Yes, don't call me. Come and see, come and see. Follow me to see change.
Hey! Now you are talking. Change has come.
Driver, my NCY, we don't want to stay here.
You want to trust someone who has not proven himself?
Don't worry, I'll wait for you.
Let's go.
We are in this together.
Welcome to change. Are we walking?
Where's the bus?
Don't worry, our bus is bigger and better than that one. Change is coming.
Is
this the change?
Oh, don't you touch me. Come back, oh.
Driver, let us back. Thank you. Now shall we begin our journey? You don't have to look far. Change isn't coming. Change is already happening all around you. Vote for John Mahama in the 2016 election. JM Tuaso.
So, my catch every time we copy December. I'll keep on reminding you your duties as a good citizen. And the reason why you must take keen interest in getting John Mahama back. Makasem we actually Ghana for say system no sesa. Now media practitioners have come to the realization. They say only media ni bia shia omo jai me neutral neka. Yeah, but omo support to Akufo-Addo ne Bawumia no de omo ntimi hye danka. Enti woti so bi yesem ye neutral pe oye Bawumia ene Akufo-Addo. Yeah. Unya ti so bi ye neutral pe. Omo boys SP Kwame Sefaka adwane agya omo. Oye say ono onye neutral bi. Yeah. That's a fact. Makachire mo. We share media practitioner be or catch us say oh yeah. You see, you must be fair. But it's never true there is anything called a neutral. You see, in a situation like what we find ourselves in, you can't be neutral. No. You can't be neutral in a situation like this. even in the military, even in the police, and that is why omokotu omwaba. So no, it's not possible. There is no way. Maybe so another option be a vibranter. Yes. Now Oral and Martin for once I show the way. As much as some of us believe that Oral Martin Efre Kufuadunum is talk muno, at least somebody, even when it take even 7 years of Alan Martin to come to the realization that no, these people are doing something wrong, let me walk away. At least Ora Alan Martin accepted the pace. Say uwo amayukuo mu na se amayukuo no sebe obi abaji amayukuo no de say oman no. Akufo-Addo by nature is evil. For whatever reason and whatever minimum the crazy ya Ninsa etmika MPP, and he decided to use MPP to destroy a beautiful country like Ghana. It's so sad. There be America, me of a kandapa, but they are very guilty. The way I'm running this country down, destroy on my way. No, offense ni ba and yes, sir. What me say on mine, a whole country like Ghana, what me destroy on mine, no simple. What say on mine? And sometimes me share people for supporters. I ask myself so many questions. And sometimes I say 1 minute or worse nibi. Say Nkrumah trade fair esiwo. Went me anye trade fair ni ye. Wabebu trade fair na gu. Atwitwa nsase no. Mudi besisi apartment. How can you do this? Mini Penny Magdan, how can you do this, bro? How can you do this, bro? Bro, how can you do this, Magdan? How, bro? And now make a some way. Ebeka Bayer 1 week ama makoyeme mamie ye. Magdan called me. We had conversation on phone. And make a migrate no. I won't waste that 5 minutes to beg you for money. No, I won't do it. But I'll tell you what I think. When I go to bed, I cry. No, ye nipa. So Yahoo from so why not? We will go wrong. NDC, they had their own shortfalls. But you see, even in their shortfalls, almost try say almost by ye BB at the access they respect Ghanaians. The late Jifativo with Smarties, Bars branding contract. Yes, Abroso. Government issue a letter. We issue a statement. Former Chief of Staff Julius Debra was among side Scano. Sat Yadukras can say 300,000 Ghana cedis say. More returns can back to government coffers. At least Obuo respect Ghana for ye dede. Obiako dim komo. So nya $1 million or no wajai politics. Tape ne pie. President Mahama said there be enya me government mua. Enya se nipa ne fa yo. But when they don't respect Ghanaians. In the sometimes one show you the kind of adjectives I be use so no obi tinchen so wonye but wo hwe san krofo wei ahiafo akufuado hiani kan ofriata ne ho basa gabinum nipa afo wei no omo afo man Ghana or mine to say Ghana was say or mine in the trade fair no abu no twitwa no see the besi apartment. How trade fair was feeding almost about 1,000 families. And right me we said do chemalo atwete ayibi atrense asia omo atwitwa eton. Almost say police, one of the police, enya had no police facilities ne back you know so omoton just range omoton on the baba be hotel e dia benkwa e dia ya wodi wi ase kwai yesi John Kuma assistant $30 million a good account mu or the $1 crack. Yes, you do it for Nchirima, and so what? O my etofe, ye tafre hon, ye mene. O my etofe, ye tafre hon, ye ntamo mene. Na si ye tam emene, en kwa mama me toso. And this a Ghana for. Say ya trans say ya said me demo sha se ma mo ehun ye no. Always remember we have a duty, we have a charge. Obia antai obia no obia ni asem bia maka me Ekufuado ontwa da bi anaba omia ontwa da bi enemy aye bibia bo me ntwa da bi no o ma aye bibia seba omi aye bibi na metiase ana makoba omi afie me nkwaya hwe wo me nkwaya hwe ewo me nkwaya hwe menini nkobo bia di ewo wiase o e Ghana ni me Ghana ni. But the question is inti adia oye or mine eye. So when you tell me oye neutral, I find it very difficult. Say enya wo mo a de obi abebi anye ye kwaku bako can criticize Rollins, criticized NDC for 8 years. He was on the neck of Rollins. The lies in Tro. Kwakubako is a liar. Bombay, the crusading guy, the Indiano, a liar, a certified liar. He was born a liar. No, the Abakokra, a liar. We didn't throw Ghana for sir. Yes, you know, we didn't throw. We didn't throw to Paula Focoso. Ukroma, we didn't throw. Making a church on Yeman Bebrea. We didn't throw. Kwakuba Kwasa in America. No office were here, Bombay. One of media practitioners in Penifua, Wama Abua, destroy Ghana. Kwakubako. Kwakubako. We dibone, Kwakubako dibone, we di my way bone. Those who aided the Kufuado to take over, Omo di my way bone. But you see, and yes, I know Amunimo, not Amunim said you sit here, but not Omo Obi Edna power to loot the country. So maybe we are on my no keke. That's all. No more per that opportunity. In the time of Bobie Ansah was Sempano, as a wire stumbling block, guy moving free or what do I care? 8 years ni. What they say? Bobie Ansah ewo different market ya ekufu aduma meko ena multimedia kwasi twum ni asempa FM force wo different market omo no mo kwa antos omo tontos can 10 cities ena Bobie Ansah kwa ni mienu di ama no 10 cities ye nyina ya to de pe fu ya to de pe okwa restaurant ye nyina ya GS ka the same VAT increment ebi a pot ena wo de niam abedura omo be wave tax ama because aban ni mo me nkofa bibia mfira brochire minima brochire kwai minima lu preside esi fono me nkofa he mini visa me wi asia me ba me hu visa mienu America and South Africa de baako asa we no kra ma nyusu me nkoba bia me nkoye he ankobia hene mia minie. The fact of the matter is, you see, say me am protected and near my one watchna ye benyamane. And that is the reason why those who have chosen the path to see to say John Mahama NDC will come back. Ye mama iko. And my cousin we actually say Senka option be wa. Apart from NDC, John Mahama, make our advocacy and try and so on. Yent means say or mine on the young may I da many slightest idea say John Mahama NDC they want to destroy this country. No, I'm done. I'm not a fool. I'm not stupid. But if within 4 years, what do you have? President Mills and 20. President Mills 3 years and now Akufo-Addo did not them say, oh yeah, Professor Doolittle no. Yeah, President Mills and Ghana in the biggest investment. Atuabo gas. Michamu oko elembele. Uko hum project na esiwanwa. Phase 2 up to date. President Mills name Mahama see area no. Kwame phase 2. Yes. So Akufo-Addo boy na sese ayi no Akufo-Addo boy no on friend say sa boy no ni din say o kasa tia ayi John Mahama any NDC nyina no phase 2 no atob gas phase 2 esiwo. Even with that na Akufo-Addo didi atamios atem say oye yarefo na Gabi wey efre atamios kraman ba. Yeah, Gabi fun we Gabi watch that ko futa fun tantan sa no. No fra Thomas pudo kramamba. Enye to kromo ultra article oko radio so sa no frɛ no. Obi amfrɛ Gabi antu ne fu da sɛ Atamios ye pani na ade a wo ye ne nye nobody. Or you show Akufo-Addo Statesman newspaper. Obi anko Google na mo nkohwe. Today, I know when we complain about insults. When me nyama ma ye no kroma. Even with that, not John Mills Mahama, they were working. Go and pick the economic indicators. Inflation rate. Go and pick it. Check. Ya kan ya bre to be say ankofa figures ne ma ave de o ye eduru ba bi Atamios ne dofo ene ma ayi single delegate no John Mahama ye vice president onka ho oh nanado the free SHS aba nanado ne Bawomia na the free SHS aba oh Bawomia nka ho no ye vice president no enye wono ne boa nanado Kwame anyase bia ya no obi asede didi o matemo onu am kasa timi se oni aboa na kasa complete oni am pipini kasa unwie no unim se aboa dwan na ne kasa no because asmo meka bia no odwene wa nti ase Atamios na ye na say Atamios single delegate in the Atamios and Bawomia na your mama no your vice president no or no there no oh Atobo gas Atamios and meanwhile at another breath you hear them NDC omunyahwe na time is no PNC I don't know CPP owia no abeka kire say Akufo-Addo aye free SHS na ba omi aye ade so obu Akufo-Addo man ye nti obetimi aye omman nto aso ye ogoka na Bobie ye wo faase na ye nyina ye asantefo na ye nyina ye akanfo na odidi atem asema wo kan wajimi na me ka say jai na ugu ye animu ase ya asantefo ne akanfo ugu ye animu ase wajimi jai ka we me ka we akwa makabone even during that time the insults yeah kaya ye for no kuma say no mo from John Mahama hey mama that's what name no mama tan no mfre kaya ye for me ko man po me ko ma me ayi no ediom de frɛ ba omia wo MPP mu o asantfo ni share ti abesebese we share BB for boys bi o ma me stress ah that was the diam de frɛ no but me anyam na meka because it's against a particular people tinyam na me bie manu aka wo ha na aka se Bobie say but ba omia nim ediom de frɛ no MPP mu no Achambi. Achambi. So, look, if we are talking about development, yempiem, yendin komo. It's not a matter of obi a MPP ni, obi a NDC ni. No. Me Bobie Ansah, I'll vote for NDC, I'll vote for John Mahama. I'll campaign hard, and I'm campaigning. Me from 2016, me who made that. The reason me say, always let me believe say Akufo-Addo ne ba omia omo me she. They won't do anything. In my heart, na me nim when me trim say, no, these guys, they are just coming to destroy the country and walk away. And power must say what my mua. Trade fair. You trade fair. Aton. ADSC apartment. Ah, Nkrumah. Behiwachi o Bema. Behiwachi. Behiwachi. Ah. Trade fair. Na kwa mintwe nya bibia mo ase a uja ibon kro no. Trade fair. Hey. Oh, but the Akufo-Addo ni trimoding. Akufo-Addo na busu afom trimoding papa. Onye ni papa. Trimoding. I wonder Omo mbuano mani disa abone no minim sunsum ne akomakora wo mumu mimintimi mwani pa mani ndi bone sa. No, I can't. No way. No way. Wafabi eye yeso omo se NDC twitwa bi wo ye friend say aviation say adenta area or baby. You see, what do you mean me problem with this MPP administration? Akufo-Addo enya kwaso obe reset on mine no. And the sign is for atwitwa bia. Oba ye no anu Bobie aviation lands una utwae. Fabra Bobie asidan also no more brogu. It goes back to the government. And say the bibi ema state no. Kwame Kwase yes ya wo government land una Akufo-Addo at his age and his experience eya ne wanya wo amamuom no na onyame ama no kwase on reset of mine no because me hunu de ntia say NDC ni jimi no akofa akowia abaya de na say ya yere wo say asase no ye me dede me Bobie me nya bi kura da unless maybe it's not true. But when evidence abound, no, why should we go? But you see, say NDC for bia, and you may use sa opportunity them they say or mine no more. Tiemu destroy bibia. Yeah, I don't know, but what they may train. One baby and attention prenum ko wiaye no. Esino enra na dwume kofa o. Me also matu am na donko. Na obi aka ho asema kire me. Me ni details. So I won't touch on it. But ye busabusem. Kwa me ode ya kofa ohwe. Oh, amasa say construction o. Also free now ko baby a omoton cars filling station na baby omoton cars. Timo amu information about sa eho no. Mo betimi aboa ya mo mboa ye. Nenka trade fair uja na mo sino modern trade center. Eya amai eba hwe osu se osu lord kwam anu mo ye fail so mo ye sa anua ayinu a sa ya brofo no bani ade osu lord kwam because omo tonton sa African artifacts ni sa na mani nyina enke ye trade fair ene ye omo bia no so even omo apart from Chalote no omo other fairs like yeah they do there omo tonton niema exactly enka trade fair enka trade fair sa trade fair no if you can do it market centers yards ubet bi nya club nyina wom yeah ubet bi nya club wom 24 hours e wono jome bibia wom ubet bi nya hospital wom ani bre bone hwe and you see Bobie Ansah so man no a Bobie would do worse so to trotrom na wotie mi a Bobie Ansah ka man no a Bobie would do worse things obed dibone body Bobie no bedi Bobie no bedi omo be worse things Bobie be make sure say Ghana beba ne Mali beba be yepe omo background Ghana to make sure say Ghana ni Mali ni Niger status ayepe they will destroy Ghana and walk away. Bobie Ansah so Ghana mu a ebe yamwa dia mi isa documentary no a me pesa me ma obodo wadwene ko wachi na o hwa adwuma jomama ene ne nkrofo yeye. Then you look at the 8 years of this reckless man. Omo dibone ankasa obi frame free tamale nra ese tamale sports stadium side government land bidda ho se baby a omo enkrofo no obia no state capture the biam do mo say boom bibia Adia bia wombenya bia omu wia. Me anya me nwanwa say they are even thinking about selling the castle to themselves. Yeah, now the castle. Yeah, someone on Teshi Ranger castle, they can do it. Yeah, they can do it. Me anyam ngwa. Anyam ngwa say castle. Yeah, national monument. Omo ba woman be by tape be say be there too. Your friend say sa Accra Central Land no. Your friend Accra Central Land the baby a Debbie Accra say o ma je ho a center. So mo aje ho stress wo no mo hunu de omonye. Lady be by tape say be there too aton amanu or something. Ebenezer Mukhtar Bobie, last Sunday the MPP branded Ayalolo buses and drove them to Liberia with immigration and police officers leading them with pickups. So I want to ask, have they sold out those buses? I don't know, but they can do it. Neil says Baumia is too weak and a very dishonest politician. Anyway. Okay, so Ansah says the Baumia government is the best ever in the history of Ghana. Look at rules, interchanges, free SHS, breaking the 8 is possible. Greatest lawyer Michael Kwei. Yo. Commander Akufo-Addo and the MPP in conjunction with the Agric Ministry declared planting for food and jobs, of which they spent so much money in it for all these years. They claim what is it? Ukraine. Okay, many I am saying last one. Ruto the enemy basso. Maybe I'm a dear friend. I say video no. Oh, but some me point it also here. Almost say oh my no. Almost say oh my no. Nkrumah trade fair. Nkrumah. Peshuachi. Sana bevyoma obatani sana bevyoma. Sana bevyoma obatan sana bevyoma. Sana bevyoma obatani sana bevyoma. Sana bevyoma obatan sana bevyoma. When you leave a country like Ghana in the hands of a criminal, I wish me near Penny Magdan ni hunni mubi. Mi busa Magdan say na Apia Stadium jina phone so. Mi busa Magdan say nti adia onua Mark adia moye nti eye. Bobie emenya hwe say din komo. I actually me I don't hide what I think and how I feel. In see what my life mudda. And when I do that, it's not because I don't like you. It's because I think there is something awkward going on. No. In fact, one person I like so much is Magdan. He was my hero. Say me data me wo enye BBA deceive me. Kwame, I can beat my chest and tell you that Magdan is one of the few successful business guys and politician and making no. And this time you are not Magdan, you okay. Oh yeah. And this time, so this for a resource and I can't tell. But Madam, from what I have heard and the information, Madam is one of the few guys. And your politician be the Kotam Scabreno. To people say, why? I don't think I'll join in with why? Gabi. Who's cannot Gabi? No, Gabi. We know them. This up, Gabi. Who know as Antipedia to that time? Ubefe. Yes, you know more salam down. You know more Islego, you know more Nekoba. Throw more trosso, throw. And then me situation cry. Throw more trosso. Kwame was say I started hearing of Magdan shipping. We're back. So what happened? Magdan you now. What is it? Why must you join these people? Now look at the trade fair. And forever, Magdan, society be boarding forever. Here, as Antikasa we say, Dimbo and Timiwa at the town tuma. You may feel like you bomb it dear na day. No, you bomb it dear na day. Now BB. If you don't pay for it today, your next generation will pay for it. Ode ya monko akufo adum fio nkola no junkies no do so rough. Here, on mine, ubedi on mine boni o. You pay for it. Wasifo be triaka. Ti some people we just pray God say ma your next generation in who sa microphone be bill ba omianum trimo de nankasa hey microphone business o ma destroy microphone dan o ma bu agu. Look at that NDC ebe wini election say security anya tight wo Ghana ha masa adia be koso no because omo di bone now make us be akire mo Medimube rural Kenya and just watch what is happening in Kenya. The Vice President Ruto then now oye Sesia President no now oye Vice President Emma Uhuru Kenyatta. Onuya Kwaba.
Ejoso.
I also follow Kenya.
May follow pa. Me follow pa.
Oh yeah, no, you're vice president for Uhuru. And a drew election of Bekachre almost say, oh no, Uhuru Akontokwa. And even they staged, managed Omontokwa Nibi. And Uhuru, a Ruto Kachre, Kenya for say, taxes are ne boss, a dear gu almost no. Onu obaba be twani nyina mu afiri ho energy to okojina campaign platforms wa die onu ne boss na ka bomaye no oh no adi ne boss atem
say eno be na esa strategy nanu say Baumia esheda koruto you see a chrome ano 4194 no emododo na na wa be musisia Baumia said that call Kenya Ansah na Ruto.
No, are you sure?
I'm telling you. Any Nikodin komo. And the Ruto win we no. The first campaign messenger LPP the buyer. No, I'm say if it can happen in Kenya, it can happen in Ghana. the vice president.
Check him, mommy.
Okay, no.
Check him, mommy.
Said the vice president of Kenya about being president. Now, when I start time, no move beat Raila Odinga. I mean, was that Raila not you know? Say all of a sudden, Uhuru Kenyatta and then the vice say Omo now. Oh no Uhuru na sada be support Odinga say Odinga so power
or the one tansan
aba be kan ho
aba be so
ara mu so Odinga enter what opposition ja adwene mu amre the same thing ana go fo ye wa say yen said anya said na Akufo Addo ye bia no ye mpe enu ti 11 a ukokan IMF staff level agreement that chese Baumia any kind of Oriata any Addison if about many leading team no and be the best share corner or so about between some question we and ya Ghana for Nabekacha Hana Bekacha there be Ghana for MPP for Nabekacha that's all cannot get and MPP for the same people here or Canada Japan long ago
say Jimmy Dawson
that's a way Jimmy for that's a way you can why only Jimmy Penny are you with me and it will no work as a Jimmy for to a much who say a Jimmy for no and control now Ufri Kennedy one now bad a poor also the Yanche t-shirt so my video getting who said getting more mre Tien Chimagano a Janet Akufo Addo I be a now neck about me and the ball 0.5 about me the lead no I was over about very vessel yeah they chew agree and what is also about between 1.5 billion
yeah
Azawi no mutie what can it try
but ujiri so ntia
oh no one here am say fa ho kwa kodisika aka we no baby a problem wo bia ho no mnya musika na nya covid mu na ba na wo no nya wo no mu say tam
wasisas kana
wasisika ni so mo en go baby a so mo na mo de sayade
omo yare ya
omo yare mu nyina fa head to ye you omo hospital bills ni nura kese omo no ma ti na wonder say eye den na mo fun sika ne sa
say omo afuma ma wabanya no me no me yede
da bi na said no me no we wie ha o because we to mean di kaya yi ni sika obi a what time yo ma sika wonni na on ga so ho beto
so the training o
ja jimi sam no na ya go fa me nu akuma kofi ofusu nkansa chese jimi enko anu atwa picture ba kaya yi ni a wa bob bracelet ko se san go for free downtown eba be se omo nta
na kaya yi ni e wig Brazilian wig 3,000
na kofi ofusu nkansa na ko se sam kwa
ena me di ko to Facebook say awa Muhammad do free and
this typical oba so we say Jimmy Vom to be you on
no 2016 ya to abawie ya na hon mi ko bu say ya so ya deputy PRO say e wo hin e wo why mi ko bu say and say they should tell us how much taxpayers money and o mo twa for sa program no na unim say enra ya reporters ko abontin enkwada no kaya for omu wia unu ska won mom for startup
say
500 Ghana
nya me be tua won mo kapa
500 Ghana
wey o be wa ko hwe book mu no opa aja dem so mo fa o mo ba jatem sika ya locate share ko mom
that is it
o kai say abra ko fi ofosu nkansa ene asumedu eko primary school asante achim o report ma OSP sika wo teacher na so
yes
ya me nya kuma no
yeah
ba de bia me hwe ni di say hey na sa sunsun bone ne ho mo edi wie sika no efiri fa ne bai efiri hefa ano mo de sa
sunsun bone o
sunsun bone no ba ye betu sa spirit we antu a kwabna o ma ne ho nto no se se an me hu se tension ne fa wo afinkofo ye mu hyehyɛ wo mo omo frɛ omo ala ekire omo ewie sika wa wo frɛ oh yeah some of them are calling us. They are beginning to show we are more. And I'm saying that we man free. Because when we are be, we are going who so be we are. They and who young before. Are you with me? And it's Montum Boise. Obia Benyano red card. Says you to one more than point you or more.
We are Fabi. We are
I'm saying, almost to be trouble say. As I should you almost have so sword you have every news. Oh, I capture.
I Chado.
Was that capture also?
Chado.
High territory.
Lie.
Ni Chado.
Ena Samuel Kusudi ni tia bom wo Esanton.
Oh, but for how they hold ya say on here go ne you know your friend say John Boadu ne Westme wu blame no ne yi. How do you one claim?
Wa mo di wa mo tia bom wo ho.
Na man kan tell say o ma to akoto ba bia ayi we yi. new stadium almost Olympic stadium was here and the idea was about a home mato or mato including the other Getty Hospital. No woman for wonderful. I'm telling you, Obwa. A China now last commission way, some of where to do. Civil servants, the public servants, the minister in a year, ab 1 year, we answer. The good thing is that you will to the Guyana. And Sassin, you will to Ivanko. Oboboy, that be and utin Sassinina, you better die Lance Enquiry. Then Sassin Yaba back to the state. And yes, sir, Omana Yachiro, Omana Sassaway. Tasamudia Monquana, Yamacase, Yabenin near Saba, the Scaba, the Tomon Sasse, or Monsas in our primaries. Yakasomun is smart. Omni answer. Who let it be obvious? Yamubi and Quasiafo. Trade fair and Namity trade fair. I was shocked. No better than why shock, eh? And the way Yaja Quadruple, yes, can see. And Yay almost shares. A whole trade fair. Any 37 so many baby ABC apartments or much almost apartment or my research who's a Ghana funny baby that and your man better my to the Bianomba Mesa na Emfa. You see, baby, as you want, none is to be content. What is your year? But trade fair, dear. Sir, Madame no temptina obia koswa esa man for call almost was ni papa buni pa da bi say call ni brand ba Kwabena ni bia sir akufa buni pa so am temptia esa movie the whole Ghana akwa buni pa kunipa ebedu ho because how yeah was citizens arrest or say started to chili by force how say kwasha sem na kosu kuma how wo ba ye the trade fair wo so we see Guana Bobie trade fair more than water. Yen never to a call, acquire the bit in your ma. Would you obey apartment offer? Would you go bottom? How? Now would you go bottom? Be Bia, Yan bottom qua and a boom. Nasa is a Tessie range. Aye, Yaton. Tessie range, Navacoton. There's a being who ever come. And you see, the weakest military Ghana Armed Forces leadership. Me who be that? Na Kwabena me who be that? Yeah, but when you have a president who is a thief, a criminal, sharing with leadership, and to be a Tamadi, no one way I check a no be a free 7 sack comedy. Into the mind about Kobiano, men found or must sort to follow. How? Tessie range. I got on Tessie range. What on Tessie range? Now, what Democrat Brossois, and what them send the bedroom. Ghana military said you see crow no Omar their crowd don't touch it and for one sang cat Kwabena bana wo cat tamalia say be say stadium Omakoto and you go yes assassin governor be oh me so there that koye program tamal udu stage was taxi drivers no on betro where you Habib dia where you Farouk dia where just Jimmy and Gua. No more times what almost answered the church or more crumo. Yafawi. Because I said, Kumase, I want to say bungalows. No, oh, yes, you oh, Yari Ansah. Hey, your friends are Cozy Lodge. Oh, Ansah, about Tom Chrono. Ansah. Yeah, Yanu, one more at almost see. Oma to see Jimu rent to cry doctors bungalows no putting in a hey oh I busa cha oba frekumasi ku fado ayebio what tower so e hono cry dia I want me asempa na ye kuro hine na ayesa dia si ko ore be double joke maze o me asempa na ye kuro hine na ayesa dia no Asampana e crowing in a yes idea. One was what you get to bottom. One or more. I see. When you're Sampana, no, woman in a yes idea. No. Hey, so go for Nidiano Bombay me and Sassay. Nediamano. There would do cause on the Cozy Lodge. Yes, Cozy Lodge, Lane, what they call a that is it. One. The next street, Asampana. Asampana ekuru no ayi omune no ya neti no manya akokoduro omudi sa abone no she ekuru mu ano em say 2025 ade a was ye nyina ye investigators omune na ye sa ade 2025 ahojo wo mo clear Cozy holy kwina Cozy Lodge government lands wo o ma clear ni nyina me say enye se bia
omo asisi bi na
omo siewia omo sante ko agi musika
ko
okay meme na mu kumase
ko ne ko
e ko fa ko twa bi pictures ai
ko na ko hwe na emi amedia
di omo tu ayo ho juno
ko na ko hwe na de gum no mi amedia kwa me gisi wo
I see
gisi wo na emi amedia ko na ko hwe
alhamdulillah ha di omo ya no kwara na dia tete hunu na ya asa ya di agro no
na opani asempa na yekro da eja
asempa na yesu be kuni ba da bia na o me ya kafia die na wujie die pa na wujie ya nche kuro infa na fa half mankofo
wono de just so form
just ya bibem die du die
masa any problem oh and you see almost me afa opinion leaders are yenka omo asem okrum ha
ano mu di se
eno mo no mo ache that is the problem
because one mu ni bia
military hierarchy no would enie police hierarchy would enie
to be sorted
Christian council would enie traditional you share womo ya atitru
na ya sort mu out
ya sort mu nyina
mo nkasa
enti na se enye nkwase asem a how can obia
yes
ono ade ye sika akwa se okofa oil aba gold for oil
ya ye sika gold
on kire ye nipa bra
auto we na de ko
anase se na obedru ahimfia na obone
na ya tutuntoma
se
wo ba de ahimba onu nti on betena asentam sam kwasha kike wona maka kire
me advocate say senka debi
yes
nenka kroma nkola tiagu empanimfo yi so
da bi o metiagu
dia fra himfo no
da bi o metiagu
o hini say nenti o mo se kwa me kroma ba bo ahimfo o jeja wo mo
da bi o metiagu mu a
the most useless people we have in Ghana
about swantuma every akwa tira say o di o wasesa osika so okoto oyela first of all gold na nka say esika
yes
wasesa ko ye nim di o de ko ye so okoto de oye kra ye ko contaminate oye papa why go ye lam ko ba
Russia for oil nom ko
an ko fa ba kro no oye na wo dwie ya
na ya de ne ko ahemfie
ya to ne pro
ni ato ne pro
ai
no, but you see, ama I establish actually in Chima generation when he say apart from chrono, you can never become.
Oh yes.
Yeah, won't be new.
Nah, and the dear when he say, Akwada frɛ so pɛ dwuma bi a wonum de odin kaka kyerɛ obusa sɛ na wonum obi a hɔ ebetumi akɔ akɔhunu na ya dɛ ya pɛ bibia ma no ya fa me kyɛ sɛ obi look national service and my way person national service or person de ho ko ye ne da me a placing one client o my akufo do agani
obi anu kasa obi anu no be kasa on kasa straight down so nka
ya go hu ye just
ubusa na migration ye
but ya wan go hu obi a
nka mpeso me ko hu obi
ai o my be edu no bi wa san kokrofo ya hu omu yi omu nyina nya no ne silver platter
asa akufo do free education ko
bi owo university omu na lead demonstration say ya mo akukọ amanafo no omu nya me be tua san kokrofo yi ka what rules so just about your patch out in hokoda and so national service you not to be
but so unfortunately no they walk into Presbyterian church Methodist Anglican Pentecost omukọ gamanche fie omukọ otunfo fie omukọ yagbonwura fie and when they enter pop and pageantry
na ya jeji won so
na ya cancer
na ya state media graphic front page ya dia boho na enkwasasem no continues
opani bia ntimi nhwe obi anim nka nkyerɛ ne sɛ
na pani nim
kwasiansem na udi no
pani nim
jan kwasiasem no because say state lands na owi a otwa Ghana Armed Forces panin wo momra mudie nie otwa dampare momra musu mudie nie asempa na yekuro hene momra musumudi enie
Ethiopia je share
Christian leadership
Christian council
no waje konfoi otabel no
ma ko jeje omusu ni mu faye go
aglo
sama mi ya daddy no
akronfo
no wa be kan ko se ma kire
mudi enie de obi a de ama no enti what here kasa no na fofo didi lunch ya Bobie akola isu de Bobie akola isu de kasa papa
can
you please give me a bottle of water?
Yes.
And then call up
because I should account to so 1 million can we team
Debbie,
but you bet him. Kwabena yen team because tiemu ye tiemu de bia no ewuro masum ene na emmo diabetes emmo mo nephrology emmo mo yade akese a ntumi so mo yade
almost yi bi friends teacher ni bi ewo GJ de bia se ne bu afu se eya me kase tie kufu adu se de
pa ne sa teacher ni no
na meko no GJ ho na kwa kirechire ni mu na me kirechire ni mu wi onu abehunu se obefa onyeso
so what on the big garbage cheerleader
how can you do this to a country when you say yeah eneka den kwa majuma trade fair asem no ha me saa
ebe how say the ba be see apartment
mentiase
ya fa o manager padie be be
the country is too quiet
no be there say no mo o se kasa na me obekom no obi ya ka cho see apartment there o de form o de for no calculate on na busia
enti yes anya police for nyina na agimi o
dabi
but dampare wo 20 bi wo mu a
wono no capture wo
mu agimi enti ya prepare almost stand by ya be dampare ya be ma for apartment
enti wono
say obi a demonstration ko amonko bo no
go to pepper spray bo
no akwa no am na ye CDS no ya friend pepra
ono so go bo
ono so wo soja for be 20 agimi fo bi a oman no say be say yo
ensayo
and on dia ya they don't use our national so omo said our private crowdform conform free Niger Mali
no ma be di sa
force ano
no mo ko
na omo do mu be demonstration omo because you see at apartment ni wi a unim say sa na omo de soja fo ko gu chadon sase
mo de ya chance asase fire
chance asase ni nyina
na ya omo de ho ye din
yes why omo de omo abun kan for na pam omo say trade fair omo ties wo so what they do is that ade bia omo ba pick bia no omo ni leadership na eche
na wo man chance o ba be kasa ene dire akufo do nsu a wo ko gira ba bia me hand over because obu free say wo mo your friend say omo se mu adu but wo mu nim se bia ye ko no ebedu ba bia akwada be betumi ahwepani aso aka to se down because
omo kodi on ne ma no bi kodi nkomo ba bi say omo no properties omo wo ewo outside no the wo ha no it's nothing
to we sika dia koto Japan outside
because say wo dwene investments a wonne wo yire ne ma mo awie sika ye
ayo ha
kenofori atanom ene de mo aye mi Bobie se so ma we nshi a mi ni hwe o
dabi gade na ase wo no wase wo ko ba bi
mi ni hwe
na wo mu a wa ya mu nsuomu nam
mi ni hwe ene gabi we nya sika to radio
station wata bi wo wachi a mu fitire ya sase car park ne ko aso se bebi esi dan
ni
papa bebi
mi ni hwe eni se wo se what do 8 years a we na person otwa jatumu a
ana say can share
go ahead
and that complain
because me tam me bag ya atare and this a singlet me sapo
anu tira no bi aya na ko program obi kase na ya mu nsuro metime sere sam de ono de wa wie sika na ono to ono nsuro me mo no so suro
me chest
ana le ga wiase no so anya de
one problem no
konfo no nsuro
enka konfo na suro
esori ba ono no aye bold so ono no ebedi nkwasiasem na me ma ba tra so
me pam konfo no me ko suro no
lalai
me lalai me suro konfo
lalai because obi also ka bibia no ya se na funu ma na mu jimie kwa panini kromu ha kwasiasem kwa na obi edi wa
kumase ahojo rage no enclave mu
me say me kwa weekend we da me ko fa pictures aba
boye
so ma fan say you know o ma fan form
ade a o ma ye no wo no mesre Charles o Charles ko kumase akọ Now the fool ni kohwe ade hwe enipa ba ko timi aka bungalows 3 abom wasi
just a Ghana ene dia
sa bungalows no nim say na Kenya University lecturers
no that is it
any doctors confirmed doctors
na doctors ni nya ebuwa kwa chi to mo ma medu
me dey to party na month aba ma to December 7th
no utimi hwe ade no abusa ho say onipa den ya
David
ya John Kuma tie ankrofo na so dia sojafo ko kaso akwamu na odibi ko adwoso no meji asase wei bi ọkọ amfa ba akokra
Dabi
onu say me ye project bi o asase bi na woman bi mu kokobo ndede no me ye project bi asase
use microphone no
me ye project bi asase na chi pe
yeah
da ho na ba onse nipa ye se hwe eniema pa no wo sumgu asase no so no asase bi na maame bi
border room I want also project wo
chire pe direct pe na owu ye no hwe kwan ye fa so a eniema no free wa o ti mo se na onim se ne be ya ankotena se di ni kakra tena se cheye
dabi efum na wo mo fum le mo ya de kitwa wo
I'm so nim say
and
fom no onim da obewu kwan we su efom ni na
ngofo owu nkwase ewu anama kotero se ye bomba nyame nfa ne grace ye sanse mu no ma mo nka bida obi edi asase bone wono nti opemfo bi ewu wo kwan so sika no se de ye kwan ya mfa nye esa no mu nipa bone sem ti hospital bia no se ye nsi na se ni benyame aya adom eyi ni free mu a
se busuefo we
free ba anama kotero nyame nfa ne grace ye san kwase sem ye jaika I was so be a woman investigation. Sa kwa wo by send wo wi aye. Ne ye mum yakopɛ nya me kyɛw sɛ 13 years of man nya 36 years. Me ye twafuru na kyirima. Me afuru e cost free wo kromu ano. Ɛyɛ too serious. Sa kwa fo we.
Say if owu ya ni akosie.
Da akosie na ye twa jaadwo. Me bo club.
India area obo mo bo ma.
Nya mo sɛ.
Mo bufunu papa.
Nya ni anim de mo aye. A mo wi man, ama man ya to atope. Ama obi esu na obi abonyanya kona wo fa kromu atu se nipa wo problem
amanfo aye
bia ye down na mo de mo ni age mo bo champagne every weekend ma ko share no my party akese white party black party ni batiri mo denfo wo be fro obi kura mana ba bie so black atade a so white party wo ni white ncho ma bi san kwa sasem na mo diko na nyame ya ado no ato ne staff wa na Kwabena ma betina o se nyame mfa ne krensi
no but Onia,
yes.
The UP tradition in Tuamutimodi.
That be UP when you different. That UP when you a Jeff Bezos UP. Conform Mutimu Sikaria and Wo. Now conform about video master of the book by friend Japan book. Can you imagine? Sir, Obitro manifesto. And as a plan say the Baby your money, you know. One more trap plan of the Baby your man. You see the depth of that? What was a penny bianca and once a more krunga? Now, once our more encasas here, or more chance who for to be free so. Obo some penny for best at Yakasa. No ma da media no ma am so the holier than now ye twen wo oh ye twen what time
the idea ne say first can bra me ye nkodi me mfa ma ene ye be organize ya grow empire bomb etia wa aka ma obi ehun say
but na se tweme
no it's so sad you know be there me ene busa kwa me e ka de kama majuma I was so down
so who didn't tell so about
yeah I mean who didn't tell because
so
one more go ahead no crowd
because tell it ye susa kra no ye wo ye wa asante mamu no so obi bank na abusa no ko trade fair
that is it
was me call
no say no twabu picture class abechiro
ada multimedia for the bedroom enkran you mo farm free live FM bedroom kan trade fair ni first place and big
okay well I now be kwada hon my hoya ya ton
the following week no mu eba be JM running mate e won no mkoye you know na asempa FM for dey ye equipment spoil masa
ona kai wutirim
enye this program na me hwe trade fair na be sure sa miss meet no nyina si
that's right
no wa no ma frɛ kumase So what's that?
Your trade fair.
Your trade fair. Yeah, you are trade fair. What say? Trade fair. And then go no question. I'm saying what? Your trade fair. Then somebody decides that make you trade fair na ye no private na mumfancy apartment ni enton ni ni.
Say, Kwabena. Na omonton say.
Eh, Gamanche, asempa na ekro idea wo do ho bonu a. Enyo. Wo do ho bonu a.
Na we no omusu ade o.
Ho bonu a enye.
Obi a waton.
Nyama obe kire wo no.
Waton.
Won kire wa de papa bia.
Waton kwae. Ati water forest.
Can you imagine?
Omaton. Aye ho mra omaton.
So ba wan ya no omo.
Ati water forest.
Omaton. Forest o jedino aye forest.
Yeah, Ramsey site.
And now no metisa Titus akogira. Ya gade onu so competition no. The boss aron go.
Kwaje. Titus Global.
Ba ku ya no di we ya di akọ engineer akwa
fusi. Fusi.
Ai na no me o kan se mu ni. Wo no ye onya ne se wa mi ana no.
Ramsey site no mo wie.
O mo wie o mo ton. Eno tire nsuo fire on kran. Na nsuo so be fire.
O mo wie.
Si ajimi. Because the be house holding nsuo no. Kwabena ni fi se ni nyansa mu no. Ye ngo kanya na tiengu ni ento. O nyansa no. Ta dwene ni mu amre. But untimi nkasa wu jaika. E wo se tokoso aka. Ye no mu nsuo na besa. But je be ka akopem time yare ye be kusa ngofo nyina ni atene wiase ni.
Mame enso aye Kenya. And said ye di ka sha se ka che ono. Ruto, yeah, in fact, asemwe na poku aka. Yesu yaka bebre. Consultant no a okoye adwuma Kenya no. Ono a na ye adwuma ma Baomia. Okwa kasase opposition. New York can say meba come see what is happening in Takrade. Nipa ba ko pe o tolerance ni nyina yesi Cape Coast so
Cape Coast where you
yesi Cape Coast so baby a your friend say monumental sites no
o ma wi ho
nyina o say akwa bi your friend no obu adan si adan MPP ni boy bi ene yeso no so ma position no
o wi e wasade akofa epona no ni a o free St. Augustine
uni no
me hu no minimum ne pa what they are far pona
so it's true
now fi so mudi agro Sadia no.
There's one capture.
Capture no be so identify. Yes, identify and capture. Also ko hu sa ha na da na so akọ capture.
Yes, your friend obu adan si dan so si adan bu dan o.
Omafa
and the way almost invade
onyam adan no.
Ay. Gora.
Na obejo mai den.
Aso, dia no muri bejo.
Never. Say, omo kwa is omo free part omo kwa. Omo ntimi to 2 found nane nko kwa.
Dabi, anu na be na de no.
Aha. Jari hard omo si. Omo si.
Wo mo no, omo adwene mo no. Omo namfofo e de tiga na ha no. Ene jire omo be yesa no wakofa asofo akesiefu yi. No ma be patch we unua no no.
Oh, how dey jacho no.
Sir,
be say na ade ye jim what dey back for dey afabra na ko.
So and then I met say CJ okwa asore wo Kusibu ate ho.
Oh sir.
Chief Justice.
Oh, okay.
Kusibu ate na se Kwabena
ne prophet ene Kusibu ate and ne prophetess ene
I see. Na obi andipa ba ku ne di yemienu wo kọ no kura usuru
Chief Justice e won no kwa sorry yes the prophet no
no
okay
prophet Ansah
okay
well yeah the perform me nim Kusibu ate from your friend say appeared wo CMC criminals
akwabra refi say
very stupid people
that time na keje chere you are winning no wo mu a esesa nya ne kogu
wo mu na kwa esa ajana
wan oh what I'm saying, your friend, you a game your friends a TV cabin so. Satan, I didn't know Gusa a pine, no. We say, ay, where do you TV cabin soup a soup? I did TV better cabin soup. To sound of winning your salad in Yan, no Gusa Bible, yeah. I don't cost certificate classroom. Now, I do your view. Omo, ano mo dia dada go ye nuanu wo mo ye
yes CJ hono kwa so
hono ko the Bible
the prophet
man is dead Omano is dead to achira se the bottom
yeah and I'll be ascending me no yes sunyan kra de
sunyan no so achesi yo
sunyan
bon famre
state capture no more capture
see a call region by region oh why you jabeto
won say ye nuru ba bia nkofo anim wo mu adi boni ni nyina
yeah
that is the power of the people
yeah
wo fi say wo ya no kokwam
Kwabena when me sure say
now the rules right
we must get me sure say that omo to be fa
media nefa no because you see yeah also Mustafa Bandi omo bae no omo ankasa MPP for no back na Mustafa ne no ewo osena asase na Mustafa si o de grader kodwiri anadwa Mustafa Bandi ne yire ada o ne ma kodwiri adan ni nyina egu fom.
Wow.
Yes.
It's where you
yes. But me fear ne say the nkrofo we aye no say aban esesa na JM no security and me anti system no eh amafo be guan nkrofo bedroom
commander na make us baby before I don't want to be for
amafo be guan nkrofo bedrooms physical
and some of us we want that to happen
na me anu no na metu kwan na me kwa brochi a meni ha
na is o juju ho
me nyojo me ho me kwa ya me ko sha de aba
o be ba na ga siwaji
say ne ho
na bi ensimani na se bobie wa
tu be se siwaji
e be simachi
no ro ani ko komedi
me ka he
ala say general chama yechi we this public candidate no general making statement we I am the pa osibiti fie my friend say kwala ha be pen wuti memra baba be ba ye mofa ya de mami mo de mo ba be dia me ko de mo de be sie bia no I don't take responsibility of it because ye e de do awo no wo ko
se me no ya tu aba ni wi a ya tu wie
ya kwada
December no ya tu wie ye no ano me kwa hwe ade
ya bobo wie ya hu se
sa December January February me ni krum
because one bre
nti muntini panka ye besu akire bia memmente
they can't blame you for that
who blame me say me yosofia
they good as of go wia
me bu adan
so we ko wi obi ade na so
me bu adan me ni he me ni krum a madu mi Facebook bibia madum no
next year krum aba do
body ankrofo ready
Ghana be the papa
body ankrofo ready
I just say bi omo nkasa so ni ya mo man ni
so omo de
aba
omo nkanta ni mo de mo nye
omo de apartments are yes in 510 no mubu omo apartments to aso 30 na grader e dwagu sa grind do omo de omo ni be hwe physical omo didi nkomo bia na emesere say omo nkrofo ewo NDC mu
sana wo gano
wo de enye this phone ebe yo eye street phone ebe sa de no
Ghana phone ebe
now when this ni pani no wo ye bema no and you see that time people will be ready to face the military and the police
how many military no
wo de obehu kwaya nkrofo be fa so yeah what else was see hotel sister
entina make say me nsuro
ya
ma munsi
hotel no betutum
ebe ye adesuade ada ho amanchirima
na say amasa no there is no nation called Ghana
yes
anyway
say obi abado o man no kwa
na so ko free na say hwisia
mini listo Asia papa panipa weekend ewo ye ka Ghana panipa and very quiet person umfa no okra no person be dim komo a e kire violence na ye ka Ghana ho asem sa wo gina wo sa wasmema look Ghana people must die
yeah
last week
yeah
that's why we come to as your mind say Jan Toma enye
I said they can never be developed
papa no kra no the point is that say aban change a say enkrofo we no enti na taxi range no maton no
na say oton taxi
nka ya dibi ko ho na first time in history under democratic government ya do mo sa edua ho bro mo tuo physical ama obia hu bi wo Ghana say na afedi omo nchiri ma
we krankese ma school kwala abegina
na yes na ayense na ho say
yes no we
ye kan ni pano de wa ya oye we
we o de wi am future
sa wo moda
o de wi am dachi
ade o ma ye no aban bia ma Ghana wa ye bi da
o da obi twi be travel dia na say di pan de o ye super
and even in MPP
ebi ntumi si bi
omo mfa obi say ni animu mu
da too bad
obi say commander o say who aeroplane na bedu kwa akwai me fa fom
obefa ship commander obefa ship
so we
obefa ship and the crewman for abuko expedition abuko ya amutumi the motor ni car abuko road boda no ma
you see what will go on no I don't want to be a witness
neither do I want
me pesa bibia ebesi bia no me di mani
ebehuru bi obo twere ho abakwasama utumi twere bi
da bi meba no na akire fafun
kofo edi jemuro ba
mama nko che wade ekoso Kenya. Now look at Kenya. Ruto I'll be different from me president. Me wa on a vice president. Ruto Ansah kan taxes
na se Ruto de wono obi a owini power ti ase waka kire mu
because a froster decided say obey BT system no. Montoma me, I'll be different from me president. I mean, a year a juma. I'll be different from ono. We no no sasa say or taxes. Wabiti system. Yeah.
But
Kenya,
no,
Kenya want to say Ghana.
No, but Ghana for can be Kenyans. You see, that's the mistake we make. Ghana, then you. One of the number of coups is so chroma, and then to acquire Ghana for
African countries.
Obian one hold you. Oh, Yamado no funo tigaria, Obeti di Bessum. Sans and for ye do chroma, de be the air catcher, we are Yasica, ya taught your far by Ansah, ya far by dying, and I'll visit Ghana for Ebuajoso. A small trigger and ya pass a pa Kenya the enemy. Tell Ruto no office will beat you.
What beat it?
After get them, was it Ruto must go.
Now I had the umbe to know.
Lad, that how start with her. We know, and then there more than be
almost past 7 so far.
7 I fair where casualty this. I was said there can never be development without destruction. Yet here you person ye overhead far la boni ha. Ye muda ye ngwa ye tumi overhead. Sana so be wianko for politicians be born mind no mo ye o madwe say o mo be born mind kro no e o se bi e mo dahwie. Ansah no man ayi. Kenya for show the way. Kenya for kira kwa bi. One vice president oni Uhuru no makabom o ma hyehyɛ adwuma no na o ma hyɛ da kyekyera to. Odinga so. Na Odinga ono so pani hunu. Also, many akabo ye kotu ayi ana omo share that reggae election route buy. Oba no so no mpaye na de buy to be started mpaye ho aye adwuma ana ode to to Kenyans e komodi wo muku no. Just because wako IMF. Who's the Kenyans ko IMF to Ghana? And the IMF for so mo say mo kwanda mo. Fatwa ko tunko for so no de to mo so. They kill us. Because omo de 202 minu mi so a ono no anopa no yama no coupon be se de tie nie won to fi wada. Yamba did electricity bill, minumia nutia, water bill, young congo, Jenny B. And until yes, it's a move or man for so. No move we are, or Marco to airways, no. Now your sons were catching so. Or how who come in Yano, a two betra, and your fort, a baby near the Samrade, Mrade, ya two Mradesa. And the Kenyans are sorry. Now, we know what a gun allows to your politician where we are sick. What makes you take over survival?
Anyway, but. I am say agrone form.
Oh, ebesi.
Asem ni nyina wie ye emie. Ba me yusu Ruto tactics ni bi pepe.
Ni ano no.
Me ba me ye ni sei de akufu adu ye no menye ni saa. Me ba me ye ni sei de akufu adu ba menye ni saa. Ntia ne momfa o man no mame.
So a mate, Yanfa Pistia and Mano.
Obia sending me. Police officer, we are sending me a message. Bobie, in respect of special voting exercised by the security, we also compiled the list and sent to the EC for necessary action. This time around, we have been forced to go to the EC.
Yes, so I'm going to
and do it ourselves. If you are suspected to be pro-NDC, your name will not be part, and on the voting day, too, you can't vote because it is taken out of the main register as special voter. That is the tactics they want to employ to disenfranchise some of the security personnel. And I learned, sir, the military no, almost yes, I did no, and yet calm cry. But don't say, yeah, my way, no. Once again, we have a responsibility to protect your security institutions. Maybe some way free somewhere last week. But the military, especially, and yes, we are now two more. What the betuja, but emunyo.
I see.
Yeah, emunyo. Or pump pra lose grip.
Or a military.
Emunyo. What we are hearing no, emunyo. We could see there are certain things. Yanya say Ghana for na yemamunda ho.
Bobie ade de koso no say
obi enya fair.
Obi antias say abaya ye kwa kotu. Je say wo ba krom a enro ya na wonim say NPP will lose election. Mo je say wo ba ye nti.
Say no omonam. Anopai. Obi ba me wo fie from the wenya. They have people going around. Omo use two tactics. Two campaign tactics. And omo use no NDC ne other movement no strongholds. MPP ni NDC ni yepe. Mamo hamo.
Yeah. Sele beya.
MPP ni NDC ni yepe. Mamo hamo. And they are using it to work. And we use another back or Ashanti region. You be wiem.
I couldn't through.
You be wiem.
How ground got to the
exactly. Now, I don't did none for more or more no. Yeah, you be wiem. To only MPP ni kasa, you be wiem. Uno almost yana joy be wiem. But Ghana ni be a wote mintie. Obianfa asen north.
Dabio.
Enye, yeah. Almost so for no be car. Your friend say, a corona border now freezer no asen north no.
Asqua. And I knew it be ase.
Debbie, Fosu. Omo be car Fosu. Omo ntimi angura kuro no. Because omo de Gabi no the soldiers 50 the buy. Kabako kura free kuro mo. Because omo ankrofo no omo military no mu ana na twetwa pictures na dey send ye. Me hwe bi. Me hu guys ni bi. Baby ana Gabi ne guy tintin bi nam. Picture. Nyina because dipa no ana Gabi nam no. Omo ana send ye pictures no. Omo ka Fosu because omo te say amafo ni bra we inside no.
Yeah.
So omo tisi for mo a na sa 2020 line no Ghana for mom enya this yo Ghana for mom nya sa o say ya to aba watakwa na the soldier for alcohol no mo akobo ya kan aba 5 times no akobo omo na mo akan foforo osima wini ufuru na the soldier for call secondary
we are now the omo call upper danger
east we are techima no okum nipa 8
that's why we need.
That's why we can buy for free. We
Hey,
Governor, yeah.
Bobia, I can you know yes, I found who do you.
Bobie, at the end of we are not a go frontier. History must always guide. Wow, why you so person ya diwi. Would have say in 2008, Oman Beni Kufuangasa, Edu baby no man Beni here protection.
Yo.
Kind election, or go do Wenji. No, no, Pebiafa.
Yo.
You see, about where you control, about the view, Monsieur Beto, about the about 3 o'clock, 100 resources to grab a young boy. You say you have to about no resource about.
You.
And until when you're at the Omunya way, as a champions that hard, a respectable scholar. 13%, you know. Amount for Beso, we are Chumuko anymore. And until baby. Now, Shanti Regia, and you go give me a polling agent. Now, my bush you have for a gumubi. Now so would you Santini same?
Obabome.
Oh, no, I know.
Obabome. Sami Bobia, Sami, me a police agent for Asantimampong.
No,
na Santimampo, Crony, a Cronura.
Bobie.
Oba Bumi will make me crum.
Maybe agent to how, maybe agent for Ralanchemanti, Ewo, Asantimantem. May come across Yampunya. Nami Jim. Now, maybe quite on cross house about the Jim and Jenny at Wabano. Efe. Now, see a no. What a who calls so now so free baby, Baba, so associate be Angelo. What do you want, Basse? You're 2 years, no, but Mianya 2, Yanya 2000. Hey, now is as we have say
no, Onomudim Coma, Omon Coma, Omudiani, Yebim.
I will obey you more than damn one, so Baby, we move him. Oh, Yati.
Yebim to almost security here, sir. No one said that call your stories, and the man we are we know. We know we best support ye. Now, probably the amano. So, upon the promoting neighbor, no, show upon the pradie, or from the pradie or young people into a from the pradie. We will stay here,
of course.
A best shocking woman.
That be that Obia, yes, I'm mistaken. Eh? Abana down a clean.
Among yes, our stories no. Upon the prayer MVP, share upon the pradie, not a Wabia. That day. Ubia be koni krom
ubia be toaba
so pompe prapa no adi a kire ba mampon
yeah wo say na say
bra sante mampon krom o na enfo bia nka ho wo se me ni pompe pra no no asifom
wo bo hu never do obi kra ka ho ande ne besi commander
yeah wo say na say omudin na mu say Omicron bia ba Omicron bia ya na Ghana for refugee nti omutu wi a 2020 election na ye covid saade no mde be dada nipa ya ma nipa so dem woto abawi ye so kwose dem ya de bia ba ana mde fam na say o ma start de ba Omicron bi na say municron municron Omicron municron say aba na ya de no ho ye de ba ba yi wa na asan so akam ogu dem ya na
obi abeto aba no 11
obi abe wa bonti obi anfa bibia entare ne hore mo mra mo wini mu mo mo ni na ho mo goto aba no
ye beto aba no 11
fo do ne ngofo no mo ni aden
obia
omo na omo ye stop se gofo kromo a say yo
san komo no omo nya
what are we talking about
ye be wiem no they should stop it because you see ye beto aba no 11 me Bobie o ka say me nto aba double a
I don't just to double
me nye
that be my enkofo no de omo pa no ena nye ho
ya to aba wie ni ase jo maama awe a ware are ATS
dey hu say awe a ware
nabio
ye dey hu say ware a ware
na nipa no wo so ompewo a wo so besum na se nipa no se omo ma wo nsum a who bondo
as a 6
ba pa se ya gani ni hu se
as a busum ye ko jide so
masa Dabi obi a comedy wo de ni se usuro hio
so tactics no Ruto use you know wasn't me bibia wasn't me wasn't me wasn't me wasn't me asama wasn't me
ya kwasi asema
nti bibia enyo no a saa de no abi wasn't me
asama
wasn't me
just on the bibia
IMF wasn't me and so on a dia ni mu ko discussing
head of economic budget
it wasn't me
financial climate side
dollar rate it wasn't me saa no de na
wasn't me o
bia
hey ano de ase won dey go for do plan fashion me Mr. Jatu
no
friends you could be so some of campaign friend you could be so campaign you could be so you could be so ano mu yigu so
baby compare about so do say uncle so be answer some go to about you could be so
campaign o dey you could be so meto ma you could be so ye di mateba me okay wa ya no ana wonu aso yigu no so ana mo the team
wasn't me enti owie na nsa ka o man ni wi a ba omi would do worst
and I say afi na obe kire say taxes no so tum yi because no ho say mo no mo yan kwasuafo na mo say mo tia pa na mo hwemi a say ne bisi bi jumping kwase say ma me di okromo anyina na mo say mo hwemi a me na me tira solve problem dia e dey me be solve problem
as we are speaking we are doing dollar around 15.7
right? No ye dey ya tregu board so kwa abochi wo na dollar no bank e bi abochi ye 17.5 that is abochi rate and only the true rate I dey no ha wana akọ bank so be ya dollar let the person come and tell me say bank for money dollar omo fa mampo
so when am do abochi
and when you have a president and his vice yeah they don't care about food prices. They don't care about water shortage. We are. They don't care about businesses. And I'm to say good for TM we say you tell us here in fact dollar any trade with Ghana, but what charge me dollar our port.
And Hong Kong, Oko Minerals Commission here, fee be in dollar.
Now pound is 19.20.
Pound grade me heard that. Pound
19 to me pound ankasa no. Me hu bi na che papa.
Na wo the pound go yen dey, wo the pound dem wa or humanity. Ana go he.
Me ni obi awo wa be chi me.
Da bi ti me hwempo.
So when the president and his vice they don't care. And now I heard them talking about you see omodi ekabi ache is 4 billion is there
sa aminanta
enkwasa be chechemu
na so no kwa tena sama
wo chechemu
wana wo de ne ka no so be 4 billion abra wo no na ton bonds ana ama obi pemfaso afiro entro
they have rescheduled the date of payment
no so I say na even cross a negotiation What was a Ghana by catch a quite negotiation? Another way at chop. Omo ba catch so mo koye no. Ye can say interest rate ye renegotiate no. 10% of ba catch 12% of their shame. Ye omo free su kwa no mo koye di. Adenti na Parliament of Ghana. Ye renegotiation obi anka ho minister any president ni the wire international minister finance minister yi. Saba ku ye yi ni free ada ko omo na edi ni ye ni mo hwe. Say anaka last man standing. On so many free say no ambassador at large as the your friend is a bedi too. Ambassador I don't know ambassador at large na say we gane ejofui your friend a good man ejofui say we no dia na mfra totom no e ka kire say owie PDS no nim say NDC bo bedam nti o so we jai local politics and no me we so ato at large and no so o ma pia we akoto foreign awu dwane omoko o so we free omoko enti
omo the agenda ne buy o plan o exit strategy na exit strategy na ka
omo nyina dwane ala say president to the catch last year say no we wi na dwane omo nyina dwane to no so obeja ba no we dwane ko omo nyina dwane say can operate from outside. I want to have you. And now we see a giant local politics. On the Guyana. And say we at large. Guyana for at large in the old European. And they say they come. Osaf Mafo. Na no na wo so bribri o do bo no enye yi.
O da ka kra le bia.
Wo no ay pani. So did on the way mo e from man.
But I say penny force na can say ye be almost set example.
Dabi omo mrante no na ye say yire wo.
No.
Bi ba say mam mrante ni nyini no mo sa be ha ya adwe.
Say ye di film penny force kwamra. Penny force kra na ye bone kese.
O man ko bia na be 7 times and quite enough. Why 7 times?
7 times say.
Na wo man yo ma wan hunu no ho se pani wo ba wi ase di nsempa ma menye adwuma keto bi emra na mene Dr. Richard Amwakoba, former head of political science department KNUST and MPP leading member osaya me ofa ja mampon de kontonchi ofa akwaba boko de ofa
nyame adum akaka
ofa ye di nkomo enkomo na ye di wo street mu no eye break the 8 in a 24-hour economy.
Yes.
What the omay amay yosemechi ache now akabe bosumi nsia na ye drum kwanta so a omay we esi decide and wo we onipa wo boy me shape a decision as a country breaking the 8 24-hour enkomo no udibi now didn't say
I just say and yes simple sir a bit my ye no mum and it one five moment on count the next one can you
one for the young kawa
a bit my ye no mum because assume Kanyana and a Kanya Sunday electricity in them and there's a 1 year electricity in there it is a sumana or whatever now sa economy no enye adwuma e wo sum you can so attempt
me follow
a simple cry because when I told ade wo sum it is kanya no e ade ahina pa only kanya na je so only until 24-hour economy until because programs are about father these are no car more participating than omo kwa begai because all ko ton ade na kanya na di na kanya no ti abo attack adi sika it's na be zago so no it is all there stadia so make you sure say kanya no di constant in number hatch now what let's say baby why I so now second thing the security those for come modoso for how we share the Bible sharing only for more comfort we are not meaning and no na tete that the engine a woman engine 24-hour economy and here we are now with my specified areas why making sure saying Kenyan age na police force wo ho no dear wait my obi antimi nkata untimi nya kura because we are saying nipa pio ho a omo yedela
but dog more microphone be raise issues say the 24-hour economy is not possible.
Oh, so kasa your friend a conditioner. It works only when electricity is reliable. 24-hour economy. So being to member kasa California the bema kanya on the bed. Okay, so when you can na abroad now the coma, you need no the one job.
Yeah.
Not just an open no better an answer. And I saw na query. We are soon to me near Jumansa, one. The other saw that no pa. And why you Juman, now so you Juman, no one down the pa. Mum say, Kwabena, and I just say, farmer dear, 24-hour economy. It does not make sense. If you are, I guess if you are all year harvesting and all this.
But dog, you were a queer phone to queer for your near work cross and say, so queer Nibiwa, what me a see near any donkey to be cry or nefu more a ho and now Chimunino weekends, Nebio Bebefi or ho or no so obeti news. Obehwe TV obehwe de oman mu nsam eko sa nipa no se owo efomu a obehia nkanea
say we are trade of ka obekwa daytime o man kanea so obekwa najo ba man kanea den na ye ene no ne de no da daytime na ye cause o de kanea no cost no beka ejuma o ye no ho it's the cost na control. The other day, daytime was too who there, it be via free. Now, that time no more wakoda. Now, Najuma will just a man can or Belgium. I know the papa.
But the argument as to whether it's feasible or not, and one and Commoner Aquaco Ginasi say,
I know the obedient to me can say, and yet possible. So the wild kind is feasible near they can. So a Jumana Okana Jim. But twice, Sajmanwa in the daytime there. Ah, Kanya Kabianka Hondia. I don't know Okana. So many Okana Najoa. HSA. A Kana Akosro. And so with my daytime there, in daytime. And I need Pasuya Juma, oh, me.
Yeah.
Why a daytime? No,
but doctor, at that point, then we need the rotational argument. No, the shift system, where amount for year juma 4 hours, 5 hours. Ufrobi wa bruche, jamu amwatra bruche ya credit. Also, mitimi ko ye 4 hours wa, me 4 hours wa, me ye 3 hours wa. Okay, kan sika bomu a, emu aye du kakra.
Aye no but most of the times, you know, and yet, can you be a hospital, be a hospice. Then money to your farm, if you are a patients or champagne for so. It's not one of the you may not yet easy. Or the Nipan also other. So, into the kind of phone paper, almost that first animal, no, yeah, a regular job. No, yeah, according to night shift. Or according to 11-12, if I can't down. Oh, don't other. And it is. But you know, you may be a month of crime, my 24 hours is that, baby.
Yeah, but one issue, how do we push this 24-hour economy in the sense a revive a current mess you won't say.
Okay, the key no your electricity. Nothing else. Electricity is everything. The whole reliable power supply. I can't need to meet you now. So, yes, I need to move. To meet you now, so dear. Well, which my certain areas, we are which my with a bad my difficult because people now over Jumuna over night market, for example. No, I bet Obedija because I'm not John Dia or Montesso. Because on the side, I didn't best say what Tesso. No more Mobasano. odi twani bia obefa basta na so obenam pomo na sese and then asem so onika continue me bia na jo because I don't know about the born attack Jacko and someone over bass is what bass upon and so won't me back what from pra that's never found go to quite no do be sure man terminal one water okay and someone to me now was so fair and just saying I hear you but adding yeah and yes impossible but it involves a lot of things a lot of thought and thinking. Sure.
But Doc, answer that because breaking the 8 campaign no Ukobi.
Let me do it. Have you been called campaign the other?
Offer. I that guys are to
Oh, now breaking the 8, remember Kasa and some kakiko. Breaking the 8, no canon. It's just a morning bot actually. What I say. On morning one and a breaking 8, no one knows some.
And that's all for one more a modern way. Now, can I walk every mom?
Money, I know some more. I only, but you know why? My car, I know I saw all kind of. I'll come back in there now. You know, see what? Now,
that is all for so no more. A modern model will bet me at the HB.
Maybe patrol. How many men go there? I said no cranium. I said you craft him. So, almost did not come.
Are they? Almost why they?
I'm telling you.
Almost why they?
To me, or see is stupid of me. To me, TV. Or did you my temper?
Won't to me did you water?
Campaign who are quite and I was there. Not getting judgment to you almost sacrifice here to some extent. Greater than another Rankasam. It's also on the Oticam and the Dragon. Yet then you them and the other basis. Now, because of your more, you're just ignorance. And I'll start playing those tips for them to see. Yeah, almost to me, but this canoe. I'm going to say, Asano. Young in your quiet touchman, Mangana for Mount.
Over, Sikara, no more Diamanasa.
Now they see, are you the only stranger in Jerusalem? You can answer. No question American. Yes, dear, may go be much. Ya car, dear. Interest was no. The IMF, World Bank, almost say, then Pierce can. I hope that you didn't. They say almost be fair interest payments. And a Bank of Ghana official never can say, almost on the academy. Now, the different and now. The Bema Bosnia can want some with you. That's all.
And it's just almost yaza.
I want to be fair. Be fair, not just say you've been gifted that money. There be Umetia. You mommy, I can't quote him on what one Harukaka.
No, but offer, Mammy Busa Sansi. I don't think that Obia are buying, we are buying a Juma, you are running a government. Then you decide to deceive the people. Say you defer a year with interest, I'll bet you. No, say no, I say you are. Why any government do that?
And the most of the more. I mean, so Mr. Aquano, Kazanajas or Nimajma, and I said, Brafon wanted.
Guinness for Agenatum. There was this whole abiding crata at that Facebook. And thank you. Uber Facebook said they are two, and maybe I try to match any. Not young go through. When at the hall. Osha laminated a year at that Facebook here. A Guinness World Records. Guinness World Records. Almost symbol and a doll. And a certificate. Ya trying to go ye edasi. Maybe I try be on Facebook. Many of them money may say Facebook. No be amra. I'm going to fine. Wow, join him, bra. I said the longest cooking marathon into bracket individual. I say the longest cooking marathon into brackets individual is 802 hours 25 minutes and was achieved by Ebenezer Smith, Ghanaian, in Spintex, Accra, Ghana, from 1st February to 6th March 2024. You see, but why am I even touching on this? You see, it's important, ladies and gentlemen. I touch on, you see, on mine, yes, Akufo-Addo a scam, but I'm a scam to be a scamming. I'm not surprised, so I'll come to reprimand the guy, but I'm not surprised that people like this are engaging in this because we need no crown port also no why a scam, Obama why a scam. So why won't youth of this country scam your man? People who come, woman and Crawford did say, they have pedigree. In the end, no must come in. President Intimin because no one was coming Ghana. What about me? Was he into Obama no mama president? What to mean because one was coming Ghana. Beyond corruption and greed. One day for Musano, there are so many West ladies and gentlemen. Woman can create anti Ghana into many Ghana and it is equal to scam. So about Facebook, over Hunu certificate we. Obia what hear me? Why in the certificate you are say fake? Certificate here that Facebook why in the was here fake? And I'll say this because I'm Ghana anymore. And at a point in time, I said, Ghana the more abuse in Yamakrado. And could be a singer to be a cookaton, no more tankakra. Next year, no be so a walkaton, no more tankakra. Next 2 years, no be so a buffaton, and you'll be Jarisa, yes, you'll be Shasa, no more tankakra. But where do you know? In a whole year, we flooded the space of social media with Tototon, in the crack. Then, ladies and gentlemen, it came up later, sir. Certificate here. One media to Facebook here, and one more Facebook. Maybe you have a year for us. So if you want to come and watch, you have a different one. Better so. Certificate here at the Facebook. It's about a fake. And I was reading somewhere. You see one media guy, Bina. I pray. I'm sorry. Yes, I be a menemudina. Me person me bodin to give you glory. Entertainment. This was the DHD, but study. You need to be British politics near the internet. I am now they are changing. Maybe that is in a different space. Well, but I was reading somewhere. I say, or truck or man Guinness for to find out. Say, Ure, you say, your man sa budding cratter until the crack run saying, I'm not Guinness for the BB by, but for Guinness for the network. Me person make will be a Guinness for a response or democratic. And I am saying this so that young guys, any other, we will not enter into some of this nonsense. I am sorry. You may have tried. You don't do that. W. Asantua ye, Kuka to a singer to a yes, one qualify. Asantua. No. She's rather doing other things. Fantastic. It's over Facebook. I think this one was emailed. It's Madeleine Befield. So now you are. Now only kwa thank you says me odinwa when the pakuna of finding out the Adam Kujo that's response to Adam Kujoni and I've told you say Adam person finding out say Sir Ura Smith no kre say Guinness for a person. I say hi Adam or you bring to my main kind of tell Bruni hi Adam, thank you for your message. No, this is not true at all. He does not hold the Guinness World Record title, and that is not our certificate. The current and true record holder
Okay, Hanama, but okay, a fisher, one fisher be over Ireland. The longest cooking marathon individual is 119.57 minutes, 16 seconds. 119 hours, 57 minutes, 16 seconds, and was achieved by Alan Fisher, Ireland, in Matsui, Shimane, Japan, from 28 September to 3rd October 2023. Madeleine. And an Ayinibasi, Madeleine Bayfold, until we not just the United Kingdom, because on floor, a ground floor, Rockery, 2 Duet Street, London, WCIA 1DA, United Kingdom. It's when a year response Guinness World Record for a Dubai. And for a moment, maybe someone say, why would you engage yourself? It is why? I don't know when I am saying this to condemn it. We should not entertain some of these things. Ghana nye collateral obiafa no de kwajimi no de abeto. No. Ghana is a serious entity and we must respect Ghana. I don't think that some time back yabo national anthem na Akufo Addo dwaye say ohia oyare ansori. Eso onwa ni yemuba. Sabi onwa ni tedua anoba. Yabo the same national anthem. Ne ba no yako na Akufo Addo anything wrong with it. So the point I'm making is that the inconsistency of leadership, I'm a Mebruno especially, and through the system. Because when you say be bien home better, and it is sad. Oh no, like seriously, it is sad. Obia, bet me the message about on this one. What do you make of Sir Cratch Yeyi? What do you know what saying? Samson Belen, the Nadiaba. Was it the first time? Hey, the first day this, I beg your pardon. Was it the first day this time started? I said it will surely bring shame to Ghana, but they don't listen. Rashid Okwe, I say all this tongue should be stopped in Ghana. No, Rashid, it's a good thing. You see, it's a good thing because see your records are, of course, and first Skabiamre, but a pussy Ghana thing. So it's a good thing. It's the fact that Krofoka Krabi person say no, and Chess SCS no. I drink Trebia Wafano, Ubetimi Ediaba, live on Accra, 100.5 FM. Ma Mingra Bank of Ghana na minti adwuma we free. And say adwuma yet free because we live in a country the President of the Republic, His Excellency Akufo Addo. And we rub me say yam abombet because enyem mo thing. I know sir that was the same time President increased presidential staffers at the office of the President. That was the same moment President increased expenditure at the office of the President. In fact, a new president's want to make one, and then make a Bank of Ghana. And maybe in one of these days, we will replicate all these things across the other institutions of this country. Now, you say, who say, I don't know what catch say, me mama young belt. Now dear, who did you purchase one kwan and yansa trim? One kwan ayenipa. And this afternoon, me show Gabi Ochedaku video biachero. Me show Gabi Ochedaku then and Gabi Ochedaku now. So one day, who said no to that committee V81? Masa. Metro exams, Metro SS. See time exams. Man go school straight, for instance, and I'm a chas here. Yeah, with some finance companies. Later, me koye juma Glyco Life Insurance Company. Tell me yo, by journalism near dear Gusu. So, some me TV to my SFata. But there are some guys they've not omunya juma bia, and they are living more important than the Arabian king. I mean, how? I mean, how? It doesn't make sense to me. You see, before me write my honor, I mean, cross over quickly. Yeah, call Tema all the way to Tema motorway. Yeah, Namusini Elho. Me name yesi. Enti yane parkwesi. Bedin komo. Pa yamu akwa ba yamu hanso. Hello? Hello, Palazi.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, so Yamuahao.
Hello.
Yeah, Papa, see a tunka. What's Yanka?
Okay, so on the motorway, Accra motorway, there's a huge traffic abattoir.
Okay.
That is the abattoir, and I believe say accident ministry when the traffic and a very huge, but the sense say it started from a Sherman under bridge. I can't open the bridge can cram. Traffic is started from one coping abattoir, and the cars are not moving. So say. Doctors and we say, Ufi, Ebia, Aflao,
okay,
and Ebia, Ufi, a shy man, a Oba, and Ebia, Fita man, and Oka cra. There is an alternate route, Ewo, Udu, a shy man, a Jokojoa, or my Yokwamba, Kwafa, Kopi, Ewo, Boteman, I'll be Timmy, I'll be see, Ebi, acid listening, but, and you know, say, oh, bad, yeah, I don't think that to be a good thing, so we use motorway from a shy man, especially from a shy man. And that bridge, they be about when the cars are not moving. So the drivers normal if we a cra, a flower, a shy man, Tema Almoba crano. Our advice say either so fit my job you if you are beach road, that will be good for you. And if you are shy man, so I'll be you the bottom part of the road and the way over escape traffic because it is not moving.
Okay.
And it is very
now because a best no and I best sabre. Post for Anyantia, Ama or Mabaho.
No, to be said, the Minion police need be our area and understand say you should can a go from Massa accident in the police phone number and the police for it there. Omo Embo, Omo Modena, Omo Bra, so that only to me are going to traffic. A very huge trafficker. It's not moving. Nana, it's not moving. Me fear a crown and make all so how dear. There's no traffic from my back here now. And a traffic also in the police foot here, almost by the police phone number any day. We are driving off the Ashaiman, you say Ashaiman over the Takas and Pa. Omunfa Ajeko, you know, use there's a route there.
Okay.
No, a PA or Potima, so that will be escaping such a thing. Yeah.
We can understand the stress, but what do I so told from an hour you know? A dear important and a consist huge traffic.
An accident we see, and also you shouldn't book a crano.
Oh, accident they see, okay.
Accident, so you shouldn't book a crano. And my form more, and also yet true. And a motor when I also know. You so young to an accident, and then you should go and
okay.
It's something very stressful. So
right.
Something for Fena.
Obia, what trade be a Mepacho, your Dinfonino out to your Facebook wall. Accra 100.5 FM. Obi a wuti bia ye dem foni no ato enti wobetimi adjoine reporter minia wotimi say accident asi a emu ohwem minim ade a woka emu a say dey na ahwie o say enti ama one side of the road no affected the other side. It is to say anka double lane and triple lane whatever no. They are now using only one lane. Over Facebook, you understand the picture PK equity better. Okay, so that is a sad one, and let's use this medium now. Yen country Ghana police say baby omubia yesero mo amonshe motorway no so my say na be ya yebetimi akọ abante na PK finally before abekono science suduama me biem o say hefa poten ana traffic no na uwia wase a kire me other alternative route na o person crofo fa ho no.
Yeah, traffic no from Opa Asama under bridge kakra pe ti wo ho ebepem about to baby accident ni see no.
Okay.
How the traffic no no ti so if you assign my dear alternate route no Opa assignment aje kojo a o ma ye kwa ba ko e fa ho abepie e wo boteman then no fa ho channel so ba be see baby accident see wa be so many so what draw this traffic no. That's the alternate route. Instead, the car from Mufia flower more urban. Who do a shaman about enough for Shama Kunumu, not for a shaman and that bridge. No, draw, yes, idea. I know if I'll be to overtake because police point number Hoye. So that's the alternate route.
Yo, my mena was na influence here, but over videos, you know, Egusu Facebook into bit my hair. Parko CPK. Sports the anatomy say what did them on a OCNM or whatever no. Pick that's it. Okay, me Rabi are sending me message. Now we free a year Dr. Kojo no Menyoho or USA. Or see, the guy never even applied to Ghana, I beg your pardon, Guinness World Record. He saw Chef Filer and a year ukumasano catching fire and decided to cruise along. Like seriously? If it is so, it even makes matters worse. It's criminal. Granted, you applied or not. Okay, so I'm told it's a file or tamale. Thanks for the correction. I'm told it's a file or tamale. Oh, if this way your name be a be edgitum says how kind of yakwa. Let me be so. Your Dutch net to say. Ma mingwamu ewo Bank of Ghana. Na medikai ama background of why I may sa story. And I have to do this because of my no SE hunu send yan crofo eye sika basabasa. And send yan crofo every sika. And yet mami be bra on the street. Atromona what on yen top. I sort na what on yen top. Mami shares here with a year Bank of Ghana one financial statement. Now we know me true. Sometimes when John Mahama was president, only a misata riding for the currency, and at this time when Akufo-Addo is president, only will rub Bamia and Nisam Kacho said Bamia kase to abanimano no ba obey bibia sabi amubrase kwanso obi anadwe nya dwuma no beka sa asem na kire no because so what nya dwuma pa there's no way say Bamia beka sa asem na kire won hwe nso ngunu so. The point is that we are chairman of the economic management team. 11 no na dubai what's there be yan to abama na be president and no 11 obi na twen ya dwuma be catch na ba me say I didn't know you influence here but nim say be bradwem wa ha te say sawa it will can off on wedi. Oh yes, like seriously. Or catch obi onim nyansa pa we da kro o me hwe nso so because it doesn't make sense. Say omama business community tax amnesty, why not now? Say omama Ghana port any Togo port ayepe, why not now? When you are the vice president, I render vice president position useless. And Sabi, assemblyman Crow post, member of parliament Crampo when he mudi, minister of state when he post, speaker of parliament when he post, chief justice when he post. The vice president is way ahead of all these important positions I've mentioned. The second gentleman of the land after the president. Our president Tukwaya, he's in charge as president. And he's rendering the vice presidential position useless. And we are quiet. Because what's the position of vice president is equal to that of a driver's mate. Okay. Mami Shase free 2012. Kwam, patch off to Facebook, Mami. No mun join here. Ubi abe join here, be abe hunu, baby a make on. Kwame Donko, thanks for joining. Dennis Lemerson, thank you. Rashid Okwe, thank you. Munyinama joining, thank you. Over 2012, a year under John Dramani Mahama, Bank of Ghana made a profit. Semiye, Yadia 2 and 2 bar, made a profit of 1,536,576, and I'm told that this is in billions. This is in billions. After in 2013 and the NDC, Bank of Ghana assigned a profit of 897 million Ghana cedis. Under John Dramani Mahama. Papa na moko to abetiano no. Ne time. Because from 2012 no, 24th July 2012 to take over. It would have credit to the FMA Tameos. Because emphasis on where Jumanankasa Shasia from 2013 into the FMA, but of course on in run a year. Then in 2013, 897 million profit. 2014, under John Dramani Mahama, Bank of Ghana making profit of 899 million 533 cities. Way about all cities, man. Trillions of old Ghana cities. Then in 2015, still under John Dramani Mahama, Bank of Ghana make a profit of 1 billion Ghana cedis. Actually, it's kind of main count. So it means in 2015, John Dramani Mahama still make a profit with Bank of Ghana. 2016, John Dramani Mahama be free abanso. He still made profit, 709 million Ghana cedis, which translates into billions of old Ghana cedis, if not trillions. It is all a figure now. You're to Facebook now. A free, say Mahama 4 years, right? So Mahama 2016, 2015, 2014, 2013. In all the 4 years that John Dramani Mahama president, you know, Bank of Ghana moka. It's a fee. What you're saying here? Bank of Ghana, TMC, Bank of Ghana Hospital. Because John Dramani Mahama who say, Sikana Bank of Ghana, yano. One moment for was so Muslim. One moment didn't basa. Tasania by radio. No, it's what is Bank of Ghana Hospital. Senya Ujaria Ubenya Homeka. So that was John Dramani Mahama na Motua Betiana, Messia de neighbor. Now, move to when MPP took over from 2017. One Bank of Ghana Boka, come, Baye, Boka, in excess of 1 billion cities. Only 1 billion cities. Pay. A car, dignity, then in 2017, I can say 2018, Anya Biomasia Iron. Okay, so that figure is repeated. It's Yanko 2019. Then in 2019, Omoboka 793 million Ghana cedis. About John Dramani Mahama and make a profit. SMU Bank of Ghana Hospital, one don't buy a carbon qua. Meanwhile, John Dramani Mahama Econo, na international loans na wako kopeno. I've forgotten the name of that particular loan. Now first tranche penaba. The other 2 tranches, you know, na do dan kwaku for Nigeria Seska. Seska when you national economy and yet Bank of Ghana boka. 793 million cedis. Then in 2020, boka 1 billion year 500 million gwechre. Then in 2021, boka 1 billion year. Oh no, 2021 they made profit. Let's credit them. 2021, make it profits. 1 billion 2021. 2022 no say Koboka 60.8 billion Ghana cedis. And Akufado and Bobie in charge of Sikasamua or no Namsa to Abamano. The Bank of Ghana na Boka 60.8 billion according to Bank of Ghana's 2022 report. And so a doctor of economy Okushanwe. Meanwhile, John Dramani Mahama at one was president, you know, 54 billion no in external borrowings, you know, and no the all the project. Terminal 3 na aviation center no, says can be not here. Polyclinics ahudwa was 54 billion no be not here. First 2 of KJ I can say airport Okumasi and no be not here. KJT market and no be not here. Famina Hospital. Okumasi. And no be join the year Kumau Hospital. Afari Hospital. Akufo da mana kenguram 54 billion and no be John Dramani Mahama the a lot of projects, 123 e-blocks at various stages of completion, according to Machuopoku Prempe. Mahama we 46 from scratch, you know. And no be not here. And no be not here, yo. All the other projects, John Mahama here. And yet, 54 billion per. But when the Bank of Ghana bought 60 billion, more than the amount that John Mahama did here, all the projects, and we are looking at them. We are looking at them as fools. To say they are Jimmy for. And we are looking at them and remember you doing Jimmy some way and they are wrecking this country. They are wrecking this country. They be ame can say fly Lieutenant Jerry John Rollins or ye kuno yes we Jimmy. Name Jimmy for Dawson to make sure say he will set the country onto a better path. So usually when we come, you use platform way and incite violence. You use platform way and project coup d'etat. But Jimmy Dosua, coup d'etat will take over. We gotta get science into our minds. Oboka 60.8 billion year no. Ye cast what they are check. According to 2023 report, almost young Bogana 10.5 billion. Mama, only 1 billion cities. Not 10. Come on. Come on. Come on. When apart from Kawe, and common sense better say okay, and they reduce your expenditure. Kwame from expenditure that was mommy. I think that one is yeah you on my expenses, you know. Yeah, you 2022 dear. Kwame from not to mommy. What share outrageous operational expenses 2022 no. Foreign and domestic travels. Not just say ye took a free burger ako tamale ana enkran ako sunyani and ye local travel. Ye free anum ako UK, ako US, ako Germany. And ye international foreign travel. Okay, more fire. It's over Facebook. Foreign and domestic travel, no. And on Bank of Ghana say just 1 year, no. According to 2 years, I am 974 billion OCDs. According to Okeko, 974 billion OCDs. You're free, Tama, Ekwatakwa. Keka bomu afini yano 974 billion OCDs. Eka mubo Ghana for no. As we do so, so you see how wicked these people are. Now some what's your Kwabena and Crofoway? At the wood, your bomb here. Uno abusu afon was for one person who here for now. I don't know what one person can you. Why do you want to keep on supporting this ill government? Motor vehicle maintenance and running. Say be me motor and I make na say it me maintaining you know. Omoboka 1.316 trillion. Not just 131.6 million Ghana cedis. Biti crime ya. But your Facebook no share mine. I hope by sequence will be on Facebook be a share mine. Share my copy link in the to other platforms. Nano Ukrainian control. About banking supervision expenses, supervising wine. No supervising wine. Because Bank of Ghana no mu krampo, mu buy bank cleanup exercise here. No more here 9 billion Ghana cedis for resuscitation. You ended up using about 27 billion Ghana cedis at the good banks, no. Nyansa beno. It is supervision, mu supervising wine. Almost a second quam supervision. I have 357.9 million Ghana cedis. 3.579 trillion. Mami tiyo. Obasa metiana mekase 2024 7 December. Yes, science and what meantime will be your mami. Sabi machini. Akufo do yemikrom new mami. Ebi kura wa oka utie mikura with all due respect. Sabi ebiana uya santini. Ebiana uya nodna. Ebiana uya igbeni. Ebiana ufribu no ne ade. Me yo chini na meka cho sade ne mwayen. Na do dan kwa Akufo do ankasa de. Esa me say that actual letter ko sama no mo che here. Because ogu achimfo ani mo ase and it is becoming unbecoming. Because they say we are chini krompa na obi ho no mo because amamwo fu no chini ibu no. Eti achimfo a mutie me. Some person mo ya politics. Na mo ya position that actually I'm telling you. Mugusu MPP mo bedding because one ya mo ba ye beka se de MPP ne o chini me de and that is why you must all migrate into different political parties. Men sure baby abeko but me de John Dramani Mahama I think sir he's one of the best leaders that this country have. Directors remuneration omo directors no na say allowance no any 86 billion. Oh God, directors remuneration 86 billion. Communication expenses some info from Kwame Kwachi to say for letters ne kwai and look at 320 billion. Hey! This thing. It's one with the entire minority for a year demonstrations are the same as go. Now find a lower computer related expenses. Say be a computer say yankoto plug yankoto we no. Was it sikano 1 year 2022 number 679 billion. Wire cables ni computer almost 679 billion. After the Betiania Aikai Bryce Simmons. No, Sankwachi, Eugene fa board not one mommy. For board not one mommy. And Nancy at the board that one say, apart from cost where a car we are mobile. If I tell you how much these people take, you'll be surprised. Tiania Bryce Simmons kind sometime back. I say, according to Bryce Simmons, Ghanaian social innovator and vice president of Imani Africa. The Bank of Ghana comprises a board with 10 independent directors. Each receiving a monthly salary of approximately $8,000. equivalent to around 86,000 cedis. And only average, because Bank of Ghana governor Kasa Addison, the salary, Bosumi Bia, AC factory bako, because Addison's salary is 1.4 billion old cedis every month. When you want to cry $8,000, Minkas $8,000 in a dozen because we beat me a Juma Bridge, you to be $15,000 a month. But the point I'm making is say, $8,000, what is the equivalent of work and achievement or progress that you have to show to commensurate? You don't say, Ghana for any scandal, Yankee taxes in mom, never $8,000 because we want to pay $1,000 when you're in your Bank of Ghana so fast. Bank of Ghana from 2017, Abokabesina, Mokusu $8,000. And for Sloven Pana Ghana, and let me show you one of the reasons enter Bank of Ghana, Eboka. Kwame Maseno, picture could be a choice for the criminal money printing quadrant. Now, over the criminal money printing quadrant. Criminal number 1, President Akufo-Addo. Criminal number 2, Vice President Alhaji Bawumia, who is the chairman of the economic management, and I'll tell you why they are criminals. Criminal number 3, Ken Oforiatta, Minister of Finance, CCO International, Ogaze Akufo-Addo Jimmy. Well, man, I share big money in so. Saba akone the paperwork no babaye. I mean Adam. Anna, criminal number 4, only number 4, but your operation on the scene so. Dr. Ernest Addison, governor of Bank of Ghana. I didn't know to that who said these guys are criminals. Why? When I'm say Bank of Ghana printing Sika, Amba Ghana. First and foremost, they need parliamentary approval. It was also parliament. Bibi. Number 2, I stand for correction, but I read somewhere which I say. So Bank of Ghana be printing Sikama Baya. They cannot print more than 5% of the previous financial calendar. For instance, say Ghana, last year no, Ghana for 100 cedis. Bank of Ghana printing more than 5 Ghana cedis. According to the laws of our country. But what did Bank of Ghana do, ladies and gentlemen? Criminals in the pictures were brother. This is what Bank of Ghana did. Omeje say in year 2021, Bank of Ghana printed not less than 40 billion Ghana cedis. Emma Akronfoi. Some, and allegedly without parliamentary approval. Kitwa no ma parliamentary approval. Niaka no ma shawdom, no ma print 40 billion Ghana cedis. It is against the laws of our country. Even Economics 101 bachelor say sika pudro ebe dos wo more inflation kosro. The same Economics 101 bachelor say there's something in finance we call crowding out. It's the sika pudro no kura begu system no bebra. What they do is that they find a way to take some of the money out. Debut where the Bank of Ghana boom and gusu printed 40 billion Emma Nana Akufo-Addo Bawumia in year 2021. It's in again say okay. One more for now, when we have 48 billion, but memory research them say 40 billion, and it's a use average of 40 billion. But over here, Facebook, I 48 billion, and on print here. It's who can in Abomwa. Not just within a space of 2 years, 2021, 2022, Bank of Ghana printed close to 80 billion Ghana cedis, and on them Akufo-Addo Bawumia, which is against the laws of our country. Go and find out in 2016, and John Dramani Mahama. John Dramani Mahama fixed Ghana budget without any budgetary support from Bank of Ghana. Go and take the Bank of Ghana report and see year 2016. Year 2016, John Dramani Mahama did not get a single dime from the Bank of Ghana. Year 2016 was financed with zero Bank of Ghana's budgetary support. So why? No. Why? Not Ghana forbade them, no Amun. Why are they doing this to us? And it is a sad spectacle. It is a sad spectacle. We need to talk about this. And then you Ghana problem can see about salary structure. VRE. ECG for do me a light to cram over salary to some. MPA. LPRC. Tamayo refinery good. As when salaries and Crawford it is a storage tank, and yet they are taking huge sums of money. Bust. all this big, you know, the monies they are taking from Ghana, Mami, you have no idea. It is all to that. Maybe say in 2024, you hear Samoa. I am not against any leader. Because I could afford to some time back. Time you me bunu kray a man. Now I'm peku for someone to me and tell me mechanical crash now. Mechanical crash now. Okay. So it's important, but you see, my yanko sunyane. Kwame, yanko sunyane. But Ansah na be obey call no. Sanka ye wo Gabi videos na. Ye fanche he. When you enter say Gabi videos no. One of the reasons in tia boy we person trust say, apart from chrono or mabwa on person kata muto no, they also want to swim in the pool of largesse. Eti yanko first. Show me Gabi Ochidako not saying. Ansah no mobile power no. Gabi Ochidako is a de facto prime minister, not saying. I am not saying somebody be more branco than him. Yeah, you know him so bagana no rasta which and then family, but not saying. Yeah, they are to Facebook. Brabe share Gabi Ochidako. Tamwa or join a Let My Vote Count Alliance. Echo demonstration. Gabi da who is here. Me ma 30 seconds. Oh dear brabe. Uvia. May you picture biatro. Now let me say this. I saw from penny for ni imams in penny for near him from penny for any penny for waka. Ah, people are living good because some are breno. Ah, mo dia mo se mo no. Wo dia ma ban sesa. No bin ko traviate mu. Na mo matwema no se Benz e meka se okroma. Na mo twema no se Benz e meka se okroma. Because people are living beyond their means. And Yoko not interested. People are living beyond their means. And NIB, and you're interested. People are living beyond their means, and the CID Directorate of Ghana Police Service is not interested. And Juma Ben and Kwabena or Kromhanmua, they are living more than the Arabian king. I'm asking. Okay, says Yahoo. Okay, I'm on 5 seconds. But 5 seconds, but you free. Obi a man way. I'm on 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, you'll be free. So this is Gabi Ochidako. Okay, Medini Suwanum because the way this country is going. And the war and Yama Yeno say Yamaya Niam Mewa Niamabiwa. And if you are youth, don't be afraid. Listen to me. Have the boldness and the courage to fight for your country. I know that they will come after you. But Bonini with Trinity, God will always serve you. We are Babu now Temia. You must have the heart of the Kenyans. Once in a Kenya for no, anyone paying for the you know. That is how we must fight our leaders. Because say I am saying, sir, a time will come, these guys will die. And yes, here for the meanwhile, this is the land of gold, the land of diamonds, the land of oil and bauxite. It will people know, Timia, you got to wake up, you got to be strong. When you're people, the youth of Ghana must rise and we must save our country. We have a country to save. Yen Trano man Crawford, a Crawford inside Ghana, and Ghana, my Nana Kufa, how many years Nakano? So, rather than 50 years, Krakanwa, won't he go? The legacies he would have left behind never affected Ghana for you now, and you are silent. And Minnesota from say, all of you should come to the streets. Now I am fighting to say Kenya for all of you must come to the street. And from so MPP and now DC, we are Babunukwa, come to the street and let's fight this elephant to the bush. Bush of no return. Okay, so where Gabi Ochidako? I say, senior, for new video of Gabi Ochidako to a mame. Menka sabe Ghana for nabe deductions. For new video of Gabi Ochidako to a mame. Opa, what you feel about it? No about Ratwa. No. Because, and some of them, because they have packed the court. Friends of lawyers, friends of judges. It will also was fine. Then Krumama and Kwanje Ghana, and Kibedruha. Dano penny be frame. But what the mammy can make up in university. But it's sad. Mammy, Minia, father video no to mammy. I can't share some more fire. Kofi Simon, what you feel about this will be a much for Najine. Ghana in idea. Kofi Simon say, don't laugh, it's serious. I know. Fantastic. So this is the video. Where they make a sound. This is the video. Me yase one way tie of ebi obi hon mo ni fun ti no esa we explaining ne ekoso enye sa nka pese wo abehwe me nka sa brabo ye monko ye nimu ye bo brabo ko ye nimu Ya bobra boko yenim. Hanu he say na police no ebe koto no. Wan koto na ebe yinadi. Hey, na prime minister banko. Hwe ka na beso awade ka mu ka na beso no. He married this because ne brand a president and ne kazi and ne wofana president. Time I started in the early days of Pan-Africanism. Na me chira brofo kokokoko. But me nyi na me hunu say sabi enya brofo nyina na enya papa. Na ope the real colonizers, the true imperialists, ope the true people are the enslaved people are our own people. So they are criminals more than the white people we fight. I'm telling you, they are criminals more than the white people we fight. If we have any strength, ladies and gentlemen, we must fight our leaders. Say, I am charging you. We must fight our leaders. We must get to a point in time where so we must get to that point. We must get to a point in time where some go to treaty or money say parliament no we must get to that point. Because it's becoming one too many. You guys keep on swimming in the pool of money, in the pool of largesse. My meaning to me try the best school fees. Was twice water and a corasa SNH. Na so be tonsua 50 pesos in TSM mini twomnika edit trotronity. Net me phobity baby or more brother. He's living like an Arabian king and we are silent as a people. What kind of nonsense is this? What kind of nonsense is this? Why? Is this what we're bargaining for? Is this why we went on the polls on the 7th of December 2020 to cast our vote? If you had promised us this, do you think we would have wasted our times in voting for you? Youth and future leaders of our country, I want to speak to you. There must be a change. There must be a change, certainly a change. We are not fighting because John Mahama must become president at all costs. We don't care. I'm not even fighting because John Mahama must upgrade his CV. To hell. I don't give a damn. But you see, that John Dramani Mahama, Ejuma wa no. Asumbu fata. So when he comes, he will be able to set the country's destiny onto proper reparation. Anyways, it's hard. But what you don't know also is that Sunyani High Court said they be a case a drew registration MPP. You think we are lying? Listo we ankasa betrana mo kan. Listo we betrana mo kan say no or no a part of reggae machine. Say reggae machine the brofa can say no be kind of one word. Listo we avia bamu e wo kumase sa Wama MPP we never know better than no moment here. Listo well. Was say he was part of reggae machinery. So when we say me pacho obi was me fan kwa me pressure. No, let me do my work. Me pressure be a jam me me. Eti so obi be catch there say ebia he's part of a reggae machinery. Na say ebia you think say enye sanet here. I mean how? Let's reconnect him, please. Don't give me pressure. Live on Accra, 100.5 FM. Michael Latte Adjoining. Osi a question said more fine na. Kofi Simon the Nadia Bosi Akufado and cohort have sold the country. Adrena Nonu was a positive change for real. Their day of record is come. Now, Osha story here make about 16 people. I will turn on off for baby. The Sunyani High Court I instructed the electoral commission says microphone yenyo within film because yankoda womun din fisha nwotwe empomure and edom akwakwere registration. This confirms chrono MPP any Bamia and Nkrofo person in the coming elections. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, we should not allow these thieves, these criminals, another chance in 2024. No way. no way. We should not allow these criminals another chance in 2024. Because for Kwabena Druno, say Yanina Yankua, Womano, essay. Tamanan Crofocase, they are minors who are registering. Maybe you many to say Sabia Pro Wata. They didn't care jack about it. Once it has gone to confirm. And Mami more turning off NDC executives Nabaso. Nami more NDC leadership Nabaso. Nami more a year chairman I said in Ketia Abaso and all the other executives of NDC. Because this time much less money thing, and that is what the people of Ghana want. Because Obi want more NDC. But NDC is that machinery. Move to lead number fighting for the second independence of this country. Etime Boma Baso, Sami Jemfi, Hanabisil, Yamin, Asedin Ketia Fifi Fiavikwete, all the guys, Malik Basim Tali, my friend, all those guys, and the minority in parliament, for your vigilance at this time, I say you are making sure say NDC will win. And NDC never win it, and Ghana never win it. Because this time, 14 voters, I can say they are going to vote for NDC, so they may not be NDC people, they are Ghanaians, and Ghana will win on the 7th of December. Though Mahama will become president, and NDC, Nababaya president, but and conform to Abada, and so Mahama Mamu Papano, they will make sure that the party wins. We must go all out and sing the truth, the 24-hour economy. Other major promises of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and then there's a Mokotong. And I have said this time without number, say, a year NDC communicators, no more platforms. I hold also yesterday. Carry the 24-hour agenda, no. Make sure it sink into the minds of the people, because most of these journalists, most of these producers, most of these presenters, most of these media houses, you know, almost said that for topics are about Mahama animals now project about me. So also, once you send your questions, send your topics before you attend to their topic, before you attend to their questions. Make sure say you talk about your 24-hour economy. Make sure say you talk about Saglemia, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Kaya, MP before Pesomutong. Talk about the fact say and John Dramani Mahama and Kene Ghana $300 million a commended sugar factory. I can say $10 million are trouble gas, SAVN, and you John Mahama the best see a trouble gas, and Kebeboka extra $300 million for gas. Let them know. Say John Dramani Mahama no Pamono, on no see Commander Sugar Factory every year, and can Mabu the Commandant Ghana Benya Jumaye, and yet a Kufa Dubai, some Mahama Benya Fancy, where Miano and Wama King. And the excuse they are giving is say John Dramani Mahama and the Ashidia. Granted, in process John Dramani Mahama and the Ahidia. Near was see a whole factory, I could pay Mumfidian in Abba for operation. I heard ye into whom company nano. That you know, yes, I heard ye. I heard ye 6 months. What's made I heard ye. See, sometimes send a crofo with dreaming here. And John Dramani Mahama and Atamils, I think JM not a word that was head of Boston. And I think at the same time, I don't know head Temoyo refinery. That guy and his people were making profit. One of the fantastic leaders, a Wadako. They were making profit. And then all of a sudden, a Wadako free one day. These people took over and they were making losses. And I Menoka say, Tema Oil Refinery, and say it's become a storage hub. You save fuel, or you're refining fuel. The question is why? Tama Kwame Nkrumah I ate Tema Oil Refinery. Ghana, near him say Fango, Bani and two. And yet, not Tema Oil Refinery was serving its purpose. Why not now? And these are issues, ladies and gentlemen, we must talk about. Now, Mamika Way, we're trying to establish contacts with one lawyer. I will follow Sinyani case, you know. Lawyer Foster Asante, or a part of the legal team of NDC. On Sunyani, the court instructing EC, say, Mofrabe Dunsia, Aumdin. Ako about 1 minute, they were the people who Jinaye, Emma, NDC, and in good time we'll try and get them. Okay, my uncle, lawyer, hello, Lawyer Foster.
Yes, sir.
What that man to say? Ma mini kan Emma Muamu Wajuma Pa Mugusuye.
Right, that was it. No, that was.
Muse na Ghana here. Munko so enkra mumudi mwate ebefa. Yo, afei na ebia obi tie ha. Yemfa ne se mekra maintain sem yase. Wadama, ede na si yepoten, ubetimi a kire me. The Genesis and sample na the revelation was a meal.
No, okay. My many can share what you for now.
Okay.
Let me say in the Electoral Commission a registration exercise
yes
between 7th May to somewhere 30th May 2024. No be a konya to home my first registrant. Any more anti register ever registered during the limited registration. I exercise a also account phenomena. And as I said, was not an exception. And the registration, a personal, it's my electoral, my political parties, agent. Raise the issues of challenge if they have any doubts about OB age and how it be. And the also was not NDC agent. No, I think on a deputy secretary for the constituency. I raised the objection to students from one of the senior high schools, I think Bobie Senior High School. Back the rabbi. In the course of registration, they had the opportunity to challenge
Accra FM 100.5.
And see, as the procedure is already challenged now, they flag it. Normally referred to District Registration Review Committee.
Okay.
Then they will sit on it until you'll be called upon to produce evidence or they substantiate your challenge. They did all they could, but at the end of the day, the chairman of the review committee released evidence almost presented here ASL 7 and aside on their convent. So he cleared the children and almost at the issue voters ID card and mouth. That's an annual day. And the number engaged me and said, this is what has happened. And I'm so, Lord, now, here I now got my room for appeal. And so if you think that you have sufficient evidence to back your claim, let's go to the High Court. Because every high region, the anomaly High Court judge or a chief review officer. So me filing notice of appeal. Serving crying in because they have to be heard. Don't make us own for Munka Homa Court my order. Abra in court in CA almost like. And we were able to serve all of them with a notice of appeal through their headmaster. And a challenge, and they brought the documents. Now almost possession, almost the challenge here, almost ignore, which were admission forms of these children with the school. And the admission form of each of them had their passport picture on it, and that of a guardian and our parent. And you'll be surprised. Obi was 15 years.
15 years.
1-5.
Wow.
Obi was 16 years. The oldest I know him is 17 years, 3 months. And these kids had their names on the National Register. So
wow.
We had that evidence and I'm a filing process or court. The court, Mama Quenya, Name adduce fresh or new evidence on appeal to support the appeal na IAM. So I filed exhibiting crying letters, admission forms, which had their pictures, their names, their date of birth, and that of their parents in Guardian. And we served the children again. And I'm more engaging a lawyer. They are the bar looking at the magnitude of evidence. The lawyer on the other side had no option than to concede. So So I share documents, and he thinks that we have a case. So the next court date now is like a movie motion, The court, Maya Queen and I had duty fresh evidence, The lawyers still in the white.
Wow.
And crying now they were in court. They all knelt, went down on their knees. Judge Natural said they were misled. It wasn't deliberate.
Because they are minors.
They are minors. And so voters ID card, they are surrounding it to the judge. They surrounded their voters ID card. And I prayed that the court should make an order directed at the EC, the ONS, finding the name of all those minors from the register. Because we need a credible register for this coming election. So I sit back and I asked myself, what was the motivation of this case? As young as 15 years, knowing very well that constitutionally, you don't qualify to have your name on the voters' register. So that is the problem.
No, I cancel. Question, I don't know, what was the motivation of one facilitating the children?
Yes. So what I had wanted to ask or put it to the case to tell us their motivation. They would have named those who lured them either with money or with promises to go and queue to get a voter's ID. But I understand that it's not ending there. The law is not silent at that point. Because if you commit electoral offense, such as this, you can go in for a minimum term of 2 years.
Even as a minor?
Yes, they can take you to the through the juvenile justice system and to any of the Boston schools if you are found culpable. It has an option of a fine though. So we are placing these minors in a very disadvantaged.
Accra FM.
Now you have lied on your age. How do you correct it in the near future? You are 15, Osim were 18. It's gone into the system. And they are serious.
And we're just a district.
Yes.
I'm imagining the number of districts we have in this country, and assuming Sabi, Niama who you cry and Nia Abia Mubetimia challenge, send you who ye nim. Now, ocean a reflection across the country. I'm imagining the number of minors about what your registration in the coming elections.
Very bad. So, I hope that, as I said, this may not end where it ended now. Probably we will also trigger the criminal aspect so that it will put fear in those who are managing about registering to come out and register. And vote.
And vote.
Because what they say wouldn't be announced minor. Yeah, you need me free. I signed enough for court. I'm not signing a bond and I had enough to man. Okay, that card ne crabbe should also be free absorb it.
In the council, in this case, no, in Kwabena,
so now, the court admonished them. Now, my ID card, they have surrounded it. Whether it's ID, The court, per the rules, is supposed to make an order to the EC to expunge their names from the records. And the act lies with the appellant, the Obama, if you want to lodge a criminal case against them, he's at liberty to do it.
Now, what the Jumayachi Semra Nimini? Do you think, sir, just cautioning the kids a deterrence enough? Say, our Frebia won't be doing what pretty baby, or near we mudi registration be a basui, and I have a family transfer be means person based on ruling by Maya Namin. Do you think, sir, it's a deterrent enough?
Those are minors, The law is very soft on them. They're about minors, especially juveniles, those people. The law is a little bit lenient when it's dealing with, because when himself or Musa, he must be given an opportunity to reform and become useful citizens.
Yes.
But we are that tender age, near do be record room. One original, and I'm paying for every record to Mama also. And I wish you were there yesterday. It may not be deterrent enough for more. Or my going to say, Accra FM. And then I make a choice. My clients now after court, no. I consult them, and I told them that you can also resort to criminal way, no. But I think the animal may more deterrent.
Now, lawyers. And the other counsel, no. Now, when you're privy to this information, see, na o defending colleague.
No, you're privy.
No, you're privy.
Filing notice of appeal now, you don't attach evidence that and find notice never.
Okay.
But the officer will adduce new evidence. Not a new possession at the time I will file it and I will challenge it. The court is at liberty of my way in furtherance of justice. And so who evidence, no, he became too overwhelmed. That's wow.
Counsel, you be jam wako, but I'm afraid it's here. Omunu 18 years. Ebin so omunu 18 years, but omakwe registration. Ebia nyame yadumu omo twenso beto aba. Ebin so tie ebia dachi bia say electoral commission said ebia bibisa omo bebe say omo say register even though omunu 18 years. But actually assembly o homa senkodey, especially when we in the 18 years and so my imagine say omo beto aba in the coming elections.
Well, I put you on a demand crano. I'm a demand crowd more. My munya, munya.
And yeah, my men, papa, mujam, magum, some quest, Edumano.
May catch your more. Over near BB and neck. Any year's time, it may come back to hurt you. There is a case ongoing. I don't remember that case.
Okay.
But there was a document about 2007. Every crime, another document, about document. But I think we have a court 2024, other statistics.
Wow.
And it is a war Accra, what back court, I'm a court at Chonwaso. What about you say, why a Bonia, a TR minor? I form a part of the record. Wouldn't baby, everybody share. Obey say, oh, interview be a one year, oh, Pajuma, or Ralph is the interview. Obi show when you mount, mammy. 5, 10, 15 years ago, we were in court falsifying documents and as engaging in fraud.
That's right.
Why never forward, Mom?
That's right.
But as at the time, and I know, now we name as soon as science. And to my phone now, my guy or my sister, or Munim so Munya 18. Besica, taxpayers, sticker, a chatted to her, that is in farm prepare credible register.
Accra FM 100.5.
18 years. The corner control.
Accra FM.
At the end of the day, no, Accra ne be throw up an infie home. Ebe hand on that shit.
Tina.
Eso numua.
Embra. Anybody.
And the metro are wonderful. Mema obi another say ma oba enko. Abra onim se ondo. Accra ne dache. And
lawyer, interestingly, almost what I am dada who for Sefa Babrano. Ebi mu oma omu wo fie.
On
fan about mother.
We got only on fan about is there can never run or the Napa Naman on it.
Aye, to una be the job.
National school.
That's right.
About public school. Banabra now register.
Yo. Lawyer, you better say.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, but when church at the form. In fact, they say I feel like me a law student cry. Lawyer Foster Asante, NDC legal team member. Na wajinemu pa nini nuanum. I making sure say emofra omundi 18 years na nkampese. Ome diabro. Akromfo abayon peso moto aso nti kwase sankwadai dada nkwadai making sure sankwadai be register and you to the akọ kan o wamumuai Kwabena Bobie answer kan o wamumuai listo well kan o obi emuai hunto kan o obi emuai Ya ka obi ya wom say ya politics. Ene de sema hunu sema dapa adedi. Ene so nyane high court. Asidan koma lawyer Foster something in the team. So nyane high court. A declare say Electoral Commission of Ghana a wabo ne trimu pose obe wi abai mu na yenso yabo ye trimu pose ye ne be face mu ngamu no won konko yi nkoda yi din emfiri abato ohumanu. Can you imagine sanka lawyer yi eni mpanyifo ya nsori a na jisan konkoda yi be koto aba o hwe san konkoda ya bubu nkoto je pom e pa chew me pa chow say possible na say possible across all the other district Mr. Mumfa ni nyina nso court baby bia mugidi se enkoda bi register ye especially in my eastern region and Asante region Mumfa mun court na minus ni be brace so in whatever we do always know say Ghana sumbo sin bibia. It is sad but it shall be well. Na benka mo say me no ka say minia Samuel Hunto abeg join Samuel Hunto abeg join yen. Okay. Samuel Hunto abeg join yen mo betininka en chekra but tie nyum we munsem tie briefly So it talks about the land of Ghana. Yeah, me king na papa Samuel Hunto na catch them. Obi also ko ni 1 week. I put away a bed untiave. I been my pound to mention masi. Kwame we ntwe homra. E den na o sere. Tell masi anyum na den. Same.
Give us Plea capsules. A memory. Manum bia ye benemu. Kani mitutu ya na minkuma bo asese de. Betu esa kum mania G. Give us Plea capsules. Give it to me, baby. Give us core capsules as well. E mane meme nyina akoko yade. Sisi yade amamanya yem timotete wo mo no. Yedro no. Manum bi amama de me ho. Give us core capsules. Mrs. Moye ding. Give us core capsules. I give it to you, baby. You give it to me. Oh, yeah. Hey, give us no. A man need ya bebusiemu papa. Na bema ka give us Plea capsules. And ni give us core capsules bomu nom dia. Na eni jeni ahode no. Wa brudo. Give us Plea capsules. And meme wadi if you do what you do kronkwa na efa. Give us core capsules. A painful abata one more menufu ne nkwada woni if you do mienu nka ho. E wo drugstore bia motofonko Give us Herbal Center, Teshi Mobile. And na Teshi Adriami. Phone numbers 0543 222 470 and 050-68-51135.
FD Aje Edwedi Nkratui Atum.
Sumrika Emra bills was here. If you say, Asumja Wunya Wayam, Bosia Bon Shaya Hudie, Educhum, Obibia Waye, and it made dear Biara Woody, bills would be Mao, won't hear Susu, won't hear Awa, Nanya here no national ID card. Ain't it to Mrika Frayam was 0302-200-390 and 0596-920-833. Kai say, on Mansika Krobia Batan. Bank of Ghana and Sawo Bills microcredits Jumedium. Bills Uposia Bohon Adamfo. Kai say Jumedie in Shaka Crown.
Hey,
Koda. And Mano sit then cry. Tabia Takum, when ye, and Mamma, you don't know, and me and Yahweh, and Yahweh, and your Mamadro, and nothing a band may be a here, and to 4 and yet to 4, and you'll be a penny to a tractombia, and cook chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, and they have our shops beer. I was gonna have a beer. And that's a friend. I was 0243 686861 and 0245 749206. Sankatwe FDA Fwajatu. Kaise Tabia Takum ye. Bembe bia ye Takum.
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15. Yencho Manfonis Katel star 413 hash. Let's choose option 2. Into Mr. Fafona Yenye Ejumai star 413 hash and rap in Kufudi into Mr. and then today may be your lucky day. And more doing young Tantau. Now that will be this cano. Sadano and a Geno and Tanta. Asemento. You are toward you, Bedi. Sano be kind, or see, Charlie. Dinner me di, I'm so good, 2K, 2000. Was me fafu and I'm the tour. No, be me, and I tell me, him 115 cities or so. Pa, nobody 2000. Sanka Kwano in chat, Anna, a Jay Tatan would tear ya, Anka, he will be 2000 cities less richer. Let's me patch on to bet my phone here. You have not drones this year. Star 413 hash. Let's choose option 2. Sometimes one more try into what Toba and Tobaha. And more about Mumu. If you are fine, what be a funny inquiry. Star 413 hash. Choose option 2 to say, na yen share near Radibit my year. Abiana in soon sign about them who fear pen or the number unim. I love this song so much, but I mean, tears here. The only evidence one many done so somewhere. Oh, fear no to papas on check new Nimaya assassin. Have you now cast as a media assassin? But what would cheer me be, especially my girlfriends, Eversono, and me no mema Eversono. More much them I see on Facebook. Why? And you know, as such, they say, like, I love it, but me tears here. When me patrol be a would me be a Brazil Kwambo. I mean, I feel entrance in that yen come. But a star 413 hash, not choose option 2. A Jumana about Mumma Buame as a chair. Obiamna Facebook. So what ever and Quadi am a patrol Buame. None am any tone sono. Where Dimishamo. Samia Kwaba. Ya Kwabena. Bibia Bokodia. Where dear, when in Buame simple, tea you will next time I say something. Men find you no sebo. Men find and you no sebo. I know besides you but you can't do that. Tea the mecano. Men find you mum real sebo. Men a mebominium. Oh, I mean Casa. Men find you real sebo. And what besides saying, and you are the blame me, maybe I see it. When I call share one and I will bow him, and if I cry fast or show him fast, I'll crown so ne passage. Simple as so. But such a my way. Some 10 minutes, Debbie. Ah, how? Oh, me cherish me. And yet, gentlemen, Ansah. A channel the Obama time like I was saying. No. No. Are you telling me something to make us as an ever? See you next time I say. Okay, and see, Tabia Herbal Center, sir, and every Tabia Herbal Meshano, Kumalaria, no, a big story, just was young cow, and tea, so Ubitimako and just Nani Dusopomu, Wako Aquakutu. Na almost say, Mofra, Omotabia Takum, Mofra, Umuni, Emru, Fisher, Dungochi, and Naunruye, Winkanisa, Untimi Numbi, Oma Banufo, a few Wamonso Unkaho. Na ubitimi upon a chick or kanshi drug lane. Pharmacies or Honey shops in Yabenabi 0243 686861 0243 686861. Someone who told Fia and check in 2 minutes over in Greenfield and River Clinic. Capsules abontin, it enhances libido and gives peak performance. A fee a con sisiadia pa ana low sperm count. Said doctor diagnosing Quandia and Pacho. We drew na mabosui na ni abua ma moja tinitini ye e woni pa kwa me bright garlic plus capsules na no ne ampe ono say san cholesterol on say na say na we be because ro say oh we drew any science so bua regulative blood and sugar level awbrase kwanso ni ye de be kai Greenfield krampo a edimu na CP sita the fact that one run world class ambulance service into institutions ahodo schools. I mean, all the churches, maybe a more Jumadi be say walk could be any sports event be a more from one meeting about by Juan because you quite crash stretch no more DH but from 0243 983906 from CC Ahomba Sequence 0243 983906 Royal Chapter Property Group Limited said almost no F4 70 by 100 80 by 80 in a full plot 35 by 100 70 by 50 and also a half plot. Now it's selling at very cool prices. I think Oko Tichamanti one more. Almost 2 and 3 bedroom expandable houses are with me and you be. I don't know Ukreska bit me to an outright. And yes, answer a bit my Bosuminsia. Now with piano and kakra. You can form amount and every. I form assassin also electricity in Su also. And I'm Medima Kitty Rose no see pa. Young contact almost 0256 51 5862 and 0256 70 0831. Finally, Tango Prime washing powder. And when powder powder making say we see near a washing machine, and I say we see a near a bucketimo. Mr. and one a Tango Prime washing powder. Now, Ubesia, you know, it gives you a spotless feel, especially in Tadia White in the Modru any. Ubi that in your at a wine sense and your tata than a pra, a kama papa, a multi-purpose. Multi-purpose, not just say any man can say you trade and I say we clean kitchen. Look, where you are, Mabosono, a gentle formula, a mild on your hands. Well, when you're dear, a come up, I think so it's perfumed. Well, into be you should not say Atarimu, I come up. I hope I say, Tango Prime washing powder, the Omuo, with menu, any shop near you, but open bulk orders now. Fred Delta paper mail, I was 0243 033 033. Tango Prime washing powder, be spotless. Ma ending como ye na ma chiro bills microcredit na me do ho dance a chiro and a face horse engine coolant na ne krakra no me the top choco chocolate and so ape so me nua no mo so ma join e wo Facebook say no chiro ene man so twi hine mo nyina ma hunu obi abetimi the message saba na ene no hesi benya mre na yakọ IQ FM en sense mu any other matesa e ho behia se beka Same Nana over to you Jolate
anwum no ka se me nkyerɛ wase off air
me se kyerɛ mase on air
ya me kyerɛ wase off air no kan de me ka kyerɛ
wan kyerɛ mase o nya kan ya asase o jai
pato producer bai
me se ma papa jai o se asase o se adwum ne asase na
o se Ghana anyimba Ubisai, and I'm catching the Ghana, and you might say Ghana Sassy.
What for food? Yasaniamo?
Yea. And the word phone also translating NTA.
How do we picture us?
Translating
because now they went to Manchester, I say off air. Now what can you foul for?
Because I wanted to teach you a lesson. Saying to two no my home farm between pennies.
I guess I drink as you're not just about me. I started
to American. You to two no my home farm between pennies. Very simple. Ghana Anyigba wa FM HSA assassin. Ghana the sort Ghana assassin. Or say Ghana your mind. Ghana yanyafa hudi. Ghana your mind and your shrine. Ghana assassin. And Ghana my your mind and your shrine. And Ghana assassin and your shrine.
Akwana bua pop. Okay, any say me boy no watch it. Me boy no watch it. Say one we intino. Any say until you starting saying
Ghana.
That's Ghana foot here.
Me amam.
But I can't try back out with you. Ghana assassin.
Nami and Camuno Hemoso. Ghana.
Oh, yes, I didn't know how free well. Now, because somewhere I was like, me rapper. Anyways. Me ba so ni asame so kan na nya no kra me boa me on Facebook.
Yesu video mo e be nya oba. Aya hu se yesu.
Na je so boa. Etu boa.
Mo tam na de bia.
Me ba to wazan wo. Ade menti ase ye re me de. Wazan me mo boa me wai.
Tam na ma uti apa ide.
Okay, sami yanko.
Ma me nchia eye tifo na hwefo me nchia uni aba mawu no si. Ewie o tie yen. Ene akra FM ko na hwefo nyina won che hye
e kama pa
bedu ha sisiana Kwame producer ade ma me se openi bi fra brochire bai na obai na obeche ade che de brain se wa ma me sa che openi ni di nash ampa ena ode bai enti openi nash e da se na minshira wo chana ode ebae no
efenso
Kwame ma je mitinsu kasinti no o se me ko na ebo ho
na kra
mitinsu nte o se me ko na ebo ho etire we o list o eti ana ode toy ene ofa Kwabena Bobie eti size no ode toy mi mitie nso sa enti me ko na yabo ho ama me na mi wie ni sa nse enu ametra ha kase mi say the moment assembly ameka bi a nipa beji mu achini no ebre e vindicate me enu obi a homa ne tumu bi line ma mi say ankomo be na me de hyase me hyase about how I register Nkrofo minor Ashanti regions and in most of areas MPP strongholds. Now the intention is not to register them hoping say on the election day or ma betwaba nemum ye pese mudini ma register num mudini ba register num ko ade a bibi Nkrofo metwaba na dia mamo na nipa no a NDC ni no a we lead this challenge amamo challenge or some kra na edro saying 16 makuma kudinsia amen na high court
lawyer no din the lawyer Foster Santi
Asha electoral commission onye din film Nyankopon hira sa NDC ni pa we sense e wa Ashanti region canon of that's a half region and see wo ho so what it means ni say during the registration no NDC for na Ashanti region do no aso mo bobna say MPP for register nkwada MPP for register nkwada how many of them enetimi a follow procedure no said ye one more turn us out aye because if you say registration we no yente say NDC for Ashanti region is one no move to MPP for the nkwada e register no or matimi a follow up amakudu some pempensowe sometimes Nkrofo is through out of the now Jen said me the kind of justice I'm looking for. But there's nothing wrong, so we better try system no
harm in trying.
There's no harm in trying. Oko voter region. MPP for challenge NDC for papa. We say omo challenging for some young cry and no cry no more proving we say omo 18 years no. Voter region kwan beto say afi kra de wo ba wo say wo kire say ampa wo ye Ghana ni ye musa ye nka say ye hu na ka say de nti a kire say wo ye Ghana ni Nkrofo di ku mo register na ye de immigration for any apposi for enam ki mo ye Nkrofo say omo prove omo nationality voter region FM and make sure omo go through the process no and they were duly registered allegations be brea a free Ashanti region and the registration say register and kwada no how many of them anytimi ekokudu sam pempenso a edi adui na mesre say the lawyer na kan no we are civil enti I was so more activate the criminal no so criminal aspect no na criminal aspect no na betwe omo a omo taasa de we achi first abofra wonim so wo 15 years 16 years no won fi ni fie da so kwa akotro ni din a wonim say 18 years obi ne kofa akwada no de no koye omu busa sa ankwada no mo be kire nipa kora obefa omo do mo koye. Those people need to be punished. Amofra na wofo, they need to be punished.
That be, I know you're granted if they know something about it. Because yet me before bofana awofo ni mo.
They need to be punished. The entire mekasa ne say. Yamfa na so ya awofo. Abofra no obi upie ukwa adwuma ukwa fumba no bia befa aba no akọ register no. Ena political party agent a challenge wo ba no. Onyawe. Enti wuni won me befa aba no call register no aba won so aba no challenge na wona woni mo ba no mfie no. What did you do? Disclaimer ben and our issue ye. Eboa be na obo aye senka wofo no mpo no wo ke wo hia se ebekọ abofra no school. Se ekwa akohwe eye na admission forms edi on the quantity number of age. Enti nka wawofo no na obeka se abofra we woye me ba me wo no afi sei wonya mfie nse wonya mfinhia du nwotwe me ko baabi me ba ye wakọ register. Enti wo na wo se wo lead wo ba no kra ko electoral commission ho e make sure say be yi abofra ni din afi register.
Sammy, I'm sorry. No say me know you are going to extend, but you see, I'm sorry to say this. Yeah, ma menum be a work crassy be pray with all due respect to them. Daft, maybe
the law.
No, maybe. Daft, sa intelligence any hunimu ya uwe they don't have. You see, enti sa process any bureaucracy as some of us we cry. They may not even know near there. Enti did the say what is the banner register and what better fee and near account. I think say we should rather send our arsenals to the political actors. Political actors no omo just say juma no and not the innocent mothers.
Ignorant of the law. No? It is never an excuse per our laws. Say ona minim semra ni nie.
FM.
Enu ntimi nya excuse. Say oh wakum obi. Nye do akọ kudina kọ to na minim se wakum obi a eye bone wo Ghana. Eni ti na wonim tini ejo amafa ho di. No. Say meba o nana sa wo fo na wo muni fie mpo na emfa say omoma no obe fa mo ko register mo say emfa na say wo muni fie no bae e na wo fo obi so wo ba Kwabena manu oba Kwabena manu wa ba be wi ama ponche e wo mi fie e de na ba mamare e na wo fo no nim say nya no kra nka wonka so meba no onte sa meba no ko wi aponche bi anka wonka oba na ese oba no etuo hye ne ho odidi bone ne tuo no odem anka wofo meka se meba no odituo. It is never excuse omo ye hufo dabi. The law must deal with them. That child our 16 17 years no hye awofo no ase enti wo ma me no wo kra na ka principal witness.
Okay.
Awofo no mo na mo ya dance fo kese because na mo wo abofra no e na mo nim sa abofra ni nyamfihia du nwotwe enti mo ba empo no bia befa na ko register no a mo na wo se mo lead mofra no so mofra ne nsa e ko electoral commission ka chense electoral commission yi me ko baabi me ko adwuma me tu kwa me ba yi ma abofra ma hu so kuta voters ID card na nim se voters ID card no bia wonya mfihia du nwotwe e na wo so otumi ye me ba yi onya mfihia du nwotwe enti yi ne di free
and in the let me get this clarity. With this case, I learned based on interaction I have every day. Say, not baby move school. Okay. And would you also say young coach headmasters? What if they are not aware? Say in Kolanoko onto such.
Yeah, registration.
Yes.
Mama can say. I think somebody just 1 week or so 2 weeks. And my friends will be uncle feeling register.
Okay.
And to manya 18 years and omunya 18 years no. Omunyina ekofie. And tiano no sa no, you cannot take the school. Untimi hold the school responsible. Because wa mama friend kwa so nkofie no and wakọ any registration.
Okay.
Kana wo fo no betimi aka kire yen say. E free bra ye challenge omoma no. Ye registration wie ye is no almost a month.
Yeah.
E free bra challenge mo friend man e do mo court no. A wo fo no munya we. What did they do? Evidence bang and on the my nipa no accuse abofra no wono na correction evidence.
Okay.
O track abofra no ko school mo ko abofra no nkrata asemu ano no nya dance e chesa ampa abofra no nya mfihye no nwotwe. Maame ne papa no wo abofra no, do they need to go back to the school to know the age of their wars?
Say they know already.
They know it already.
Accra FM.
Now no 2020 ABC Eastern Region. Man so Frejuma Bobaya, the man Kwalami no munya 18 years, I call register. Do you know why he did? Oko police station control statement. Extracts. Say, Nemano, Eko so affidavit, say Nemano, Omunya 18 years. And so why on Nante Kwapo, a electoral commission ho. At the extract no command catches in the mano, Memano or Memani or Mumbe date of birth ni. Omunya 18 years. Or my register. And Tini mo friendly dean, a free. Nina Chino, the electoral commission didn't when you are free. And to this election registration moyeno. And Krano Kwaso I feel Romania 8 or Mukako register no or Mukwa and Yachiwomo.
Set double registration.
So in this case, the father was right. You cannot hold the father accountable. Because the father did the needful, but the electoral commission no do here sankwala ni yet your pay because MPP has one so nyentino or maintain the other the 2020 election.
Okay.
And tiawo for me and your mom for muhundi. Yes, say cow nentina na kauto. Abofani ya uba okoboka una utia. Yesi abwana boka de ni die ni tua. Awufo bebre ya we. Minkasa awufo nyina ba awufo bebre mo frank to edo ye form ko register omo no. About 90% of parents are aware.
Yeah. Ebi okrom parents na domoko. Mo with such circumstance ne there. I agree with you said they should punish the parents.
It is one punish parent no.
And they are aware.
Any sa party fo no a ekofifa sankra no one punish omo a. Na ukoyi nkura ni din keke efree album no mu a. Enye deterrent enough. Punish them and into a more activated that criminal aspect. The next time, so I for any send Benya 18 years. On can't sabo France on Concord register.
Yeah.
So for him so Banya 18 years, not political party agent Babe Foul Bano. I didn't Concord register. Ober reported sa police, sa a party agent no. Ober reporting am a police. Sao for no bano ko register card in the background ikitanem so nya 8 years. Abeso na nsad na ko electoral commission ho akoka chance wo nya 18 years. Na si anya ni sa o anya hwe. MP abato anti president o. Ana wo hia 50 plus 1% e dia winning. MP voting election no 1 vote
count it.
Count it. Enti se munya nipa 1000 e kokoto. Na se we etumi nya 501 wa winning. In this case, we are talking about Nipa saying 16. A make it difference.
FM.
Titus Global 153 vote as a sign win here. I'm friend MP3. And to make it difference, Papa.
Even one.
And they should take the matter up
to serve as deterrents.
Very good. Now we are quote to directives, you know. I'm making sure. Nkosiasia said the electoral commission will do the needful because this electoral commission can never be trusted. Makatro say no political party or no government can rig the election without the involvement of the electoral commission and the security agents. Three. It takes 3 to rig election. The security in charge, the electoral commission, and also the political party or no person rigging in favor. 3. They work together. Say police in any security no honour. So on your compromiser, he will not allow the electoral commission to even violate on one kasane law. But say police in security no a compromiser. Wukura now will making sure that the right will be done. Or be making sure so they will release the police after you. And to making sure say I'm pa and my friend din ye a free register no. Anymore. Because 2020 Papa bi de ne mama from you kwa no munya 18 years wo Eastern Region. So mon sado mo call electoral commission wo ka che se me munya 18 years. O ma dance de on date of birth ni yi free mu electoral commission should matter. So electoral commission ni din na free mu. And today's electoral commission can do the same. I can't just say election a process, na event. Enti say NDC ni wa manania na ho ana want to say na moya. Na so mo koto abani wie na be kwa between NDC PC any MPP PC. Difference them 10 votes. MPP ni awenia.
So that or the 10
who caused the defeat?
Say one vigilance.
Yes, your negligence and the cause of defeat. Because in politics, when it comes to election, you don't sit down and expect to say your opponent, will be going by the rules of the game. You don't sit down and hope and say that you will lost, you will see I the regulatory election. So automatically, the CI itself, ever produce credible elections. No. CI and any panel tnase and a share. CI no any panel betnase I implement it.
Accra FM 100.5.
Na nipa ni implement here or kwan wodo be obetimi afa so titiri ni patuntum. Always ye rebe bia ye pe bia e betimi abuto hwe ni apie ni akọ. Ye ni patuntum ho na e focus wo kane.
Accra FM.
It is a what tnase ka say oh your system, and for that matter the system will be fair. Na electoral commission boss man Ansah ababegina if obi da so dwen say ye betimi electoral commission betimi awi abamu a say nipa no onye serious minded because we bodam boss man Ansah bodam ni say woko electoral commission Ghana onyankopon hira hira no hwade electoral commission on office wo wodi fro akwa Accra Psychiatric Hospital Woody Fro Accra Psychiatric just a minute walk. And electoral commission is such a rich hospital any Accra Psychiatric Hospital in Temu. And the crack say I was saying every day omuko adwuma you check o ma dream e say bibia okay answer no mawura ho.
Well, me take opportunity here announce the presence of Napoku list of Samson and Uncle Rex Oman so abeka Ansah. Ya mama kwaba.
Yeah, Joso.
Bra, yanko.
To see a check o ma dream. Yet Ghana my electoral commission no answer or declare results or the back row. Now we have a cat say Ghana Libya or Jane say electoral commission bet me we are bamuno say any pan wa bodam.
You're ignorant.
Wa bodam no ignorance onim e dambo. And it's a what trans castle system no and one kasa ahanya brochiro America na UK and as uko polling station will be anyina ho uko no akoto aba na uko
okay nya we be wi
e won po American po ya accuse say Russia for hack o election ompo na akronfo yi Bossman Ansah or permit loto or permit numbers onim so the number we share we ni we 80 we free mo a we the way for a balance we is too sure we
no twalo to obubu ashi
we dey na kwatena ho onim the numbers betumi aye enti me say NDC for mu raise concerns titiri ni Ashanti region said during registration and register nkwada no omo so omo findings ni kosi sen omo follow up ekosi sen said you will be a timi amayi mo from akumaku dunsia edi afrimo na beye me ya so man trigger the criminal aspect antwe sa mofra no ene o mawofo bibia no eche sa abofra wo 16 years 17 years 15 years now o commit offense and crime I entwa so be twa so
lawyer Foster say no ne prerogative of petitioners.
Yes.
Yes. Omo
activate. Yes, omo activate the criminal proceedings, against Mofra no. In this case, omo plead guilty dada.
Because maybe say senti omo say no so musa. E dey be no so we oji na boss na.
Yes. Won kwansa wam. Won ko ankafo. Ba obabi ade nkwada. Ye che se nkwada boni school. Ye obabi ade omo ko.
FM.
Awasi atwe omo so. Na wo 15 years kwa no wa sha ase eda sa suban we dia. Ube Bossman Ansah adena beye. Edena beye. Wo 15 years. You say unya 18 years amenye.
But some can we also say omo yen kwadenti they were coerced under ignorance.
say
minors
and ma catch us say and ma catch us say
political actors
yes abofra onya 15 sa abofra no onya 15 years no so otwese kan e wo ne nua no kunu a na de ne kokoto ayen ka se onya 8 years or ignorant to and say Jan man fan ho de betwe na so and ignorance of the law is never excuse.
I agree.
Yantwi abofra na so oma ofo yantwi oma so so obi ne kofo om don kwa yantwi oma so nenyan hweso de man foforo because abato aye kwa akoto no you are thinking about abofra na ebetwi na so no Techiman South some of friend we be any bonu ti okunu no.
Yeah, I think one was 15.
Yes, yeah. Because Martin J. Mensa course I say by hook or crook or to ye MP. Enti kumun kwada ayo mu H. Na wo de wo be family na hye wonsem o mu kra no a o kohwa ade keke ne bonu ti okunu no. Yenya MP bia sebio entomago body run gu ni trim e ka so o mu ye criminals. To the mere fact say ye electoral commission collation center wakojina wasa wo hwade na police ni atutuo na abebo na ku no the mere fact say bullet aka wo ku no de we criminal. That's how I describe it. Court to be a new masem yan forman kon kojina court to be a police station be an trauma no statement amoman kojina court to be an prosecutor omo amoman plead guilty or not guilty yet ye describe omo say omo ye criminals na obi a ono ya tini na kojina court ono akasa bukotodwe appeal degree to say onye 18 years ampani date of birth be actually onye 80 onye criminal and we should allow that person to go because we know their life. No, meme ye jaja me mfa ho nchaw meme ye jaja abofra ne maame ne papa se nyo ne maame ne nipa o ne tie ne God, I'll punish all of them. I'll punish all of them. Metimi kura nka me ba no community num assembly member o nyina I'll punish all of them because mu nyina mo ya we munim munyina nso ka ma no tu mu mama be ka no kre no ena bedu sam pempen so idea dru no.
Yo Samuel Hunter Johnson training Mira Juma Original TV Juma din dia manyosem na yedi canteen can of course so fi anti we say atene can be but also better join the conversation on Facebook better wajune 100.5 FM in the interim so you come say egusu achiska no star 413 hash FM na choose option 2 star 413 hash na choose option 2 yeba be draw no the bacho obi a won twa bia skache de rafo no yeba be draw no nti fa phone na dial star 413 hash star 413 hash na yenko yenim yenkam say Tango Prime Washing Powder so yasne Royal Chapter Property Group Limited and so yasne of course Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic and a Tabia Herbal Center Top Choco and so yasne so Seahorse Engine Coolant and Bills Micro Credits. The legendary Rex Omar Ewofia Sanso na Nepoku and so Ewofia Mamenko Nanaho na Mivia Maba Uncle Rex or near that password has to do with registration of course so minus and then Menoka says Sunyani High Court I shall say Beye Dunsia Yenku Yumudin free about Ehumanu. Now question to that could be someone say what about the other districts across the country? Bia minus Gum Pucho to say Eastern Region Asante and so Yanka was Mira Kajagu.
Tia a tifone ashefua omaje bre etie odwumadi kakrakai ene wie na memmo wabaso ne adwumaso awoye nchia menuano legendary ne Same
Accra FM 100.5
Efa konya wesu na mabo omo a omode asem ne call eye court no abaso na masashe omun kran se emane nka ho na emra wo man mu bebre na mpempi no eya na ani bia se obi ye mfomso bi na ewo se ebia yeye
ade e betwi nipa na so amana be yensen na ho na atenetena foforo a ebi a omowo saa su ne ban ni bi se daachi bi omo be pese omo so bedi saa eniamon ho ni bi no ayire omo kete se omo nya bi emu no na ani bi a ewo Ghana for yen kasa mu a ha adwen papa oh fache enya hwe jamaninka sa kasa no enu ka ho bi na
Accra FM
yenya omampani a na so odin chen mampani bi a yenya free nkroma pen so bepem owura Akufo-Addo so yenya bi da enioma koso wo election mu a ene yenya electoral commissioner obi bia organ ha bia ne me ya adwen se onye fit for purpose onim ne oye nempo de onu nim se oye no eyade a enimre mu na ebo man ya se nye nyame enenke so oman wei emu 2020 a ya sa nyame kro no kra no me sheda ema mani nyene ho sa sanse yakopon ana ne ba Yesu Kristo mre bi okoto se enkofo bi eye ni amon ho ne papa so dem otweaba sa bre no abana otwe no etenetene nioma ma afei ukaya or say there was orderliness enti edu baby a enioma ekokot say no ma se emra ye adwuma nko te se judge ya ono wo modam ya wetimi ama mra eye adwuma no na yonkofo judge fo bi o wa enka say we koto nanim no obuwan se wahye political lenses de me na friend no goggles no wa hihye bi te se de hyewi na odete eho no odidi asem enti e bo judge ne so abaso na sene esame kan no eni kwan se yema eka hwa yekoyi omudin free mu a na enkyere se omunye ebone because menyi ni se obi hye me se menkonyim obi na mekonyim nipa kro na menyim ni wi a meka se obi na hye me se menkobu mepa enunti mekobu mepa na me obi eni obetimi ahye obi se chenchina kodi na kosa kodi santini mu koto aba menyi ni se obi wo wiasim ha obi betimi ayere ne kete se kodi santiri mu na even so obi jero ana so obi dada umpo
Accra FM
eno ntimi nkokoto nkoka se say ena the word duress no is a legal, it has a legal definition. And it will be the Tuesday in the how was the child that went to do that illegality no under any duress? Eti apart from say be I will say oh you the Tuesday me so and I was threatened say my anya yebekume and I bibi yeah wow to me so say oh so it was a life threatening baby I don't know you were under a certain duress no. I don't think say your question about whether will be efforts will be anako SC will be anabibi no would suffice in court. Intino me pese ye be try nkwala no. Na say Boston College kura na e do mbekwa ye for monko na omo asotwe no emunye take part say Akufo-Addo Milano pa obenum odi atiri numa ebetimi abuo ye ma asotwe ne nkoyie na enkola no efentu omo hofu se na be ya da chi bi ye kika mafunu ne kika madampan ebetu me bafo na metu ne fo se anase me dada ne se onkonko ye registration a onko san susu na obi wo ho a ebia wakoje party ska ademude na party force o ubai de se na ewasi abobo no fo ide megidi se okokro obi ehu na akwakoye ti bebi ase no akola bi a wadi bia 14 years ni a register no na nka kan fie na yansa no wato abawo na constitution no the framers of the constitution no omuhun say adwene no sebi te say akola wadi 14 years or 16 years o so ka che ni say onkoto abama baumia ni re be fi say okoto abana bedi amia obekwa akoto enti sa ketenkete ni nyina ba be botoa e wo baabi na afi be wi ase no ne ya de ahoma so yemne enti on this discussion ne de me de besia na ma encourage Ghana for say electoral commission adwuma na oye no enye Ansah ne Charles Ansah dabi Charles Ansah ni kunu no enye omo bedroom ni o ma ne ye pe ahwe o se onima to pabu se omu ni pon se osori a wonware ne wada o Accra FM ya nipa wadi o man we nya kese pa baako eye the outgone chief injustice kwesi ani yebo akwa na okoje $5 million na as bribe no justice chief injustice no ene me do ka say wa mama ame no afili se oye superhuman obi a oye answerable to the people of this country no oye accountable to us no o say ono sa nipa kro no ni human rights ehu hia chen her answerability or her quest to be accountable to the people of this country. It is how was one a man now or the Nam Ghana Hanum, Ninano. Eya, so boke sianano, ye fam mo any ye boa. Lawyer near when you be Chief Justice, what ya demu dear friend and more frasi, Udu Kofo Dia will be animo, what did at demu dear sa. When you mean Yansani, lawyer free fan a better to her. And go coffee say, or no, obey a judge, no, ne hu engu finda ene wodi nanim hancho tifie eni maguase ferie ne ani wuo na ma na enwase na dinachi oni ani onya ba kokra wono na se akufodo ye ma mpani ubusa ni se akufodo e ma dodo san na onya ye de be ye ma mpani a ene me no ka sei obi anim enso akufodo na ye ma mpani and ye kase obi a crucify democracy on the altar of selfishness, greed, a syndicate of criminals. Omu greed inti was sacrificing the democratic electoral process on the altar of only greeder. No. Now the Ghanaian is not ready to see that again. To me, said the Ghanaian will make sure say abaya yekotwe yebeka bibia wo police station and manually so we will do, and we will make sure by the time yebe police stations across the country no na ye nyina yedi nkunimu a o my we afa nto mapafra MPP etutu na dakam na osono kokroko no na wa bodam na ogina nwura mu jimi no ya tutu from the national etimidie me encourage Ghana for say atia ne muye e desa kasebebu nyina nyina ne say
100.5
it is better
Accra FM
no so 100.5 okwa kudi game no oni wa afa eno must encourage you say any akuturukubo na wo kobo no e wo so make sure say wo be boni pana to form one time wabra ontimi nkeka ne ho
Azuma star ne bi
nti Azuma de na said the John Mahama de bia o preach no say we must take our own referee into the ring. Now how do we do that? Simply so I will explain say mumie nyina ye ntinsi form ye mo John Mahama ho da ro ye nka ne ho sempa ncha mansan na ye ngu akufo do hu so animu ase se de omo agu omo animu ase no ye keka omo ho semone enioma boni omo ye nyina ye nkeka ncha manfo niema amanfo hu se omo ye udifo a se bi o ye fo mo nko ye frɛ ne san akwantuo bia enti no ye yesa de ne wie na Ghana fo nyina ti ase na ye mo hu se komo ede omo no ye kufo do ene omo awie omo yi na ama koma ba ye mo hu se ba omia wei oba bedie kufo do ade abo akufo do kro no a wabɔ ho ban ye mo hu se sa nioma wei ntina ba omia ba na ba omia kra de oba ebe ye worse than akufo do a megide se Ghana fo no bɛkɔ akoto aba no na omato ne bafu ama John Mahama ene party a ofiri mu NDC na entuma pane ba sebio se na eminim se John Mahama o man entuma go a otimma ne ye kentema ofira no. Our examples of his past sebio obefa economy ye nyina ehu ba bia na economy na drew from 2009 na miami of akufo wa akoton Ghana Telecom and continue ntwa workers ka clear obi anim. These are things that we need to pay attention to. NDC for omonyire omo enko door to door omo ko kan sempa no se woni bia kane no de NDC na omo nse de ni sempa bia aka nti omo ka so omo ko door to door kra na omo ni message nenne John Mahama ne John Mayor Sadaroma message kra omo no eno kra no rolling say no message but just say na ne bone ne door so chain ne papayo eno ntina edru baby na as o ka rollings ana baby a fobu afunu but so wo obi te say Mills abakosem wo obi te say John Mahama abakosem e wa mamu hu a upia bonten say okodi ne ho nkomo a menyini say obi beka say wontie de obeka say wontie no no wahun say oka baifo ne ho baifo de say bi onfere de emu ade enti onpa de pa enti mesre say mumi anyire ye ho na all hands on deck ne so no enwe say yakoyi chairman bi ana say yakoyi executive bi ana say yakoyi PC bi ana say wo kura no enka wo se fata position bi ne yan farmer o Accra FM position na yan farmer no enu nti na party ti abonten a yire ho ye adwuma na petrol ne bo mra fom daachi na ye ho hen ha ye me John Mahama wo ho a o mo dam se covid aba ayarefo ye wu was meje covid tax John Mahama mo dam obi anim se John Mahama onye mo dam te se kufu ado yi o mo dam onye da mimi se John Mahama onje e-levy onye se wa udi sika to fon so wo se wo encourage se ye mfa sika ngu fon so ye ndi sika wa bra ye kure sika kese wo ye nsem electronic transfer na wo encourage wo wie ya wo sa se me de to ato so wo transfer free wo fon so ametew obi akotwa ne loto wadi loto yi ekwa yo fa so ko bo be se ekwa akotwa loto unim senke ye olusu loto ne so a enka wunya hwe wono walusu already we ya smete 10% saudi we John Mahama wo more dam onye enti no sanyo no na e wo se nyina ye de gun sani ani boys omo wo labadi obi babia me kire ho wa jenga no ho babi bia obi no all hands on deck na sebi di odi akire sua di odi kanante NDC ene John Mahama ena sesei no ye di akire a ye sua omo nante ti we besre omo amafo complaining say omo deda media minim say NDC omo strategy omo de ye adwuma except to say enioma ne ahokeka no wo form omo hom ne so na ekitafo no esi etuo enya ekiginafo a ena eto ye besre omo owura esiedu nketia John Mahama Fifi kwete Fifi de say mo ho ne samra ne amede ma no Fifi never fails nti ye besre omo say this time no you don't want to ever see them sit on the fence. Sitting on the fence is an offense. That is all that I want us to avert our minds to. With us.
So live on Accra 100.5 FM Citizen Show. Me, okay, actually, also the usual when they say should go out and campaign. Helen Entry, I didn't message about Kofi Simon, also more of them, more fire. Diana Baka, as it comes up, Emmanuel Yaboy, and so actually, we say welcome and I talk about my legend. Elizabeth Fojo, say good evening from Holland. Rav Ken, also welcome na Epoku. Okay, so that is it. Hassan Bako, I see you. I see Kuma P. Kuma P. Junior, Adams Dawood, so who know, the Latin, so then the other. Kuma, okay.
Accra
So listen, I know too, the parent must be punished to deter other parent. Michael Johnson, also Hunto, you're correct about the ignorance of the law. It's not an excuse. As a young person, I know too, what Hunto is saying could be true. But on the other hand, those students may be from different regions and their parent don't know anything about it. Okay, so all right, so keep your messages coming through. Bills microcredit, almost from quick credit, you know. We share dunumnia, one aya juma asoma mangana, a juma, wana buade in pimpimo, adentem, any buja for one so as ne papa, or not imagine a brand, one sick same. They can form amount and every from actually coin. Now, almost the other financial institutions are omono. I just want to Susuansa. Have you been ground the Janet? We would be Susu to be any. I face one more be say we internet and I imagine a Facebook and I remember there be one more test microphone. We would dear near here and the Ghana cat. Okona Musu Moody, I was so bit my piano and one. Yamau Aquanian. And my uncle Rex Omaho. Your topic where about IGP, the legendary Rex Omar of Abiba fame.
Yo made that Sinamechia at your phone now. Asem na ye kano Ghana ha akwaye oman bia ye mra ya hyehye no se koba se obi bu mra ne so a yeso we di asmesi na ne nana no we hwan ba we we akwala na Ghana de na sei na ya ye no toka enu nti ema se obi ya ade a wabu mra so a ye mpanish nti no ema afoforo no esokoye bi en boldin afoforo so muso nkoye bi because kwakuma no koye anya ne hwe nti adwa mansan so koye a onim se anya ne hwe eno ne ade a edi oman yinya amamra no kire se akwala woni 18 years menko enko register sa okoto aba enti no akwala bi obekwa akoye sa ade ni bia no either say na wofo na hye na chi
Uncle, me pacho me pesi miss kasa enu obi ediska ma mente no free o se na be abetimi afro wadama. Hello sir. Opanyi na who design
500
500 what they say ni try
100 200
okay, into strategy nso nya bad kra we dey fakudi why
so much me da mo se pa
emre ni honti ye ma mo nkro bebe ne mo fakudi why yeah, that's in Timbaton so betimi atwa star 413 hash na choose option 2 near the next draw star 413 hash na choose option 2 Uncle Rexomel the legendary Aneka no yanko
so said na make
Accra FM
akwala bia sebe o free 15 years ko bia oni mboni ni papa enti either say wa wo for the tower chi say kokobu emra so na kokko register even though usha 18 years and I say one kasan so no akwaji sika e na akwaye say adwuma so obi na ma wo bribe a wonnim say eye from so eye bone e na wo kwa akwaye eti no ss ye do mo set example na ye twe o maso said de be ya afoforo nso so e de be nyansa sua say sa de we say okoye a ye be chew ye chew a ye do be court ye do court a wo be kwa kodem na edite enkrofo say omubeye bi eti mene friend say obi a o panelist bi aya adwene say ya punish wrongdoing a emma a friend say people continue to do these things with impunity military commission na wo ho ne de service say omo ankasa posturing the way am see omo nema ekra ma ohu say ase service omo ye MPP aban na yi MPP for ne select of do ma kwa kogu because sebe nka electoral commission there time na Afarijan wo we ye hu ye how many people na say some blame Afarijan na so mo ka a friend say electoral commission ho asem
but uncle is okay posturing crowd is on the material sa pia hin wa MPP ni ayinim boss man aside wa MPP ni ayinim to mo MPP for
eno na make kire we
it is not even about posturing o mo MPP for no me adwuma
MPP for ya se ma kwa kogu no ena ama kwan ema omo even ko a friend say o Google electoral commission credibility krana a friend say I see omo bias and a friend say bias and partiality inaccurate a friend say voter registration a friend say voter suppression friend say allegation of fraud and manipulation. It's like omo need the papa lack of transparency and all these things. What you are saying that is omo esunu omo ban omo na dia se so omo ti ase ne say sabi o my Ghana na e ho no say electoral commission omo nimu a say omo so omo bekoso aye omo niama say de omo see omo niama na that means omo nwini o my Ghana ho omo pese omo keka Ghana for 3 year day ebom na say e paya omo betene kankan kane because omo na e ho no ye nyina na ye decide ye say the best practice multi-party democracy. Eti mo na mo se mo ye referee am behwe sese ye to aba the will of the people. Ghana for epe say asimasi na ni yanim asimasi na go parliament asimasi na nye ye president no and no is the sovereign will of the people of Ghana. Na se ye de tumi ahye mo se mo na mo nhwe enye ho totoye se per ye beba said the beya obi nkinchim Ghana for nsa enye Ghana for tumi nkohye nipa hunu bi nsa na mo ye mo ho ye friend say kwakwara ntatwene na mo chinchim nkrofo sa twist niema de power no kohye obi nsa na ofi said na say I mean say ukọ electoral commissioner almost security e cha Akufo-Addo na mu Jimensa the security e tighter than Akufo-Addo
won dey chere ha ya de bi ho no
enso sabi otama friend say Afarijan wo hoi onam ni be free security phobia ni nachi onam ho simple man because sabi wo ye de tene a why would you even need a security eti no oman na ye chichere no sabi o crime has no expiry date boni wudia ehun sunsuan so no ehun asotwe no entwam eti bibia obia anamobia bossman asare ne sa nkrofo no mayom ho friend say party boys omakoguo na omo de ase sebi omo dwirimu no omo ne ma omo ye ne sika omanyanti omo mbu nipa bia na omo fi se Ghana no betumi atwa Ghana for akeka Ghana for tirabom no ewiase we na my team no ni wura ho Ghana haya ye wo no say a friend say Kwame Nkrumah ka asem say Ghana for the wait me aye bibia memfa Ghana for men take Ghana for granted now enye wadwene say a chance na Ghana for boafu but say Ghana for bufu a it is more than volcano it no omunye omadwuma ye na omumma kwan na Ghana for and decide hwan a mo pese odi omanim say Ghana for say omututu omune ma ye na Ghana for say John Mahama no mo pe na
Uncle, Maminka in Nkrumah Yinema. Or say if change is denied or too long delayed, violence will break out here and there.
Thank you.
It is not that man planned or willed it.
Thank you.
But it is their accumulated grievances that shall break out with volcanic fury.
Thank you. Etino sa pepe na Kwame Nkrumah ono the first president of the Republic of Ghana. Na sema o kan ye no eti no se o tu se ukọ baabi a Ghana for buafu emabunu no buafu edipa ni bo mo nkasa but so bue na no kasa even MPP for na bebre buafu because they are very extremely disappointed.
Accra FM
ekwan e fast me betumi aka no pain say 2016 election MPP reggae election no 2020 omo reggae election no 2024 ma omo try
no baga wire
ma omo try because omo push Ghana for
boot for boot
to the wall.
Sure.
Ma omo try because baby oman we aduru no the way a enipa ebre wo oman yi mu no enye fedi agro etisika omo wia left right center niema omo ye ni nyina with impunity omo adwene ye omo say omo create system to rig the election tino they don't care. Omunye careful because Ghana for Jimmy sa Ghana for hukuro mani mun kosoro eti me hye Ghana mabunu nyina ne Ghana for asebe akufo ado ne ba me aban abedi yenya abewia isika abegu yenyuma abese ye banking sector enema ma ye nyina abring o man down ma wa hwe from dollar from 4 cedis say aba bedru almost 16 cedis o man a friend say akufo ado ne ba me abaye within a period of 7.5 years omatumi abobusia almost 600 billion ye hu de omode aye omasese can be de hye mpaase ebi de ku polytank im ebi de omasese de agu plemu de akogwa brochire offshore eniema omo ye omo wia aban nsase oman no ensase omo wia as if there's no tomorrow. They don't care. Scandal upon scandal upon scandal upon scandal, and they don't care. And as if say, oh my Ghana no, omo enipakuo kakra bi edia. Omo nye careful because the day of reckoning is coming. Me Ghana fo nyina nkran say, said the list to kan no. Sa ebewe say achia na embuye. All hope is not lost. I believe we say there is light at the end of the tunnel. So to now say ediasa ne sum aye kabi. Na che say ade ba bechi. Baby Ghana akodri. Ni nyina yen kan hombom. Na yen nwene o my Ghana ho. Na yanji ya man free awudifo akronfo a sebe amambofo a omuni tima mahiafo omuni tima ma nipa nom de sika na no mo de omuna omunsa na omunsa duni omule omuna nyina ewia sika nyafunyafu no yebetimi age oman ye free omunsem ne ade ahye ni papa a omwotima ma oman yi no betimi lead oman to the right path. When I'm can for Jomama, at the Amagana for say, why ye be da mohu. Sabi Jomama na net a waswa, and Kakovi de buy near my CCA in Komai and Medru baby because now we're doing kind as set it up different funds, ESLA, stabilization fund, so many different funds are. Nasabe a hochre bar Ghana bet me de a try home. Yanu ya be we are sickening na. To the extent say Oma Bank of Ghana to say Bank of Ghana here recapitalization as you say when you quote ma that means bank na abo to scanning you know ma di manasa it yesi akwohwe sika foforo near dem as capital me nim say biasi that there since independence say Bank of Ghana abo scanner sa and you say recapitalizing no. They have nothing to show. Nothing. It is Ghana for sa abatu ya ebay. Obi biara sebi. Wo dwene Ghana ho. Wo dwene wo ma ho. Wo dwene wo nana ho. Wo dwene the future of this country. Hwawa wasitena wom sesei. Na faso koto waba. Sebi. Sikane de omde beba o ba o mieska na o cheche nte se de wanya tofi bi cheche no enye ni sika e o man sika no afa na o cheche o de bra wa gidi na o koto aba na adwene because obi a wafa o man sika no o cheche no se o to aba na ma na e de na obeye eti no monti ase se election biya won sunsanso ni nipa bebre am MPP fo a but they can't talk. So the most important thing is how to protect the ballot. MPP for them so be lose election. Into mama yo mo say quite be on be fasu be on be on be reggae. On ma set machinery. E quite be on be fasu bia on be reggae. We na me so me dey share NDC for your leadership no cry say this election is not about Mahama necessarily winning. This election is about NDC must rescue this country. If we make a mistake, you lose God microphone we register election we are.
The doom of the country.
That will be the end of this country. We cannot afford to lose in this election, especially by Reagan. We cannot afford. It's no be a man in a kind. And yes, my way. These people, they don't care. And omudo soprandi, omu viesika na, omu saba change be no nyina adwane. Se be bra start as some yero mo kwa brochiri. Because omu nyina to adan. Trust me, omu company so kro manya start success kan ko. Can't you see? Say kind of for that time no. Ocha broche say o ma ye no a friend say o ma man no some portfolio bi. Eh na say dey a friend say asande be dey toko.
At large, ambassador at large.
Ambassador at large.
Ono timi ko ba bia.
Thank you. So he is there preparing for what they are, because they are reading the future. That's how they are. That's how they are. They don't care. It is about us to rescue our country.
Live on Accra 100.5 FM. I am a debt because Ghana will be saved again. Anyways, yeah, the uncle Rex Omase, Basiantin in Kabim, Mako Nepuku. Na Mingra Samuel and Nepuku be police at Jumana. But Mingra a Samihona Yentina Samuaka. But Mamin Kase Samfachame. The views expressed by my guests are solely their views. And by not any stretch of imagination represent the views or the position of the station or me, the host.
Well done.
And that disclaimer must be with the national security and must be
you're acting like a coward.
I'm not a coward. That's my job. I'm a journalist. And as a journalist,
what do you care about what that?
No, I care about it. If you don't care on your show, I care on my show.
What do you care about?
I care about it. And if you don't care, go and do it.
Then I have to want to. You want. But
you can't tell me what
why
to say.
Issue disclaimer? But
why issue be disclaimer? So go to the topic.
Why issue disclaimer?
Disclaimer now. It's not your issue.
It's part
Speak
of
to the topic.
It's part of the.
Yes, so it is.
When it comes to
exactly.
But to say you want the national security to take.
What do you mean?
You are trying to please national security. You are a coward. You are a coward.
I'm not a coward.
You are.
But I'm doing what is right.
You are.
Who to show so many of what is right? Master, who to me speak to the motion that has been
national security.
Speak to the motion that has been tabled. It's not a problem.
Anyway.
Topic no was him. Who to me you think you are the host? Speak to the topic.
You are a coward.
You are a guest. Speak to the topic.
Being hosted by a coward host.
Everybody knows.
Okay.
Say, as part of journalism, we have ethics, and this part of it.
That is the ethics, but you don't say so. You are saying this.
National security. But can you tell me what to say?
That's what I'm telling you.
No, you can't tell me what to say.
Freedom fighter was through jail. Freedom fighter was through jail.
Nobody's afraid of jail.
Mammy, find new baby. A legend, Eddie, about say NDC cannot afford to lose this election. You see, it's not only NDC. Ghana cannot afford to lose this election. Na sebe lose this election.
Accra FM 100.5.
Because my case this election is for NDC to lose. NDC person lose election we are no be lose.
Everything is against MPP and the government. Ghanaians are ready to vote for NDC. And MPP are ready with the Electoral Commission to rig the election. And they can only rig the election when NDC goes to sleep. Because you can't tell me, say, the biggest region in terms of a year number of constituencies is Ashanti region. Near registration. Every day, Moody complains, or more register minor. Nemfoni ba, or more register minor. Nini Nachi and Timan challenge you, Bia, me uncle court said, ye. You don't mean idea, Rem. On the day of election, some grano will not come to join the queue about somebody will vote for them. Until fine, some granny dear crab, you have another chance to remedy yourself by making sure, say, nobody vote for anybody on December 7th. One of the regions are always a team deciding who wins election in this country. You know, Central region, a very key. 2016 NDC performance in Central region was poor. Out of 23 seats, NDC winning only 4.
Accra FM.
And at 2020, NDC are redeeming. As it's NDC was 13, MPP was 10. But for presidential, MPP won. What should the current leadership of our Central Regional? Yet to obey you, Mono. They are proving, say, they want to set records. Among them, any day what Ekusi was saying, North by election. I say North by election, no. NDC for Nina Yejuma. You national for Kwabena, I tell you, say, Omo mu deliver a seat, no. The region. But because before national for be free Accra Hakono, no more region one constituency need them crana see. And to moko and the end say chair or more do mu free Accra Hakono so okay. Mumunko journey way, Munkonko journey because how many name trono. Now no MPP for Ankasa betna and from after the election say a Juma also mu lusu election no and I'm a Juma kwaye a Rich FM. NDC winning hands down. What do you know to chain? After your marking, I and who Mugabe. Ewa winiba. Yankanasem. So first time the leadership of NDC in Central Region standing against Afenyo marking. Minu kasei a soldier for odo mu free nkran ha koye no omo challenge omo ma gi omu din a omo de ko Ghana Armed Forces for ekwa akọchom say munyi munkrofo na mo soldier for no it will serve your own interest to backtrack because one backtrack na say power sesa. Now you know say you are not there to serve Ghana's interest, you are there to work for politician Afenyo marking. And it's a power sesa. You don't expect to say that political power will work for you again. That same political power now for your market use to cause mayhem. The same political power to make sure that they put you to where you belong. But what do you see? NPP have seen what NDC is doing in Central Region. That's the reason here they are going after forcing. Because look at powerhouse was Central Regional. One more same punu punu was Central Region NDC among you kununo. Onabo to forcing eka home. And to hear Japa Adansi obedi ya was say a kufuado. Any can offer Tanian people for say one year the obey bia no fa ato forcing on fanning tum. Because what you tumwa a big weekend NDC front in Central Region. One person swear or no so among the executive where unity our boapa the Central Regional Chairman Professor Richard Asiedu. Mr. She wanted to acquire Juma as in of by election list to any honey acquire Juma. The amount of money papa way Ediara NDC more Central Regional won't me and transfer calculator and more. Now no registration, dear course war, yes, seminar meeting your account. Now Central Region NDC picky because Central Region is also a decider when it comes to election. No? And NDC for some suspend the chairman.
Same, if you ask me, I don't feel comfortable. Say
Chairman Richard Asiedu has been suspended
for a month. But you see, Same, if you ask me, let's drop this one.
No,
maybe.
I'm making mistake.
No, I know where you're driving at.
Secret. It has been published.
You see,
it has been published. So let me make my statement.
I'll give you latitude. I'll give you latitude. But you see, a human whatever I can me support to her.
Juma didn't crash but
Juma di buhaye new radio so.
What say?
Juma di buhaye what channels?
Yeah, publishing.
It has been published. Juma di no, I know you disagree with me, but yes, I know bregu. Juma di buhon my your channels of grievances. For instance, so Uncle Rex, me dey say.
Allow me to make my point. The time belongs to you.
And not fake had a meeting. Functional Executive Committee are having a meeting. I don't want to go into those ones because Same, I'll give you time.
Nana, Parliament decision, Cabinet decision, Same, is subject to criticism.
I'm not saying
you cannot criticize.
How can we be before openly criticizing? You think it's everything openly criticized? There are certain things we have channels of grievances in the party.
Nana.
It's a number one now. Send it to the channel of grievance. And yes,
let me come in here.
Because we cannot rubbish the work of the National Executive Committee or the party just like that.
As a party, we have a leadership. Leadership at Nasi, almost suspended Obi. I don't know what you know, but even if you know everything, and you be beyond your different bedroom.
No.
As man because a man can't do
a deep politician.
And I view person just on the with him. Okay, what is the next word? The next word the way with him catch and predator, some shame with him, catch him. Catch we are seeing the shame with him. Tell them they shame with him.
Listen, please, respectfully, let's speak to the topic that we have tabled. I beg you. I can bet me this topic in account. Let's speak to the topic. There are some who can jai. Now list to call IGP.
Once I win him as a shemi trim.
I mean, my same show.
Once I win him as some way shemi trim. I mean, can ye? But open so said the mechano. I leave the rest of the time now. The mamano take the time and tell the listener the women trim some person. Tell them.
Appeal to pity.
Tell them.
Appeal to pity.
Yeah, tell them.
Appeal to. But to speak to the topic. Who here say be discussed away. Your channel of grievance be a young friend comment penny form. They will deal with it.
It's new.
Say chairman say do na form. Say Mijima na form. I don't want to know. And penny for now on they should deal with that matter. You intimate share a juma and say you know. Please to me but you call IGP in some so.
Yo, my main fact when you wish na me say mo nyina ya baso say it me. Adios ya yo. Wabra service or book I want to mean.
One has some show people to mean. Well, Uncle Rest, near make a patrol. What they say, my brother, my cousin, my brother, Nama Dream Refi. Uncle Rest, my Jimmy, I can't say my Jimmy, Nama Dream Refi.
With all seriousness, Sabi. A war front in the OCC. It's no your internal issues ni bi ohwa
enyai
yemfa betena dwasoni enka ho asem whatever has happened no sabi mpanyimfo no mum trans no nek na se fake enye nipa ba ho.
Why is it that the same statement I will say is not part of the topic? You allow Legend to comment on it, but me I cannot comment on
statement.
It. Is it not the same suspension that Legend can answer me?
Oh, that means
it's not the same statement.
It's not comment.
What is not part of the topic? So why you allow him to talk about to comment about it?
That's what I said.
And I will say it's not part of the topic, sir.
Okay.
So because of person comment on when you bias. Now say if you really mean your word, you won't allow anybody to comment on it. Because what I'm going to
if I'm biased,
it's not please to your ears. And one thing you should know,
I am saying, sir, I will not allow you to watch that dirty linen here.
Dirty linen.
Dirty linen. Speak to that topic.
It's a dirty linen.
It's a dirty linen. Ada mini baby akwagodru. Who can na say bu ebi so.
Don't worry.
Sammy, but you cry. Why are you worried?
Media and say when somebody is making a statement, you allow the person to finish the statement. For you to punch you say so that kind and yet you name as someone then you are just trying to misinterpret what I mean. How can you interpret what I've not said?
We don't have much time.
If you don't have time, but you enquire. Sammy so enquire we
Accra FM. I will do it in episodes because we don't have much time. So Sammy, it's conclusive. Say he has said it's a very dirty linen. So once he has qualified everything
in my head, it is never a dirty linen.
Okay. So
me in front of my and I mean wenchi say me baby I wenchi and ya be sinta magofi wa.
Say whether chairman Asiedu is right or Mijima is wrong or Mijima is right, Asiedu is right or Fek is wrong or Fek is right. We don't want to know.
The mere fashion said the mere said the chairman has been suspended.
They have taken their
decision. Crime.
They have taken their decision.
I care to know, but because it's news to me, I'll wait till I get to know what the details are before I comment.
We've made an announcement.
Thank you.
Save us the details.
So, say, there's Naochimu ba Kone Naochimi Numunina. Yenina Kaya. Say, Centrophobia. George Kufu Dampare abo mu pa de nsem bia betu badwam se eye obekaya leaked tape bia ebetu odwa be say a week or two after a free ascent of buy no efa enkomodie bia aposifo bi mienu eye eranom asare ene Alex Mensa ne ora bugri na abu ekodi ye enkomo no ebia beto badwam no that time no nti se ekoba se ora amaboa honorable MP for Elembele mani muso edit to Mr. Speaker nim se ebehia se yebedo nsem nimu asuko na parliament bedo nsem nimu asuko na de ehye kukuamu bia no parliament ehwehwemu yie na oma asem nimu no kure nyina emedadi tape no the ten pa me wa copy a metie ni in full na 1 hour 48 minutes ena die na o matwitwa yi bi afri mu no nsoso no eno nsoso
Accra FM
7 minutes 38 seconds. Now this is what I know because tape no na me din wo. Yes, na me din wo. And tape no den tia me din wo no I know. Enuntina I want to expose what I know. Na Ansah na no mesre ma me fa tapes be ma me ma producer. Okay. Na omwana sa tapes we mienu. Numre ya sheshe we the
latest.
And can you da cry.
Okay.
If I have some other ones me the ben mamo subsequently and I say me the ben makwame
the makwame
me the ben makwame ene ya me the ni nyina be ma no na mo amunya bre na muntie na munhu na brabani a oye IGP munhu ne to de ntia e bia nsem ni bi wo a me de ahye kokwa mu nti no ebi mu ntemase nti ene no me de bi mamo na munhu na brabani a oye mo IGP a Wama Ghana Police Service egu no Kwame beno oma mebu ko
masani ama
fagu adwuma computer so na fa bi chiche o guess nyina no mu nsusu ntie bi no mu hu dampare na brabani tape no recorder na omode call Bugri Nabu office no. Let me tell you, sir, Bugri Nabu ye dampare adam for pa. In fact, okoji tumu o committee in at some point. The okano ewo bedwam ene the okokano wo kukuamu afina wo contradicting ho. But it was unraveled say dampare ene Bugri Nabu eye best friends wa man a contract including contracts or the MPP a chairman for war na uhunu headquarters or no MPP chairman ene Bugri Nabu shoes a she police for na nse omokotoye Bugri Nabu contract no dampare na de man. In fact, all that was unraveled in the meetings. Enti nipa okotua eska ma omrikoto recorder no ye fa ni COP Michael Nketia Frimpong me bo din na uti din a sa asem no enya no kra court dan ye inform emma wo lawyer and throw letter mre me say my retractor be court FM na wa court. I will face you there and I will show you what you don't know I know. Ni din me say timu biem de okoto recorder no de odi sika koma omrikoto recorder no ye frɛ no COP Michael Nketia Frimpong. Now dear odi recorder no ekwo share Bugri Nabu office no ye frɛ no ASP Kenneth Asante Entry. ASP Kenneth Asante Entry. In fact, Kenneth Asante Entry voice na me dia ma say bo time a all seti machine no e wo Bugri Nabu office or. In fact, o seti ye no se be delay a me dia metimi abɔ no wa ha me dia no ma ni bi.
O ba so betimi abɔ afa we no.
Aha, me bɔ no wa ha.
Betimi abɔ.
Enema ni bi wo wa.
Betimi abɔ.
Enko enye tintin.
Ba me yenti ase na nsa se na be ya o mu etie no. Okay.
This is a recording. Yes.
Akatio.
Now start a recording. On and off near the same place. You get a piano from the one of the same piano from my same. Oh no, piano goes through. Piano goes through. On the bad now, and I say, oh, bad down, see. Down, midnight, down.
Okay. On say that time no na almost set it up recorder no ewo Bugri Nabu office. Now this is what happened. Na enkomo akoso dada ama Bugri Nabu akokache dampare say aposifo we no maba me nchen no mabedi nkomo say omo pese me for omo nko president ho na yenyi wadi na emfa obi from IGP. To me, hey, very normal because that parifufu nyina wa horo car no woko no usu no faha to become an IGP no everyone in the Ghana Police Service aims at it. In fact, Constable Kra wants to be an IGP one day. No any news.
Aina boy no be said DJ Listo.
It doesn't matter. But people don't know that I was once a DJ. I was a very good DJ.
Like seriously?
Oh yes, I was a good DJ.
No,
go Busa Bambata.
Now DJ.
I was a very good DJ. I've been a very good DJ.
Wow.
That is that. Then Ebio. Almost our report now, Abetodiano.
Yes.
It's a fake report. And Natacha will tell you why it's a fake report. I don't know. You have a copy of the
yes.
You know, and you can show the last page of the report, you know, to the public. Then I'll tell you what has happened. Now, Dampare has some journalists that Uchiomoka across the country. Now, this is what happens. Uchiomoka, just to do things that will always glorify his image.
Mind
you, Dampare enyoma waye o Ghana Police Service mu ya omokotena ase a omodi hu nkomo no sa election related discussion no say dampare ewo ho a NDC
but you na picture na.
Yes, the last page.
Okay,
yes,
so let's video a camera no.
Yeah, you can show it. However you show it. I don't know how.
Eugene, me ba cho pick him way. Me dey chere. Na he say no sir.
You say send.
Me send him our last page baby ya signatures.
But you can do a screenshot and send.
Okay, into my menu no mum. All right. Just the signatures, right?
Yes, the signatures.
Okay.
Dampare commissioned the recording to be done. And I'll tell you why. I had gone to, the reason why I taped in meeting woman no, I had gone to a station, your sister station, XYZ, TV XYZ, to do a discussion of a new man akoso a extrajudicial killings akoso under Dampare watch on the command police for this munkuomo, and he uses the term zero them. Some of them I have met. Some of the people I have met personally. Now, what broke the camel's back, I also my interview need to be done, was when they went to Botiano, Kokrobite, to kill 9 persons after having killed Nipa 7, it was Savannah region, having killed Abedonko, who wakoto supposed for bokrono wakoku your friend is oto so no makot fano akoku no ababe kase Abedonko no wo ye arm robber ama Abedonko ne maame ne baba akopɛ no ekwan omo fa so a omo koku no omo bu ni gate gate no obia cameras ekɔ hɔ. I'm sure say you have seen the TV3 videos and then your friend is saying Joy News for videos omuko bu ne punani ko fa ne free ho ko kun no eno so no abeda public. They had gone to they said they now know how kan no
but I am on so na
on so
okay,
just so that people will see say the report is a fake report. Report we almost prepare no Dampare office. In your Parliament of Ghana report on
for now you to see na watch say fake na.
Yes, a fake, and then the fake will show when the chairman of the committee who say one sign here.
Okay, they are also
very good.
Very
good.
Yeah.
And a report so Parliament of Ghana who for MPB or catch us a committee report say you fan call plenary intimi leaking ma public.
Okay, attach and sign how
on sign attach and sign
Miss Janet Frimpong.
And in fact I'm looking forward to seeing attach yes report. This one is not attach yes report. We a yankofo bi wo kuonim Dampare amomuska. I will mention their names and how much they were given because there is someone who paid them who has spoken to me. This one sa omomudi ono and Agaga a MP no
omomudi ho Honorable James Agaga
on the animal
Vice Chairman Janet Frimpong
Agaga so wo nua yakoku nua enka wo ni sanse mu
Honorable Patrick Yabuama
oka ho
Honorable Eric Opoku
ono den de na asem no enka ho
na Honorable Peter Lanchini Tobu
Tobu de ono no o da bia o te Dampare office me no kasa ekura ahwe abekọ no ote ho Tobu ote ho asem we mi MPP ni NDC afrim because me person obi ade na adwene yi adwuma say nipa ekum any particular ense now tape ni mu no ense ma mo discuss ye eye ense mako enko omuka nipa kunkum a ye frɛ no extrajudicial killing omuka ho asem omuka procurement breaches yeah Dampare afa DCOP akwana obonum ne frɛ no saying Kofi Sapon.
Kwesi
Sapon. One no dey na procurement. Dampare sa time na otisa office ho no. Bonia odisa office no eye pay office ni di no. Omadi office ni sika nyina hwe police welfare police bia Ghana police for nyina o ye be 57,000 Calculate 57,000 by 270 cedis. And now they're in 250 cedis. Calculate it and tell me how much every month police need be at 270 cedis, no? And now they're in 250 cedis. How much does it accrue to? Now, UN, F4 Sikabia, Omodema, police for Bia, Omokopi FM. Every year, Bia, police for Anqua, Nipa 300. Nipa 300, no, for about 30 years. IGP and Warden is Sakes Cano, and SS Cano, Asa. Multiply 300 by
50,000 times. 50,000, 50,000 times.
Warfare. So I'm taking it one by one.
Yes.
Warfare, Sika, Dampariadi. Police need beer.
And these are allegations.
Oh, please. I'm not here to speak someone's mind. And everything is my information. I'm a demo.
Okay.
Platform.
So we distance ourselves.
Yeah, you can do so. I don't begrudge you because me newscaster. I'm one from as an uncle.
In young file.
Yes.
50,000.
So it's my investigation. American.
Okay, so 50,000 these times.
So Debbie,
warfare.
Warfare, no. 250 cedis per police times 57,000 personnel. 57,000 personnel.
57,000. Okay. Times 250.
Yes.
Okay. It's kind of 14,250,000. It's 140 billion.
Is it 1 million or 40 million?
57,000 times 250.
Yes.
14,250,000.
So that is how much
140 billion
every month Bia opposite for organ and contribute to the welfare fund.
Okay.
Now multiply it for say 2 years. Multiply this figure by 2.
So times
then you
times 24.
Yes, times 24.
Times 24. 342 million.
Okay, so you know how rich Dampare is when they want to spend that money. You know how much money. So I'll tell you why he had to be inviting celebrities to his office every now and then. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Yes, I'll tell you. And how much accruals they have also paid to celebrities. I'll tell you.
Facebook for a fast. So my calculating credit.
Yes, okay. So this is how Dampare is rich.
Okay.
Now, calculate 1,300.
1,300.
300.
Okay.
No, 1,700. No, every UN Emma police need be our peacekeeping $1,700.
Okay. 1,700.
Yes, dollars. By 300 every year for 30 years.
Times
300.
300.
Yes.
And the amount of 510,000 times 30 years. So 30 years will be how many months?
Uncle, no, a year, annual. Annual, monthly.
Okay, so times 30. Okay.
Accra FM.
Okay.
And I'm doing a rough
okay, and
there are other monies.
And these are in dollars, right?
Yes, dollars.
In Tubenya, $15.3 million.
So that $15.3 million, no, and then
times 16.
Where this can in
and times 15.
Only says can it be our account to be emu. Want me account for that money? UNCK, IGP, sir, a free President Rawlings a pencil, Bepim ne. One no buy no, what in the subways can make this canning in Aquacos, my pinty, my war up pinty.
229 million cities.
Yes.
Wow.
There be Udia Mascania dollar in you. Because it's not a dollar because money dollars.
$50 million.
Very good. Says can it be the futum. One it kwesi sapon. No, and a police service on na boni omudie no. Enunti aposi for welfare sika any UN for sika ya dia Ghana police service and Adam Parade chiche journalist e dey trust our fake report no or dia beto dwana nsen no. Atacha has made it clear.
Okay, so by saying why it is fake, but
yes, it's fake because Atacha hasn't signed.
Oh, okay.
And it is fake because until that state by report is brought before parliament, it cannot leak. So who leaked the report? And it's Dampare because it has been edited. That is what takes me to what was contained in the audio recording. The audio recording, no, omo discuss extrajudicial killing, procurement breaches, contracts given to Bugri Nabu and the party chairman, MPP party chairman, NDC ni bi enyebi. Nti NDC for now omo sorry ano mo ye dampare adwuma no. Muntie mi na muntie ni ye na mon kai de ode koyo ofaso, kwa ode koyo ofaso na mon hwe se dampare na mo ma adwe ye mo se wo ye fair, wo ye sei no. Muntie ni ye. Ekwan a dampare faso lobby here to become police. I will tape him. Administrative mismanagement. Ebi to say promotion of police. Any transfer. Now on the issue of transfer.
Accra FM 100.5.
Ah, mukai se mrebi. Ema mi ensa yira otakrade no oye CID boss. Na poku twe na boss so ameboa. Ne workers ne baako ne staff na omne ne adwuma police for na omne ne adwuma no baako ebusuani ewu omne ne kwa yie wo kwa yie ni bi nyina wa transfer mu nyina administrative mismanagement ni bi ni sen won say Ghana Police Service wo ho no anya dampare na first IGP enti ne yenim se ne Ghana Police Service ye adwuma unim say ye won kofo bi a omo police PRO
Accra FM
the police service Oko your friend is a district police headquarters. Oko divisional police headquarters. Oko regional police headquarters. Now Oba national police headquarters are your PROs. If you da dampare be ye IGP no. Just so that obe cover so say boni bia nkoso Ghana ha apart from the ono dampare report no. Regional command ni nyina omo PRO ni nyina no. Waji omo waskane omo signatures statement bi beba bonten a na se bia o say Frashanti region for instance enya sa regional PRO na tro you eye ono dampare ene oba bi your friend Akrofi
the commissioner
onum na omo ya sa ade no enu na ka hu bi ma afiatenge okay afiatenge
former PRO
yes or resign here because also one tia say asemasi onu na nimu a ya report ama onu na regional office na wo mom e de abia na bakra ha na wo be massage no atro report false report enu ntina na kofi kwasi fori o kai kwasi fori wo ho no omu timi be ka say botia no for instance omu so omu ku nipa 5 ye ko omu no omu ku nipa 9 no me no ka say baako ese fridge mu as say abusuan sunu sinimu atia we still bender wo hu sa police for ni tututuo kobo enkofo ku omo no na okotwe ne kon de ne camera akwa akotwa na police ni baako hu no omokofa no pe omokunu oda o se fridge mu sisi Dada Joe ni nua kuma no we community police Dada Joe no mamutu abo ewo botia no ye friend is kokrobite oye ni estate wo ho me no ka say Dada Joe ni nua kuma no omumienu nyina pe ye ku omo kwasi fori be ka kire Ghana for say enipa 5 ana aposifo kuku omo na no omo ya arm robbers ebe pem ne hwan na omo kọ robo no yenim hwan ana omo kọ ye robbery no say bia metiwe ena me no ka say ya robo me na me ba on the administrative mismanagement no won say incident bi sia te say mimi incident yi say owura kandapa etiemi a onfa na so form no how useless that guy called Dampare is and then me no ka say by now I was saying me ya investigating omo be robo me incident no because me report to my police yes me report to my police station e wo ade beba e wo ahojo sa police station no I was say or transfer assembly call
Accra
district ono ne district na every district akọ division na every division akọ regional and say every regional ababeto director general CID kobusa for still say me robbery incident no abeto nanimu ana kobusa no because by now I was saying kwa frame me how many months ago 5 months ago and you robun kofo bebre including papa we yire no ami sa atayire Ya rob no. What in was him? Ya rob no. Every day robbery happens. And I mean, no can say, and people were robbed. But Dampare doesn't want and penny for to know, say, robbery is happening every day. And he even doesn't report or he underreports. It is a nipa 10-year robber woman. Obekwa say, oh, robbery and koso crayfish and bay IGP. Now say robbery to a chat. And ya if the whole month cry nipa 2 penny a robber woman, me can a robber nipa 1,000 across the country. If you are Ashanti region Kwampono, or my record nipa bear 30 in a day. Yes, I'll do that in a few minutes. Now, so we share a choir Dampare after so mismanage the Ghana Police Service now. And no ma now saying what's here? I bet you just say the unit 100.5 the whole police service. Mr. Sadan my phone. As if some me cry me baby IGP. Oh, we need party in the Yakupone Chianica. Yes, and let me know can say the Ghana Police Service. There is none. Obinin in Namse CIA, one in Nekoba, or report to every day to me. There be out me and a necrobes our friend. There is nobody who is happy in the police service apart from him. Apart from him. So, some report to know, like I have said, we must treat it with a contempt. May episode 1. May further episodes as and when
time unfolds.
Because time no very limited. Enti enade me titiani na me this year no ye wade bi a friend chain of command. Chain of command no obi anim se ukọ Ghana Police Service or CI anymore. CI 76 na. Yewo ekwan a ewo se police ni efa so ye adwuma. And I mean no ka say that fare as that for boys bi. And what to mu nyina agu across the country o. Sa boys no wo ye regional commander wo mu. Anya de dan pare be kan.
And for PID unit for nana.
PID for wo ho. Esromo. And what's our boys be omo de omo titi moto so. And a moto no sikai apart from sa uni say na say ECG boss ko che omo moto bi and ankofo why unto na ma no osresre moto oh ye pe moto dia ye adwuma and wajeje enkofo moto ana wode achicha ma boys
time na say
enti no chain of command in adwuma o Ghana Police Service mu se san ankofo no omo chew na de opa wo so omi nua ye commander wa ha opa frek unua no na ka tell say moto boys ni bi achi me no obeka say masa obesi yi mediara intino say no he is the Ghana Police Service
100.5
na ntweni dua ka ne to da wo buanu wo ho na wo wo ne to wo de praye na e wo ne to se buanu nya no wo mfiri ho na me ya IGP emre bi yati radio so ka ye friend say se buanu akọ supervise election ama nipa nwotwe agu
FM
yes boju afọ no ehọ na problem no wo
eti se ofa nipa 10 e Ghana ha emu na e han dan
yeah
we nipa 10
I agree with you
na emu 9 e han dan
more official data
also it keeps on changing but statistically what I say it has been a lot of study has proven what I say more than 95% of Ghanaians rent. Trust me.
I didn't know.
And Ghana, I mean, no, say, yeah, in fact, near 30, according to 2021 population and housing census, near 30.8. Then, 2021. Say, what day, sir, numbers here, can watch the CIA. Young for among active population in Kra, below 18 years, they are minor. Difference of Munya Juma, they are dependent, Who's your Mufluma? Young person, 10,000 10 million, rather. 20 million are active now. 95% high dying.
I see.
So we are talking about 18 million Ghanaians who are renting this country.
Enya better. Enya easy.
They talk to be. But I say e dey ntina ahu here we nyina ba.
Ehwo no sa law no. Ehwo no so ye read.
Oye, e dey ntina ahu here nyina ba. Because of yenya aban akwa omo ye Carlos. Omo ndwini omo ne tema. Omo ye mabofo. Aban and omabako. Both MPP and NDC. Omo ni tema. Omo ye awudifo. Because when you would in here, ono yere en nan sore. Na wuntimi ndwen to cover the people who govern omo. A country wuntimi make provision for your house.
Can you imagine?
What I say? Wuni future.
Emma mabrofo nya baby na.
Wuni future. Abraham Maslow. Osidien. The basic needs of life, the physiological needs are here needs. Or say shelter. Physiological needs, including shelter, are basic. No matter what you do, and now better, sorry for this. If you say, "Omo ye free education," what I say, it's unwise.
Oh, why?
As compared to, I'm coming. You see, basic needs. I will never survive if I sleep outside. I'm trying to be realistic here. Sorry for my words. No, I won't survive. I can never live.
So how do you reconcile the two?
No, I'm saying that the point is that one is about life. What I say, without it, I can never survive. No, but we can see how we can improve it. So you don't take all the monies of the country and Kumu. I'm being critical here.
No, you are.
With that Uncle Shebakumu, now people suffer. You come and tell me, say, fine, so be here support. But critically, 2023 budget, the allocations, then they just agriculture.
Yeah.
Almost about 2 billion Ghana cedis invested in agriculture. Health, about 15 billion. Housing, 470,000 or so. Less than 1 million. 23. Less than 1 million budget. Do the percentage. Almost
470 million.
470 some, yes, of course, yes.
Wow.
Million. Pachoti.
Yeah.
Apart from say, omunye we nyano so no. Emraka krana e botima mu for ho ban. I friend the rent control law of this country. Ghana emra miensa you say mienu na ye regulatory rent or ha.
Yeah.
Ye ba Kwame Nkrumah pencil. And the Rent Act of 2022 2220.
Yeah.
And Kwame Nkrumah by 1963.
Yeah.
61 years now. Bobie. The 220th law of parliament. The Act 220.
Yeah.
1963. And you PNDC law 138 1986.
I see.
No. In this law, no. The framers of this law now want to say, when you be straight, or say obedient means until let us try to at least protect the people. So what to mean CB now we need to be CBA. The easiest abatement say Bobie, yeden, but a down home buying, bon crop for no buying. Now one like a cry there, I want to say no, omutimi regulate and at the rent control, Kwame Nkrumah pension buy. Now, Ocha section 25, subsection 5, I was Amraima, or say, if you were bien near Quenya, I will Ghana. Se wo si dan now no yire opa wo no yire no mamuntinam. Se wo mpena also do be a business. There's law that put that so this.
And so atoka. Se also wa wo betwia ehomra wo ho. Na e wo do coast station. Ya do so homra wo ho. Kwa ya ho so fa so ye adwuma.
Mo do what ase.
Yeah.
Sa law no. Ene yeto na jeje mu. Now obi say me na me say me dan. Opa tinamu. E dey say opa so no yire ntinam.
But at the end of the day, you see, the upper baby are telling here chain there. Or no see you know.
Yes.
That is the problem now.
You see, Bobie, me say. On say me say you say our government has failed us.
Okay. You break it.
I'm making a point.
No, you break it down.
The government has failed us. In all this situation, no. Bobie, you want to go Ghana ha. Because the boss me 30 Ghana club.
It's true.
Who's it 20 Ghana? Onya bintwia. On oyetemam ni ye ne den. Ye kotunu mu. Etina in 2015 it took us 40 years to have a national housing policy. That John Dramani man. There be any company law a policy. And that policy they say when they am roadmap I make sure say e wa omo fanya aduma. Omo touching baby graduate mo. Eti say wo be so si dan. O say we any plan no. Hwe so na fi dan no. O say there be dey me pela maye. Eti me no ka say si ayi obi. I can speak on authority say. What I say?
Yeah.
I'm buying abako and no more so e dey Ghana hwamo.
It's so sad, eh?
Omo di Ghana hwamo seriously.
I double bako pe. O say of abobie bra pantan aboko bi. Omo koje single room, pot ketua bi, no toilet, no bath. 700 Ghana cedis a month. 700 Ghana cedis. Also just 3 days ago.
Okay, so me boy say na me kan okay say bia. This is how it is now, Ghana.
Now Opokwadu says Bobie, the government or Ghana government should take control over the housing, transportation and social welfare of the country and we'll be successful. For that one, I don't know how we can be successful with that because dying one regulations aban so nkwaso ofa aban kwa beden aban kwa beden but said they work now we have laws regulate your dying policy.
Exactly.
The other side of it is see how be sending me message also on all you feel cement. Now they are buying cement around 110 or 20 Ghana cedis. On our uncle 120 Ghana cedis. Cement fancy die. Now you say on Famejo a boy for. We are talking of iron rods. We are talking about Amia. We are talking about Yabo. Any tiles. Any the keka home. And obi so say ebi a wo si fie na baba 10 years ago. 10 years ago no na niam abon ti say. So how do you reconcile the two?
You see on say emra. Say what your mind mo.
Yeah.
Na say wo shemra se a. What mean so nko tren fin kan ye do pe wo. Look. Emra ne say opa obi a menye sure say aban bi na president be so ko se ko fada ko han o. No. You decided to earn an income. Bobie, say if it's a yes or no in that street is what ya baby see baby that. But law is law. You can never say law no say obi o hwa me no ka say 10 years on your maintenance on the fee.
Yeah.
10 years o. Yet osidano 30 years ago. Yet to cement no sematum. And a banish illegality, perpetuity.
But also,
I've requested say there must be a rent tax force. Let's find the solutions. Rent assistance. Yes.
Say no. Why never caso conforce call? And number two, and I get so sad.
Okay.
About it, Ghana. Bobie, you know me very well. You know me how I have my stance on national issues. Okay, But there are certain issues I think say because both parties need energy politics need to any decongestion. MPP or power number so me decongestion political capital man DC they chance on it also mutumo no man amasie NDC or power no be decongestion political capital edma MPP Nansai me pacho me come out straight me to about 2004 2008 man to about my MPP me asantine me jai me to about more bio okay me hey bia o masum me to about emakofo man to about makofo ado go nam nim so o me yehu yere de me opinion okay me opinion it doesn't represent mo amotia okay me to abama atamios ne John Mahama right but regional minister no koye no kase no yes he was doing something wonderful and me na me support no within 3 days 4 days we are across central clear here even though na man for so on by some the PPM microphone be other side no me I don't care what I care is say there must be order ewo ye kro no mu e na dwombodu no beti si ni so MVP for no beti si ni so say unim say ye call 2020 elections ade na wo ye na ebe against ye make dia be si dia wo task force yi so say MPP task force housing task force is here and NDC nyaro wo asem MPP for no kra be ka kire o mo say masa this our don't do it NDC banner say John Mahama say obeya and this for the culture and say a bad policy. Open say party the young popular. So we are in a fix as a country.
We a call to the issues I can. Man get tax force what to no ko franco we some green. Now what to must abontin. Yes, tax force na make. Maybe Bibia say your rent law eba. Yeah. Yeah. It should be instituted in the law.
Your rent law eba.
The parliament America say.
For how long?
I'm not reading one. I call 2022. And to bear 1.5 years and the housing committee or Munjamu. No matter person will be one to know. Uti, it is our task force. No, I quite a Saman. If you Saman district, you're 261 district. Okay. You bear employ people or Muday or Muya said man. Yeah. Few or more charge Cassiano, they were supposed to pay 8% tax. We are commercial, we for commercial, we pay 15%. And no pay is a car to the a bit my boy if you them.
Okay, and the more you charge, the more of course.
And now they charge with impunity. Tax. Tax what I said, the law says Ghana revenue tax. You pay percent. What the dollars? I will pay 8%.
Very interesting comment from friend.
And it's in the law and revenue. When the only
Kofi Sama send you a message because look, tell Ajapoku to hold on his breath. He's just wasting his breath because those who are supposed to implement the laws are the same people who have built houses and renting it out. So what is it?
And then I say your education you. You say okay monfa enya nne ye kan wa yeah ya kan so many years almost omo ye events omo nwegoma so se se ka say hwe time o pese senka ye pese be boy ho a this is the time it take critical decisions. I'm telling you say if housing is a topical issue in Ghana now you say obeluso about it because of housing, everybody will make sure obey mala papa bi.
Because when my dear Mama, yeah, me my this manifesto, this MPP manifesto under the Fourth Republic from President Kufuor time after Rawlings exited. At no point in time were housing issue a better topic in election done.
And nobody is questioning them.
And they don't talk about it. It's like they even supporters no mushia Sebia. Urajo Mama better answer Busame questioner. last time Ramama I saw on Facebook. But somewhere last 2 weeks or last 3 weeks or so. Say a man for me some questions. Nobody cared. But I'm more free busan also. I'm on a bread with rental. But nobody cared. And I was like, really?
That's it.
Me follow the answer. I said no. Because on also oya penny. Who busan and now you be bad also say, hey, I dear way your man for I dear here.
So Bobie, me say Friday. Was it Wednesday? So I follow Mahama on the Facebook page. Tenant Union of Ghana. We pay courtesy call on him.
Friday we are.
I'm on issue statement.
Nanti, any matches and Yamina Kama Kuma some from.
I'm quite aware.
I'm not aware.
So we went in Facebook. Comment a lot.
So you see, even in the media circles, we refuse to discuss it.
Any problem? No, I thought to say, Papa, he made his intention. Say, okay, me free abamuno. This is what I'm quoting Mahama.
No, so I then.
Was me free abamuno? Makufi. But who say housing is a bigger issue, honestly. Na me name is Lodina Mahama. You feel about I say you quiet balloon. You go pay by no
more who say yes.
Now me could chase the Kabia. If you Mahama is straightforward.
SSA
and easy.
You have the video here.
I'm coming back patrol. Me.
Okay.
Or say me name is Lodina. Me name Lodina Mahama. You go hide then. And now you brepa. Now me drivers and no more me juma net or say me rent aso. Now mo ba 2 years 3 years me train me so. Eti tenant union.
After the accord home.
Until easy.
Accord home.
Now me person me building legacy. Na legacy no house na ka ho. Eti no onu fi say sa affordable housing na ka ho asem say affordable housing eno enye adwuma. Eti yen fa low cost housing.
Low cost.
What mama means by low cost no? We are waiting say onye bold. No function the manifesto me na. No me defending on country how he will do it. But okay no no me bia me fi say senka oba na ko obeya me fi senka be boti mamufo pa
wow
ti me fem first akunya we so na me di na se ani ka be kese ya Bobie den won fiye
no more engage the current administration
me kaba in fact ya the letter go to Jubilee House about 6 months ago. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia wan fiye obia you see
oh ajapoku jaisa
me say I can me reminder call Jubilee House 1 year.
Wow.
And you see, yeah, politics.
Of course.
Yeah, ton policies. You promote policies. You tell policy. And now me catch your Bobie ne I tell you.
Yeah.
National Tenant Union of Ghana. I'm a 2 million yema ho den so.
Yeah.
One on high then now about 50 million. And we decide who become the president.
Oh.
Over to you see.
But ebia more rent figures let is but ebia nyo mu nyina na se wase.
There be but what you say. Directly me got your 200,000 registered members, okay? Indirectly no me tell kan. Me say, we for the part time emu 9 high dan.
Yes, it's true.
Omun timi nkasa that means they have issues. It me ya advocacy ya. My advocacy is direct and indirect.
Okay.
Obi so am say make wa.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
But advocacy no is to influence the policy of the government and decisions of this country. Say jame boy kasana sa abanin ehu say ye no ye say be boa me but won suma me. Independent advocacy no.
Anyway, so I don't pay many production crew. To be honest, never me trim. But me tell you some the 5% increment in electricity bills, then the 2%. Then I started, let me drive it. Then I started asking myself questions. Like, into young guy, young lady, 20 years, 22, 25, or per se, or rented, or renting a say, no what Tokania say, no what Tunsu say, ni income ye say, ubu or per se or side to one school so, obey a dang food. And that is where about me to say almost share to be beside producer say you will be a tenant association as my team no see yeah all cross check here. And I think it's a very nice conversation, but Fuseni West guy says it is hard to control what you are not part in reference to as what can I say I dare no cost na one can to control it a problem.
I'm fast to show quick now. Now no you rent your national rent assistance scheme. So uti ya and I want it.
Yeah.
Can you believe say? Imagine say time on be launch no say if we be national tenant in Ghana.
On be fremo.
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to ho. Cabinet ministers, chief of staff we went and represent Ghanaian tenants and we cautioned them.
Now it will be.
Oh, I gave solidarity for all tenants in this country.
But the point is, okay, so if Saokosa program now, is it not enough to solve our tenant?
You see, time we put together that framework called National Rent Assistance Scheme.
Yeah.
They did not see the need to involve the stakeholders. Almost say interministerial deben.
Now, asking to say, tell me.
National Rent, almost say, almost say, even the legality and the lawlessness aspect of it say, almost 2 years rent advance. Oh, which negates the same law now. Man, because about form.
I didn't want fight to say 2 years in Indian Kenya 1 year. Was member 2 years.
That is where the law is handicapped. Wider consultation. I think there are no repository of knowledge. And also, me no can say. Almost say come on the 100 million Ghana cedis in the shame. Almost the 30 million the shame. As that February before I sent so watch it, trade rules. Obama report to say 1,492 Ghanaians have benefited from the 30 million.
1,492. 1,492.
And they have expended 19 million Ghana cedis.
Hey! Hey!
What I say?
Oh, Mr. Wake,
they expended 19, and we said we made a statement. We issue a statement that we do not agree. One, your criteria of even getting music, it wasn't fair. Why? The informal sector,
yeah,
you're chomagu. And no more 10,000, 15,000, you're high. So SAS can national rent assistance scheme in Minnesota by campaign. Remember the campaign say when I'm so making mistake. It's going to be serious because we are going to awake and make sure say be the penny there's no way better say I'm because even president, the people I speak for is pull your numbers that made you the president. It make us a personality for Ghanaian people, even if it takes my life.
Almost I'm 1,490
and I must spend 19 million.
So I'm 19 million
and
yet 290 billion.
19 million Ghana cedis.
At 290 billion.
And I'm saying, look, can you publish the names?
Okay, yeah, because 1,492 there.
Should I call Google?
Yeah.
Na time but National Tenant of Ghana.
I see.
Every month we issue a statement.
I see.
We don't believe in flooding or cladding ourselves in red. We want to do a fair, objective analysis and make sure say we make influence or we influence policies. You need say call demonstration. I said red no maybe pictures and Juma. One I call demonstration my finance.
Anyway,
I was saying that what's it about
1,492.
Let me use 1,500. So it's coming out to 12 million per person.
Okay. That is 12,600 something. 120 million
exactly
per person. It average. You divide yeah.
Yes.
It a big 300,000, 30,000. No,
so we know or yeah average
with 1,500.
1,500 against people. And just say yeah, ma obia sika pepe. Now I could see 19 million Ghana cedis now. 12,000 Ghana cedis, which obviously is a lie.
Me say, is it
cool? If you bring your 3,000.
Oh, me say a loot and share. I have described the policy in the National Rent Assistance Scheme as a failed policy. They must withdraw it, call stakeholders, and redefine and review it. Now, Ghanaians. But so say I don't think say. Obi free MPP mu be jump on ticket and say yeah money pa na say because ye millions or more per than and money assistant no it won't even from money pa 2,000 ye nipa
but how would them musia mahama no mo musa say sa affordable housing no e ya no mo ya omo turn 50,000 100,000 Ghana no why and yeah both NDC MPP say affordable how affordable
Bobie me feel say Obian for the manifesto my
how affordable
Obi me say I feel young I can't 5 months or 4 me say Obama opportunity near Bamo. I'm telling you for a fact that we are going to scrutinize these policies with the house and by BBM MPP since 1992 Brabant Abe your housing. Uti, we are you better take a decision about 2 of them, especially MPP and NDC. Near more be at Chechim. We are and we go and check the year 2000. We went to International Press Conference Center. You compare MPP manifesto in housing and MPP. They said the MPP DNA far better than NDC.
2000.
Go and check. Yeah, 2020.
2020.
And we declare support. Say MPP manifesto our housing far better than Mahamadian. With no fear from them this time round. We are transit. Say Dr. Mahmoud Baumia and the face and the as a tenant union, you be doing check support or you campaign.
I see.
You can tag us. And I'm set on authority. All the people we have in this country, we will meet them and play campaign. Say, Minuanum. Yeni Mamudi Yedimonim. Say, a dancing to Abana. Toma John Dramani Mahamana, Toma Mahmoud Baumia. Based on policy.
I'll come back to you. Louis Ama Ashiboy says, good afternoon, Mr. Bobie Ansah. Please, I want you to wish my father, who is an ardent listener of your citizenship program, Reverend Emmanuel Ashiboy Mensah, a happy 80th birthday. He's 80 years today. Wow. Hey, better. For Sydney West, it says a single room self-contained is now 1,000 Ghana cedis. Parts of Dansuman. Okay, so Fuseni says government had no right to control rent in Ghana because they had no houses to control. Commander, watching you live from UK, please. Where is okay? So let me move on. Ayi Michael says, good afternoon, bro. Good analysis. All right, thank you. Then another Fuseni said the state lands that government can use to control rent had been given out to friends and family in the name of PPA, public-private. Partnership PPP. All right, so Alfred Apo is here with us on your Facebook page. Star 413 has and ubedi di peche Mr. No one atun temansana yabobo. But konwano, so you can call. You be say a citizen show, so we include the people and minim ASEPA think tank. The entire more friend na mesi me busa because already should be about your friend is a scheme. To be honest with you, today is my first time me this figures we that almost as a super running scheme be to give rent loans to people. And as a super the corona figure the abano 1,492 people also almost 19 million Ghana cedis. And we know almost say 30 million. Also no say 100 million. Almost no 30 million. 30 million no emu 19 and also almost the amount in the 1,492 a year for loans. Mr. Butcher breaking it down. So if you are to do, let's say round figure 1,500 now divided by 19 million divided by 1,500. Then, which means you are doing 12,000 Ghana cedis per head, 120 million per head. Tiama Kruma Ankola 1,500.
It will be interesting to know. Okay, so Ochina, Mayor RTI.
Okay.
I call Ministry of Housing.
Okay.
For them
that is why I called you as a think tank
of the beneficiary, because to be honest with you, this is the first time I made this. This is the first time I'm hearing say a bank say what my rent allowance
19 million Ghana cedis and 1,492 now benefit. It's on record.
1,492 Ghanaians. A coin best somewhere, and then what was the selection process?
No, Ajapoku say, and Domoka said they should supply them names. Because 1,492 Nipan at the
you should press it
to provide.
You should supply it.
It says supply us the names. Let's know. Sebia Ebia Regina Tagbi Yamanipa 3 Bobie Ansah Kuma Santimampo Yamanipa 4 Jamestown Yamanipa 10 Bono at least we should have a fair idea because it's our taxpayers' money.
Yes, we deserve it. We deserve to know. So we'll do an RTI on
and I even probably almost like this kind of, I mean, almost non-refundable amount of 100 Ghana cedis, right?
Well, out of the money original.
Before you be go document it's a nipa 10,000 apply ya. Not the 1,000 in ya. There's a nipa 9,000 in no. There's a shit.
Another fraud. Another fraud.
I say a more beer.
So ube process. Go online. So the wood you interested. Boy you best start to 300 for processing fee. I found some. 100 non-refundable. It's nipa 1,492 no me. So nipa 10,000 apply ya. And 9,000 enya. Multiply 9,000 times 100 Ghana.
I buy with the BBA to send them one.
And I'm private man, rent masters. It's a private entity, individual.
Matidino, okay, rent masters.
Rent masters.
Fiesta side. Rent masters. Any Zoom line there? Okay.
We are private, no, in America. And we will pretty about 5 years.
Okay.
A move for him from here. No more to buy.
And the young say instead of kind of nipa 10,000 apply, 1,500. Into your say 8,500. 8,500 will be a 100 a non-refundable. And she say, into now I say
850,000.
850,000.
Ghana said 8.5 billion. It is coming.
So yeah.
Hey, Charlie, this has come, eh?
This has come. And that's what I'm saying. Me per se election when you see the Attorney General of Ghana, we will ensure say a moment example because they shouldn't bring for do campaign and fly.
Anyway, me per se involved so that
but I'm really interested in this matter.
Yeah, until the man will also be
into Otina will file an RTI with the ministry. Say they should just provide the data of the beneficiaries. That's all. That's all we need. And then we can scrutinize. So yeah, because this matter, I think it is worth pursuing. Yeah.
Anyway, remember back. So New York says Takrade, 1 bedroom hall is now 1,000 Ghana cedis in Takrade, and Ablek Molebu, a single room is 250 Ghana cedis. Okay, so Pastor Lai says good afternoon, Commander, and his team. Alright, so good afternoon. Let's come back. 0302208090. If you have issues about rent, yendin komo, ekromu ya yedin, water bill, light bill, pachobo ya hoteliers there in wajuma, mama mehu. But Ansah na mensa back no. Then issues with plastic manufacturers, because right now idea bia say Ghana edi bia no packaging in plastics, water, food, building construction, and all those things. Plastic, but interestingly, so you better dialysis and so juma. You better dialysis juma.
Kwabena, today we had an IPAC meeting. I'm just coming from the IPAC meeting, so I hope so.
No. You're not so special. You're not so special. And we will deal with dialysis. You see, and then I catch me production crew and say, look, if we don't step out there and touch on the main issues, and then be free and circle, then we will be just fighting among ourselves and all that. So, plastic manufacturers, 5% excise tax on ex-factory price. What is it, Mr. Bobie?
I just said, me because me maintain here, you here, you can't say be excise tax. A punishment tax. Just say at the Kodena or Kwakoto use no sadeno injurious to your health. Example to say tobacco and I say alcohol.
Really?
And to say adeno injurious dear. And far Bobie tax being to discourage you from buying or using. Now, ubetumi aka kire me say PVC pipe, plastic pipe na builders and as a construction you use for electrical wiring. And I say poly tank na to edin suegum no injurious to your health. And I say plastic bucket and ice chest and I say cooler. And I say next time there in buildings they use aluminium beam for window profile no nina plastic. Are you saying say injurious? There be a beam sa tax way 5% no. There is no footnote. Into a government, pure government revenue. But Bobie, since 13 years ago, and I say you another tax, your friend 10% environmental excise tax. And no raw materials no a bahabo and say bit me you tax no. In for the past 13 years no, ye tax no as of 31st December 2023, Sika accrued is over 1.97 billion Ghana cedis.
From sector Nkwa. From sector
Nkwa for a period of 13 years. The sad thing is Sasika we no a court consolidated fund. Into me and you even one CD say they call akoye plastic waste whom ejuma. The footnote on this 10% environmental excise tax no enchechire munya ne say sasika no ye be dia support omo ye plastic recycling and I say we say ye plastic waste home management be sasika no dia ye yentumi yi one cedi kra emfan ye and which no wo sign asamba another 5% excise tax eno dia pure government revenue. Now the thing say almost can be experience say a consumer tax into a money higher yeah plastic money higher
consumer tax meaning na yebetua
exactly yen push you and farm yesterday be ye pushing so ye ejuma begu because purchasing power na nkasa no eni hobium. And yeah, eastern and western borders are very porous when it comes to trading and as a goods. In Tinkrofo, at the far Togo, a Freeport, at the far Abidjan, in tax systems, Ghana, in the sub-region, we are the highest. We are the champion. Ebano taxes are. Until we cannot compete with manufacturing from Togo and I say Ivory Coast. Even today, Burkina Faso crack to Ghana. And as a company, they almost lose customers. But as a country, we have lost revenue. Ivory Coast, even unemployment. Yes, Ivory Coast have gained employment, and Ghana has lost employment. There were two, and so called Togo, and two more are doing simulation exercise. Togo. Until a year, we'll all go there. Now you're quite manufacturing. Yeah, now by ECOWAS protocol, no. Yeah, export.
No, so is the trade ministry aware of this?
BBA Kosubiano, we put them in copy.
So these informations, they have it.
They should have it.
No,
they should have it.
No, do you know for a fact that they have it?
They should have it. Ube to me, Omfre Dr. Joseph Obin, Guta president. He is our partner. Government they don't. Omunim. Enti ye chere say sa taxway ye ntumi san je nka ho. So omo eye chinchiran a we will shut down.
So the 5% rafe na eba.
Yes. Say last week mono and the week, right? No almost started say GRA for started say afi there almost tata yen. Say sa tax na eji. So one tua and ye be assessment of njuma wa ye ni ye twa ebo with penalty for you. And you say we the afi there matra red line. And you say ban sa dia you be shut it down. Now the thing say you can say you shut it down one. Omo workers are omo ye direct permanent workers MIN 39,000.
Will you
39,000
within the plastic manufacturing
repair and repair. Ansah pure water for no omo ye bottled water any pure water no without ye no they can't. You want to me find you paper more and I say
no way.
Yeah,
no way.
Omo so no we have over 4,000 sachet water companies
in Ghana.
Almost create employment of 1.43 million Ghanaians. Ansah recycling. Me sure say monamo ambe hu say enkwakra ni we kra almost we ni ade. You're talking about 1.7 million people in that sector. Nti ka say jai say we are talking about 3.7 million Ghanaians. Omo engagement ye. But enumpo no company bia ewo Ghana ye companies ewo Ghana bet say 100 at least emu 92 omu nyina enjuma mu ye no omu hia plastic packaging and so mo tumi ayo mo ejuma nti ye ka say ye shut down asem kese pa nti ye kire aban say ye bonu kokko ye pese finance minister no on frey ye emfa yentenase Oma shishe sa emrewe omo anfre yen
awan ga jere
debi omo anka bibi ankyere
omo involve mu
debi na plastics no so technical omo ntiase omo nim bibia e fa plastic so we can say plastic no ye wo to say black carry bags no ye jutum say eno e ha adwene e kwan wo ho ebitumi e dia esi anokwan nti we can say we dey eno we dey tax kakra bi e to so dia it makes sense. But won't mean can't tell me say like PVC pipes. And they just say Ghana water from better now omo transporting ensure about Accra.
No, even various communities so because what they
exactly. And way there amaya yet so frustrated. Now when you know chino Bobie I mean can be being chiro. Say yeah raw materials na ye de bano. Duties are yetua. If you put together, we are paying to government revenue 10.5 billion Ghana cedis in duties. Yen taxes annually. Yen taxes are yetua. It's 40%. Yen you might even 40%. Company to say ECG. Ye kase ye jaye juma ECG ebeha omu. Because every month, your electricity bill year 146 million Ghana cedis every month, and you Ghana ECG for
from the plastic manufacturing company.
Exactly. Yes, we are on smart meters. And to make run so minti abayase. We are one of the economic pillars of Ghana's economy. And ebium
Mami Musa unia Joseph Obin of Obin
me Joseph Obin
many of our botcho ha yedim common was say plastic manufacturing companies no like pens and plastics Omar locate ko Cote d'Ivoire ebi ko Togo ebi ko ha ebi and omo partners nemo enti you would dance say me Musa na woni ma de kra ye wo mo
on say ajadie na ye die no ye ni no kwandin crow ya ne ye West African countries no e na ehwebom eninti so wo ma ne amabo ye den bebre a na say you are being edged out of competition na say ye free akansie no eno e na akoba say wo ho na wo ye manufacturer wa ha na momu wo competitor wo Togo ana Cote d'Ivoire ono timi de ne niam no eba o man Ghana mu ya ebe ton no fo eten wo a won so ye manufacturer na then you realize say a problem and until na wo mo a wo muntimi understand those pressures no na say ono no wa join those countries no na say ama ono so the cost of production apart from into oka no cre
but taxes cost no see am no ka say 5% be a excise tax bi wo ho
eya aban no ede ahoma to waso mo konso and that 5% ne ba into effect the only any option than to fold up. And if they fold up, the repercussion on the system. And the month me say you afraid enye.
Don't do afro tigas.
Hey, over me.
No quite woman say, this is not the right time. Upiano, because what they pass for as Abeka manufacturers. It's true, Crane are buying our Wobota and Kaubaya import substitution. What's a import to near Mabi? In Tiquaya over Fason say local manufacturers and Omonia Mano, Abaya Fonenka, Yanko Tobua Manane, Nanki Etonia. It is some way, who propagate, import substitution. Now, woman, local manufacturing output, Nebono, Ayadia. There's a Bobra. I don't know, Cafe. So we share the same rate within your woman. Na depreciation yesike mwayeha na businesses ya trying to well just obia no abedeka obia capital esuhi last quarter of 2022 no your capital shine there 52%. Business person bia na will use $.
I see.
And they to me bia no
I see.
Compared to 2023 you need stability kaka 2024 anka ya benya growth kaka na exchange rate here assign akọ from the city no ahode akọ from ama dollar ne other currencies na akọ nti ama some way ya make say businesses no lose capital of about 30%. It is not the right time say you dey etobia no esabeke ho eno na pasa dia one who be better say aban on businesses no one cafe or better woman a substitute import.
But for you, say Casa no more Casa Kekeu.
Oh, somewhere no. Ya, and won't be Bia Akan, Yania Banya Casa, Yani a policy implementers and also Casa. And T. They say, I say, Yanya and where you be an idiot. Ya, and also. Woman now so a year strategy that now say woman a year or more a year or more person one year a year one action our person 1 year
and for me and you all support it so obiso a cocoa d'Ivoire uncle.
Oh there be the American say yeah support two more many local manufacturers and only such for no say omo next week. I know there a Kwabena as one year now by who said woman to me and containing any an additional layer of cost of doing business. Cost of doing business now cost. Let me tell you, local manufacturing entities, where you plastic industry, one industry I make a boom now and also now see a manufacturing will come here packaging industry, the far plastic industry, it is will be here grow will be depending on plastic industry will be more bag no but by depending win so enti as we track tomato to via now when you nambia enti any day petition ma ban say one here na ekura was my council menye na eto no ye nyamu cause am ye dey become one dia ebegu nyuma they will be better say adentina abaya wonfa sika no ento so ma final consumer no nonto debi wo kanu sa tra sa so eje because consumer no so the purchasing power na akofom crowd do eniti wono no se wo sa de bo no copy so a wono no ntimi ntoni ma no wano no a wo hwehwe no wo businesses so ya hodi na edina turnover so business bia betumpon a na se wano no a wo de ton ne ma no the papa was here abaya to me so me kwa to na you consumer no so the purchasing power no e wo form na hodi no with me ton ne ma na akofom pra na se wo kwa ya na so ba na se wadwuma na ne egu enti obi a wodwen sa bia say oh yeah abaya the tax at what they said man so they to so no e just na business is running
ha over ya better say
you ko Bobie
That's the offer. All right. Okay. So but I think our colleague just confirmed
exactly.
what and it's so sad.
Yeah, it's so sad. It's so sad. It's so sad. It's so sad.
But there was no demonstration. Sachet bottled water company.
The thing is, Yama buying to say 1 week. Say yeah, train say beti bibi a free omoho. Na say yanti bibia dia. You be doing me a machine. Na plastic manufacturing machine. And yeah machine ya ube to me edum ne keke. Na wasan so ne keke. Enti ye sheda ama omo emre. Ena ye be ko demonstration nso.
Dabe
mo beti enka. Ye hwese enkosi se the pan way no ebe ko enkodu na wie no. Ye wo hope say ye beti enka. Because ye mpese bedu sa ambre no empempenso no. In the history of business in Ghana, and as far as the plastic industry is concerned, yen position ye take is a say a bean cedar.
Really?
A bean cedar.
I didn't hear.
I know I just said me busao, no busa buying. A bean cedar. And one other thing, a war plastic industry we say, whether fortunately or unfortunately, no, about 90% of investors, you know, are foreigners. And you know, MMA relocation are so easy. Me Ghana nino say me better to me factory neko si Togo no. Ya na ebe din kakra me. But obia oye foreigner on your Ghana ni.
Oh kwa anye din.
Enye din.
Enye ha no free.
Exactly. Inti that is the risk that we have. And the banisa we have what we call capital flight. So just say e dey nyoma be brain
e for this kind of free system no mu.
Se say e $1 ni bi. E just afi dey
yeah.
Kojo tokra.
Yeah.
Enti megidi say Bobie ni mpanyinfo mo nso mo kasa abanti. E wo say mo nkyere e bia na enkyekire mu no eni ho yie papa. But it's
no, but more engage trade ministry ni on this matters.
We a finance ministry.
Finance ministry. Okay.
Yes.
More engage you omo.
Yes. Na feedback ayenya no kire say enka omo ye ho ebribi. Na ekodu say minister no ono be ma approval.
Approval of what?
Eno de yenim review bia omo aye agi say e bansa.
Okay, so munim the content.
Exactly. But enka sa position where you taking enka nya dia enka ye be ye. But at GRA4 said no mo tata ye no.
Chinchira ombeje.
Ombeje. Omo ye implementers, omo ye collectors. They say and yasmami.
The busy.
Exactly.
But I said Dr. Bobie catch almost more hamo.
Yentumi hu the woman. Yes, we can't really phantom. Because Rebecca say also they be
do you think so or tricky water?
I quite to say 419 bikake. Because I quite to say penny say they be yen hamo. Ye kwatina ejuma muso a na ye frefre yen na ye buy yen na nso say muntia wontia and ye me penalty o and ye make close you down and ye may you say
so I which means as ma Dr. Bobie can Nigeria free omo free no
maybe na Bobie the economy the enjo enjuma no say dollar and no another angle altogether. Funny say ya my text cry and no dollar na atem no kwa
kura
na de yapa me pese me sure so pese better some way de yapa
tell me
and he say you wo de friend free zone enterprises
yeah
plastic companies into the year few free zones. Now free zone me made the mini free zone, made the raw material about 20-footer container no. Me duties are metia per one container. At least 106,000 Ghana cedis for one container.
20-footer.
20-footer. 40-footer is about 138,000 Ghana cedis in duties alone, right? And obia owo free zone ono ontia capre. They bring the raw materials, you know, and they smuggle it and sell the raw material on the local market. And government is losing on the average 265 million Ghana cedis. Such a way echo private pockets. And then you are still coming back to ask us, say, yes, I'm big to.
So they are using the free zones to push illegality. Then the money comes back to them. Then they walk back to you. Wow, wababe tria legitimately.
Exactly.
So we may squeeze you.
Exactly.
Na majidi ya kwa kushimi. Na mimi di we na kwa kusifi. Ewa trasako.
Oh yeah, prophet anka we pa.
It's bad, eh?
Yes. And the tax regime say Ghana is here and there. I don't think you can find it anywhere in the world. I don't think tax regimes. Burkina High crash is here. Burkina High. I'm sure say you what in and saying said the tomato military government to crown. Almost stop. Almost say they need to add value to the tomato. And just say weather no per se, but almost stop exports.
You no need the entire tomatoes buy
exactly. Exactly. Say you supply plastic packaging to say tom tomato plastic way no. Yeah. Na supply Burkina.
But say offer. You see, nim komo bi Ghana. Say baby a Ghana yete no. Woni nipa no be kan asem no beti ase a ese gisi wo hu say politics abem. Mo try say mo be engage Bawumia and ase John Mahama to know more stance say oh e dey policy na wo ma e maye say be ya wo chena bi wo meduru na afa dey onkotam bi mfa ma me say ye kon mo engage John Mahama on this matter.
I know it's quite a complex approach for us because we see ourselves say business people, and say or mind be Ghana or mine victimization it's very very high, and to say we a business person na say won't share and concentrate and you business, and then you try to mix business with politics. It goes really bad against you.
Over say mo mix here egu, mo mix here egu. Enya mix here. I do mix here egu, I mix here egu. Because if someone to me come approach me and say, look, okay, so let's know your policy that you have for us as plastic manufacturers. Policy being a woman. Yes, you best support because even when you go to America now and Ansah on CNN, almost service on my all the businessmen about 60% tilted towards Trump.
Correct.
Yes, because Biden or Trump that look, we are a business community. What do you have for us? Favorable. They support you, they push you, they pump in money, you win, then you build the system for them. And see, Bawumia no me policy is saying that yes, Bawumia catch them say, someone to a manua, excise tax in the eba. Fine. Moko John Mahama on was excise tax no MPP the abano, me support it. No one will money for. But at least you should talk to both sides, and even if there is third party. Afrafranto, Alan Samati, why a trade minister that? What do you have for us? Openly, forum, big assembly hall, and yet Mr. Bochenkwa negotiate John Mahama, Ewan if you know, say, and this Nin Wakwaji Bibi, forum Cassia, Yen to a Yabusa, what do you have for us? And I know a Bawumia call Kumasi, Oshia Kumasi businessman. Omo Money Yagune, Comagune Chileno. I think if we are able to have that open air conversation,
Ebe because be a mu gyina dey emfa.
Oh, the all kind of no. But yenso no, you shut it down, you relocate it. All the hustle and bustle about this one, it's finished. Ghana the loser, and Yemi company, it is Ghana that is the loser. Young workers, over the 30,000 workers in Omunina are agitated now.
Okay, so they will speak for you.
Well, on their own, in fact, any ICU for Akasa.
Okay.
And so from that angle, no, almost also epic from that angle because say workers in Kofia, it will affect ICU.
So tell me, even with Kakrana or more are relocating, more data, let's say a creative number of unemployment say more data now.
Of course, yes.
Can you provide us?
Not off head right now, but I can share with you later because you know the most company or employ the most workers. One company alone, you're talking about 2,400 workers.
Why?
One company. Ghana. 2,400 at least. Mini plus 1,400. One company.
1,400.
And you direct. Any indirect because we call to say mini price and kind. Omo ye diane we ni ade around.
Omo so
yes. Yeah, the materials about we don't count them. Those are indirect staff.
Uncle Bobie, me know Bobie, but with your age, tell me right now, what do you see? What is happening in Ghana? Tell me.
The future doesn't look good in terms of business. Manufacturing has become a death trap in Ghana.
From taxes to industrialization.
It's taxes. The taxes is just these are all.
So you think that talk was just a mere talk?
Oh yes, it is. You see, quite often, young president to coin, you see investments and this that. But you probably, if you check, say nipa 100 no do echo as delegation you might just get about 2, 3 or 4 as business people. Ya can ministries. Ministries for. I remember there was an incident of COP23 or something like that. When you have
260 something.
Exactly. So there is no gain for Ghana. Until when you know Abrofono and all these think tanks as far as business is concerned, before Obabemi too no to senke AB and senka, of course would be a business, but example before Anka me o frame say me mbrambe too, you have already profiled me into winning. The kind of person. Because they don't have time to waste. I remember there was one time the Dutch government almost organized a trade delegation be FFH orientation say good morning, how are you? Anyway,
you pentamo.
Straight business, you talk business. If it good morning, period. But how are you? How is the family? Baby, yempenoha. But answer so the best start to be you should say 5 minutes. Ebusian for to saying anyway to saying. So we are in a global village. Into young quiet to me and yet a juma money ye near my machines in the way near a be favorable in a and Bobie, and no man yet.
I know, I can tell.
And we thought, say, normally no, enka election year, business boom. But this time round, it is really scrap.
Zero.
It's zero. It's
negative really, zero.
Negative. Ankasa. And sɛ mobɛtumi me aye hu bibi nso a otherwise we have no choice.
me problem be, and as much as me tuaba, then I feel like no, there are certain things we should do it right. As you rightly mentioned right now, see a conference. That conference was about
it was climate. Climate. Yes. Now,
the finance ministry for. Near the Kasafa climate change. Meanwhile, your students are from KNUST, UG, any other places, lecturers are Papa now architect now or Supreme Court drawings. Many last 2 weeks and I'm catching and say, can you imagine somebody like Asensu Boache as housing minister? He has no clue. We need the crop. Here, NDC time, no, the allocated Jacobs, echo a GMPC. Allocated the Alco Trapeze FM. Then I was asking NDC, like, really? Allocated Jacobs, they no can with GMPC. No, Alco Caddy. And then I also do then we have serious guys, so school.